away and we go straight into it. As people join, you can kind of say hello. I might say hi back. We're going to just go straight into a tier list. I have Snatty and Star Sample. Really excited to have them both. We're going to go through a bunch of different views, etc. as far as a lot of these gods. That's why I'm hovering the tier list. I'm doing well, Miss Terrified. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Ivana? We're going to go through all of them. I want to be really thorough. It might take a little while, so kind of bear with us. I overanalyze just about everything in my life. That's just how I am. But we'll go right away. We'll jump right into it. So, obviously, Achilles. A lot of the value I find with Achilles, and I think Warriors and Assassins, you're going to, maybe just my perspective, and maybe a lot of Star and Snatty will agree with me, are going to come more and more to the forefront, especially with starters now being in here. Ratify, I appreciate the sub, man. Welcome, welcome. You're going to find a lot of value and them coming even higher on the tier list, in my opinion. Achilles, more specifically, because the execution, I think it's 35. It was buffed to 35. Correct me if I'm wrong. For the health threshold, right? A lot of this is the execution that they play off the tanks. High-level gameplay, if we can really solidify and section off a tank, burst them quickly, and then execute them without their Aegis because they want to go a different relic starter. This god, honestly, I've seen it go. I could probably drop an S tier, right, because of starter, maybe a Sundering Axe on it, and then you can go almost full damage and find that execution, or maybe an A+. I would probably drop it an S. What do you think, Snetty?
I'd probably put an S too. It's not quite in an S plus range just because it's, preferred into a double tank type of draft, right? So you can get those executes more, actively. But even then, just clear-wise, pressure-wise, it's always really consistent. Has really good matchups. Executes are always useful, so I think S is a great spot.
I would like to add real quick before Star gives his feedback. Guys, the tiers S+, obviously, it is not inherently that you're going to win every game if this god gets locked in. However, it is a must ban, right? Like, that's where we draw the line. This is the top of the echelon. Must ban. You get that. You should be winning the game with that pick. S is like, hey, this is the really good solid picks I should see every game if they let through. A+, down, etc. D is unplayable, right? But go ahead, Star. What's your opinion on Achilles?
I mean, it's basically the same. The same way... I guess we'll talk about Thoth later, but the same way that Thoth is the best into double back, Achilles is the best god into double front, probably.
Right?
Yeah.
I would agree with that. A lot of the
Bluestone, clears in much better now. So I mean, he's kind of just unkillable at times too.
No. But yeah, the CC Mutant, obviously, the double dash, unless you have a major lockdown, is kind of awesome. Assuming you're hitting it, clearly. Agni is an exceptional mage, in my opinion. A lot of really good poke, right? Especially when you start talking about a double frontline warrior assassin, double warrior guardian, etc., right? A lot of the range poke, be able to do that from range. I think his only downfall, in my opinion, would come to the lack of a CC immune alt, right? Which is why I'd probably drop him maybe in an A+ range. Being able to do a lot of that poke for free, especially if I get a double range, or like a double frontline with an Achilles with an execute, I can do some range. Do some damage from range safely, and then maybe dash backwards, or I have my stun with a fumes. That's where I would follow with him. Honestly, what do you think, Snetty?
I'm sort of in the same boat. He might be an S tier, but if he is, he's on the lower end. And I think when we have more gods, we'll see. I'm cool with putting him at A+ right now, and maybe shifting that as we kind of let things go.
That's
I'd probably put him in S tier, just because I think he is one of the best gods for stacking book.
Okay.
Tablet.
Tablet. Yeah, the poke and the fumes, yeah.
He's definitely one of the best gods at stacking it.
Okay.
And that build is actually pretty good right now.
Okay. And just to be clear, we're going to be hovering some of these gods around as we go. So I'm gonna leave him an A+, but we can, because I don't want to fill it up dramatically, but we'll leave it, we'll kind of just do that, and we can move it around as we go. But okay, so ask is what you think? Okay.
Yeah, and I think, last patch, one of Agni's biggest issues was his wave clear. But obviously with starters being back, his wave clear is not bad.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. So AMC's next. AMC, it's always jokingly, it's talked about amongst casters and even most players, right? AMC is kind of the worst Marty, if you will, or unsafer Marty, right? Because of Stinger, obviously has the Prot Shred. They nerfed a lot of the base stats, I don't know, 10 plus patches ago. But he still offers a lot of mobility, and now with Bluestone being back, you're going to be doing a lot of range poke, a lot of anti-heal, really good application of that. The problem I have with it, when you start talking about the double frontline being back in the meta with starters, dude, where he lacks is you lock him down, you get on top of him and up in his business. You're going to have to build a comp around him. in my opinion, because I'm thinking like A plus because you have to be very comp specific. He's more like a last pick kind of situation. He's more situational. And when we start talking about situational, I start thinking lower in the tier list, and that's kind of where my thought process is. I'll drop him an A for now, but let's hear what you guys think.
Honestly, I'm pretty high on him. I think he's okay. Being a worse Smarty to me isn't really an insult.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely is worse, but I think just like in terms of turtling with Bluestone, Crusher,
Yep.
Brawlers, kind of just proccing and sitting back with that, that's gonna make sieging always really, really difficult. His early's pretty good. I would put him probably an A plus, honestly, behind
Okay.
Agni, but I'd probably put him an A plus.
Okay.
Mm.
Star.
He's a tough one because I think he's one of the gods that honestly changed the most with this patch, and I just haven't seen him. I haven't really played.
You think it's because like
the
the Bluestone Crusher?
yeah,
Yeah.
Bluestone Crusher being back and buffed is really good for him. I think he's always gonna have the same issue where, like, the gods that are gonna outclass him are gonna be gods with like longer range than him and poke. Like, I don't know. I think he's probably A tier because you can just dive him like really easy still.
Okay, so I'm gonna go for now. What I'm gonna do is just on the same page. When we have two people vote on a tier, I'm like, when two people agree, I'm just gonna leave it in that tier, and we can adjust at the end. Like, hey, do we think we should move stuff around, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Good.
I'll potch, right? I'll potch. I mean, I genuinely, I think that, weirdly enough, I think there's a place for this god, a place and time. In my opinion, he's situational as hell, though, right? Like that solo lane-esque. I'm sorry, with the lack of CC immune alt, like you can build health, we can do a bunch of different stuff with this god. Yeah, but when you have those kind of changes, I'm hovering more like a C. Yeah, a lack of CC immune alt. Yeah, we can do a ton of bursts, but if they relic and just run you down, you're fucked, right? You lock that down, and it's end all be all.
Yeah, there's worse, but he's C tier. Maybe like you could make an argument maybe he's in B tier because of like the tablet build that you could kind of proc it somewhat
Like
easily, I guess.
though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but no, 100%. I mean, I really don't see it. The thing is, you also have to think about comparative to other like mages, right?
Yeah.
Is there ever a game Opwa should be the best pick? Maybe into like 3 healers, but that's not happening. And even then, like not really. I would say C. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think C's fine. I mean, hey, we might see timeline regrowth outpostures pretty soon.
Maybe.
True. I mean, it's not bad when you're picking up the minions, get regrowth, and then you can talk about like a Gemma ISO dealing with the shielding, or maybe you talk. There's a number of different ways. This god's one of those like creative, like we can use stuff, kind of niche or different, if you will, right? With the regrowth, with the Gemma ISO, with ethereal, with tablet, we can build bruiser. You can build full damage. There's a lot of cool stuff, but at the end of the day, it is more built for like, hey, he's anti-heal. You can put him against some of those mages. He's situational because he lacks the CC immunity, and he has no dash, so he has no mobility. Amaterasu, warrior. What are we thinking as far as this? Honestly, Amaterasu is more AA based. I'm gonna be honest. My specialty isn't necessarily within this god. I think if you're gonna go AA based on an Amaterasu or on a warrior, much like Amaterasu or Osiris, if you will, I'd rather see an ADC who has those ranged autos, especially, as more so to rip down some of those tanks. Now, with the starters being back in the meta, I'm going to be honest, we could talk about when you start doing a mage, auto attack warrior, and then a regular warrior, like a Bluestone Sundering Axe, and maybe that comes back to the forefront with a little bit of time. You're going to see those start to come or kind of creep in, or like auto attack assassin, etc. I could see her being an A, especially with the starters. Like, we can have conversations about B, but you have a CC alt, you got a dash, we have shielding, maybe even an A+. I'd probably hover her in an A. It's really hard for me to go above an AMC, clearly, with an Amaterasu, though.
Yeah. Honestly, dude, I might just be a hater. I think this god sucks.
Really?
Like, really bad.
Like
I would put her in C above Hopwatch.
C?
I think she's awful.
Oh, wow, okay.
I just...
Reasons?
Yeah, because... Number one, so you have starters coming back. I sometimes will go off of Conquest a little bit because I've had starters in that mode forever. I know it's different, but there are some things that are comparative. Almost always, if a god's good in Conquest, they're pretty good in Joust, except for very few picks. Like Persephone is one of them. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Ama is just atrocious in that mode. The starters don't really help her. The only one she can kind of go that's like valuable is if you went Warrior's X into Animosity eventually, but she doesn't really proc Warrior's X very good. Bluestone's not good on her. Deathstool's just an awful starter. You could
Okay.
go like a Cowl build, but then you're not tanky. I don't know. It just feels like anything she can do, there's
There's
10
someone else that
gods that
does
can
it
do it
better.
better.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
for sure. I hear that. I could see like we meet in the middle, like a B area then, because at the end of the day,
think
like
she's B.
you think she's B. What do you think?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
I mean, she can solo like any hunter late game. I'm pretty sure. Like you said, Bluestone's not good on her, and it's not great. But corrupted Bluestone right now is just, I think, kind of insane. Like
Yeah, I guess if you could get there, it'd be good.
Yeah, like you can just dash on someone to them, and you get 2 procs instantly, right?
Hmm.
And then and then her ultimate is really good at locking down hunters, like
That's fair.
or just backliners in general. I think she's
Mhm.
probably B tier because her weakest part of the game is the early game, like by far. Her that shit is terrible.
So she scales
But-
low. Yeah.
But like we said, with stars coming back, clearing wave is a lot easier than it was. So like,
That's fair.
I think she has
That's a good
a
point.
place now, but
Yeah. I'm cool with B. I think B's a good spot.
Yeah.
That makes
I
sense.
think that's a fair approach to it, especially when she's got starters now. Now, if there wasn't starters, that's a completely different conversation. But we're talking starters.
Well, yeah, that's why no
Yeah.
one knows. That's why I haven't been that god since stars were removed.
Yeah. All right.
She needs
So
them.
this is a controversial topic, especially amongst ADCs, on her and where he sits. Right. I think on her when he got that nerf to his ult, and when he was no longer in the forefront of, I guess, SPL, etc., along with his base stats, right? I think he offers a lot of safety with his jump, CC immune ult. We have a pillar to block, maybe a Persephone ult. Like, there's a lot of versatility to this god. I think he can be an S tier. Honestly, in my opinion, he's probably top 5 ADCs. However, talking about SS+, I can't head that way. I'm sorry, there's just ADCs that are better. When I think of like, hey, I genuinely believe Bluestone with Marty. I genuinely believe X-Ball. Like, I can't see him above those, but the top 5 conversation, I genuinely think he could be in those top ADCs. What do you think?
It's tough. I do like him. I think the pillar being a 40% slow is really good, especially into double tanks. The problem with him is, for as many reasons as I want to say he's great, he's just not played enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I never see him played, obviously not over Marty and some of the other hunters. And that's not really a fault to him, but that definitely gives me just the idea that, he's a tier under. I'd put him in A+. Like,
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'd put him behind or ahead of AMC yet. That's like what I'm not sure about.
I think he's ahead. And before we let start talk, I think the part of this god, and I need to be very clear on this, this is a confidence god, right? This is, if I'm hitting, I'm fucking hitting, right? But if you're not hitting the auto attack impale, or you're not hitting the pillar impale, this guy's going to feel terrible. When you're behind, you're not feeling it, great. AMC's going to feel better where I can poke from range and walk away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you're hitting everything, this guy's going to feel like you run the world. And I think that's where people get kind of hung up on this god in general. What do you think, Star?
I'm kind of a snatty on this one. I think he's probably around AMC.
Okay.
In most situations you're picking on her, there's usually just a better hunter to pick. But Honor does have certain matchups that are really good, and certain matchups that are really bad. So he's a tough one. I think he's probably A or A+ though.
Chat's yelling, I need an on her connoisseur to join, bro. All the on her mains are gonna hate me, but it is what it is.
Dude, he's my most played guy.
I think he's fantastic. I genuinely believe he's very good. But like I said, I don't think anyone objectively can argue. He's one of those, similar like Athena, right? When you're hitting the scythe, if you're hitting, you're hitting, and if you're not, it feels terrible.
Yeah, I mean the problem with on her though is that he has to walk up to clear the wave, and like that's
true.
That's kind of the issue with
that
him.
Can be forgiven a bit more now.
Yeah, now it's a bit better, but
yeah, no, it's still an issue. I'm
That's
with you on that.
Anubis. I mean, dude, I can't talk enough about this god, we can't talk enough about this god. This god is pretty bad. A lot of it's just the immobility, right? You drop an anti-heal, you get a burst maze, this guy's just dead. I'm sorry. He has incredible amounts of damage. He is too situational, in my opinion. I think we could definitely put him above an all pouch because he has CC, because we have a slow, and his ult's mental, and you can go straight for bull. So I could put him with a B. All right, maybe in a situational moment last pick, we can talk an A, but I think we drop him in a B.
Yeah, I honestly think the starters hurt him. Because one thing he had was that kind of cheesy
The
clear
damage.
pressure,
Yeah.
and it's not that impactful anymore. Uh, I don't want to put him like in C. I do think he's at the top of B probably. I would rather have an Anubis than an Alma most of the time, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
I think he's probably B tier. Like
Mm-hmm.
stars being added didn't benefit him at
Yeah.
all, I don't think.
Because which one do you really go? I guess you go Vamp Shroud.
Yeah,
It's
I
kind
don't
of
know.
weird.
That's the thing. There's
Yeah.
like no starter that's like really good on him. So
Because
I
you
think
want to get the Bancrofts on as soon as possible. Yeah.
right, yeah.
No, for
Yeah.
sure. All right, y'all got to calm down with the on here. Like, I get you, boys. I hear it. We got a bunch of on here connoisseurs. You guys are phenomenal with this god. And this is one of the things I'm going to make clear. When you have your god come up, you guys piloting it might bring this to S+, right? You're absolutely mental on these gods, or even maybe you're an all potch god and you're mental with this god. Maybe bring them to A+. Inherently, where we're putting these gods does not mean where they belong. If you're feeling yourself, you're exceptional on that god, maybe you bring it up to the top level of gameplay, and it deserves to be ban worthy, right? Like a conversation, we start talking about I'll just use a random example, right? Of adapting in the SBL. Everybody knows his Thor is mental, so we ban it. It's a respect ban. Maybe you have that ability on those gods. You're really good at it. We're talking inherently across the board. Just base stats, understanding kind of how the gods interact at a high level. That's all we're looking at here. I get there's some stuff to it, but just make sure we're on the same page. So AO, I think AO is a little bit of a spicy pick, right? We're talking about tank AO or starters being back. I think that helped him in a big way as far as buffing him, mainly because of that execution, right? Being able to work him down, similar like we talked about with the Achilles, into a double front line and work maybe Bruiser-esque, and then actually getting those executes off on those tanks that may not have the chance to go beads. In the situation of him versus Achilles, you're going to have to have Aegis. A little bit different. I'm not an AO connoisseur by any means. I genuinely would probably drop him in an A above the Anubis Amaterasu because of the execution and because of the starters being in there. And maybe someone pilots that to an A+, but that's kind of where I sit with it. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. He's another god that I think like in contests might be okay, but he kind of has the same issue as on her where I just don't like. I haven't seen a single AO game obviously this patch, but before then I really wasn't seeing it either. So I don't really want to put him even in A tier. I feel like you'll see all your A tier picks. I would if I'm putting him in A, I'd probably put him at like the very tail end of it.
Okay. I will say I saw him a ton prior to starters being removed, and then them obviously coming back. I expect them with time to be brought back in, right?
Yeah.
Especially as like the double front line starts to really be fleshed out and emerge, if you will. I think those executions will play a large part, and maybe you see a cheeky Thana tank, but that's just kind of where I sit with it. I think the execution I find hard pressed to lower him because of that into the double front line, especially when I think of maybe a little bit inexperienced of players where they're out of position. Maybe they think I'm tanky, and then they have to deal with that, and they're getting executed, and that changes the course of the game. I think that's a big point to be made. Star, what do you think?
Well, I think the best thing about Alquan is the fact that he forces the entire enemy team to get beads. Other than that, I think this god he's the biggest bait god. I think people think he's way better than he actually is. I think he's B tier.
Okay. It's not, you said B2, right? Or
yeah, I'd say like top of B or bottom of A.
All right, well, I'll put him top of B now because you guys are saying B, but we'll leave it at that. Aphrodite. Obviously, this god saw the light. Yeah. She saw the light for a while and then got nerfed pretty hard. I'm not a massive fan of this god. I think it's kind of a bait, in my opinion, or a cheese. I think if you're going to go a healing, you're probably going to go a Hell, who's going to do everything way more exceptional. But at the same time, you can't knock the alt if you are linked and you have a good Afro. You could talk B because of all the nerfs, but starters, you could talk an A. I mean, it just depends on the composition. But then you start talking about compositions and situational again, I want to drop it lower. What do you think?
Yeah. I don't know. I just think of like, because you even say that I'm trying to think when I would pick an Afro, because I think of Afro, and I'm like, okay, you've got an immunity, maybe like into an Achilles or something that could be good, to immunity executes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I really think about it, and it's like, okay, so you're not running Afro full damage. That feels terrible, especially with how she's been like shifted.
Yep.
She has those non-conquest nerfs now, so you have to run her tank. You're not going to do Aphrodite as her solo magical. So are you going a tank Afro with a mage hunter? That doesn't feel good. So you have no front line. So are you
Mm-hmm.
going to do double guardian with an Afro? Well, like, or Afro is one of your guardians. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Then you have a guardian hunter. Like, I guess you could do that, and that sounds okay, but dude, I wouldn't feel confident in winning that game if I had that, like, probably ever. So, I mean, B tier seems harsh, but I don't know.
I think the best week. I can't put her above an AMC. What's up, son? How are you, man? I can't put her above an AMC. I'm sorry. With all the nerfs,
might
like
be
base
A.
stats, I think you have to
Yeah.
put it. We could talk about the tail end of A, maybe B, but because of all that, it's just hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have a Afro than a. Well, oh jeez, I see. That's the thing. I don't even know. Maybe not. It feels so awkward to put her on a draft right now.
Hmm.
I really don't know where I'd fit her. At least like Anubis, it's like, okay, I need damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I
But
mean it's one of
this,
those gods that
yeah.
there's other gods that do it better, right? Like we talked about.
Hmm.
What do you think, Star?
I personally put her A tier, the tail end of A.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She at the end of the day, she's a healer. Healers
Yeah,
are always going
that's
to be valuable in Joust.
Hmm.
Okay. And maybe that like you're gonna find value into the execute, a Scylla reset, any form of that. Maybe big burst where you maybe don't have relics and you find the value of the alt. It goes really large. So, and maybe an alternate timeline to be even more cheeky. Apollo, right? Honestly, I think this god is strictly global based for the most part. I've tried it so many times to make it cheeky and fun. I don't think he finds a place in Joust, honestly, because his dash can get too easily caught. His alt is not a team alt at all. It's just I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of this, even
Yeah.
with his passive. I'd rather see an Anubis than Apollo on my team, and that's really hard to say. I can't really, maybe not because of an ADC, but he's definitely one of the worst ADCs to have on your roster. I probably hover him at C, maybe tail B, but I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about him.
I think literally just because he's a hunter and he can use the build good, like pretty well, just going like a Cowl, Griffin Wing build. Just because he's a hunter and can use that build well, he can't be terrible. He's definitely bad. I'd put him in B tier
Okay.
just because
Any
he's so
particular
much
place
worse
in
than the
B?
other hunters. I'd probably put him
Like ahead of Anubis?
yeah, right above Anubis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I could get
maybe above A.
And that's only because he's an ADC that can
Oh,
build
yeah,
that, right?
literally,
That's
that's it.
literally it. Which is really that's insane to say. What do you think, Star?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'd probably put him in C just because you're basically playing like he doesn't have an ult. Like let's be
yeah.
honest, he just doesn't.
Yeah.
You stand still for 3 seconds and then you go up in the air and then you're running away half the time. Like it could be nice to like take poke, pressure fire giant, and then you could back and then ult back to fire, but I've never seen that
Yeah.
honestly.
Those fights
Yeah,
are so
yeah.
quick. It's so rare to
Yeah.
make that.
I think B's probably I'd probably put him in C, but I think B's fine.
Arachne's
Okay.
SS is crazy.
Oh,
Arachne.
that's rough.
This god, in my opinion, it has to be one of the worst
Yeah.
in Smite that needs a rework in general. A lot of it's just she's
Yeah.
very one-on-one based, right? You're not getting a one-on-one for the most part.
Non-conquest buffs?
Not that I saw.
No, I don't think
Oh my
so.
god, she needs him more than literally any god in the game.
She's what's
Yeah.
up, Jan? She's terrible. I can't say this
Yeah.
enough. Honestly, I would argue probably D. Now, the only reason I wouldn't put her in D is the starters, where you can run it Bruiser, and maybe you can get cheeky with the slow, and maybe you can get like, oh, I'm getting a little wrap in, but I'm sorry, like, it's so hard not to say she's one of the worst gods in the game right now. She's just terrible. But I think the only place I can have that argument is drop a starter on her and build her tank. You have a slow, you have a wrap, I can alt away or alt in, but outside of that, I can't really argue it.
I'd put her in D. I don't know.
Yeah.
You look at like Ao Kwang and Ama. Part of the issue they have in the early is they're not. I mean, they might be, but they're usually not contributing that much to the clear just because it's kind of risky or they don't have great range.
Yeah.
Even then, they can find their own ways to. This guy literally just can't do anything, like literally nothing. So if you can get some like wrap around, like start at the purple maybe, and you don't get spotted because you do something with that,
Yeah.
I guess so. But like wave pressure wise, you literally never will have it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's just yeah. No, you're just
And
losing.
like, let's be honest, starters do make her better. You're never getting to the point where you're finishing.
Yeah,
them.
you're not.
You're
No,
losing. You are losing before you
Yeah.
finish that starter.
You're not wrong.
9 times out of 10.
It's like protector. I could really think of it being good, but again, you play through lanes.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
you want to go Death's Toll? No. Bluestone, I guess.
I
don't know.
generally don't
Yeah.
think there's a big sell on that god. You're just gonna get wrecked.
I think
I'm
the only
sorry.
way she's viable, honestly, is probably full damage. I think you
Yeah.
probably need to
Which
go
is
full
an
damage.
insane risk when you think about
And
it.
then, yeah, and you just need to, like, the only chance you have is blinking the backliner and then ulting after them,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
All right, this one is one of the more, and again, I'm going to kind of bring it to the forefront, guys, when we start talking about gods. Ares, right? A reason why I think Ares is one of those conversations, starters being in it, where you start talking about bruiser guardians, warriors, assassins. These are the and in my opinion, they're going to be kind of the controversy and some of those topics, kind of cheeky buildups. Ares chains cooldowns got buffed, right? By 2 seconds, lowering it. That is a massive deal when people start thinking about how easy it is to proc that. He's throwing out chains. 2 seconds off that is insane. When you start hitting those, I think this god can be very good. However, you can have those conversations where he can be a really good bruiser, lockdown, cripple, whatever. If they drop an absolution, if they build around it, you lack that. We start talking situational again. I honestly think, as far as Guardians, he's not going to be cream of the crop, but I think I drop him an A+ with those chains buff, with the starter. Maybe in a great situation last pick where we're rounding off a comp really well, we can talk about an S, but I can't see him over, hey, I got a Fafnir who has a disarm stun and has a minute in his ult right now, or I have the new god who's, we can go into these conversations for days, but that's where I kind of want to drop in Ares. What do you think?
Yeah, I really like Ares. I think you've got that situational kind of spot where one thing that really benefits him, just looking at this list so far, Achilles, Agni, AMC, I would say he's really good into those three, pretty good into on her. And obviously a lot of gods haven't been, shown yet, but being good into good characters is also important. Granted, um, if you pick Ares early, there's certain gods that can kind of just ruin his day. Also, Ares to me, I felt like has had a little bit more success in games where you have like supplementary engage. You're not the only person, especially if they have like a lot of cleanses and stuff. Like if there's a Kyra and there's a Hell, you really don't want to play it. Just because the fact that I think you need to hold the pick a little bit, I'd put him in A+.
Okay, star.
This is where I think he's either S or S+, personally.
Ooh,
I think
okay.
I think that god is insane. I need
I
to
can
test
see
it,
it.
but I'm pretty sure you can have infinite chains
Yeah, you can.
if you build max.
I'm not going to tell
If
you.
you-
I
it's
know which one you're
super
talking about.
close.
We've tested that, by the way. Yes,
It's
you can.
super close. Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, you can have infinite
You
chains.
almost did before the buff with I guess I'll just say it, with the 50% CDR build with Bobble. However, because of the 2 seconds less, you can do it without that now. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want to make. I do not want to explain how, because I don't want to deal with it. But you can.
Yeah.
It is possible. by the
And
way.
another buff he got was his 2 now gives 30% CCR, right?
Yep.
At level 1.
Yep. All
And that
levels.
was-
All levels. So you just have to put
Yeah, yeah,
one level.
all-
You
yeah,
put one
yeah.
level in it. You're proccing it, and it's great for a fight. Yeah.
And that was like one of his bigger downsides is that you could lock an Ares down.
Yeah.
But honestly, that 30% CCR helps a lot. I think he's S tier. I think his 2 is an insane ability. It gives
Mhm.
what, like 40 HP 5 and like 40 prots or something like that.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
just
Close to.
for your
a
whole
lot.
for your whole team, and it's on a pretty short cooldown,
Yeah.
and you're building cooldown on him. And I think he's I think he's S tier. He's good into
That's
most
fair.
guardians. He's good into almost all guardians,
Mhm.
except like Kabrakin.
Into the double
I
front
guess.
line, really good. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
Like his biggest counters are like Baron and Kabrakin, and like that's
could-
the only time I don't want to play Ares.
Listen, I can have that argument, especially if you throw a bruiser at him. Dude, this god's oppressive. He can do half your health, if not freaking kill you, right? If he's hitting those chains. So I can see that. I could see the S. I really could. I think that, in my opinion, he's kind of creeped his way into some on bad P's and B's. That's just where I sit with it. But it's one of those, like, there are counters to it. Then again, there's counters to every god. So I could see it dropping an S. I could be cool with that. What do you think, Stanley?
Yeah, I'm putting him at the right above Agni and A+. I'll put him at the top of A+ just for now. I've had a couple of sour games with it, unfortunately. So maybe
I have a question. Were you solo tank Ares? Because I think he's not.
Sure. And,
yeah, I don't think he's very good solo tank.
Yeah.
You have to have him double, for sure.
Definitely.
Because if he's that solo target, he does die.
Yeah, you can run him solo tank, but I think he shines in a double front.
Yeah, because if you get too caught up in, like, okay, I want a mage hunter follow-up, it really doesn't work that well. You need beats pull on, like, frontliners. Yeah, so if you have a Bacchus or something with it, or Achilles, I think it'd be a lot better.
But then if we start talking... Okay, and again, I'm throwing this out there, right?
Yeah.
If we start talking about a situation like where it has to be with the double front line, doesn't that bring the tier down, or at least the conversation of it tiered down, because he's not like,
sense,
hey, this is what I want.
I think the difference here is that okay, so like we're saying Achilles is really good, but he's even better when they have double tank. The thing with Ares, I think that makes it easier is you can always have a double tank draft. You know what I mean? So the god is enhanced by your draft, not by theirs, or not. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah.
If you run double tank, it's really good, and if you don't, it's still pretty good. But you never will be kept from going double tank. That's just not possible. And if they pick Achilles, which is like the quote unquote double tank counter, I mean Ares is your best guardian into Achilles. I would say.
I think I'll leave him at tail end of S for now, because I trust me, as a DPS player, I think that guy is mental right now with that buff.
Yeah.
And I am gonna say it. And Star's not wrong. We have tested. You can do perma chains. You have to practice it. I'm not going to explain how to do it because, again, I don't want to deal with it. It is possible that God's busted. He is. Artemis.
Yep.
Artemis is one of those god. Again, ADC, right? The only thing that this god doesn't have is mobility or dash, right? She has the mobility with movement speed. However, this god is a team fight god, right? And when you're talking about, again, go back to the double front line, you start talking about a warrior assassin. Again, on top of this god, yes, you can bore, yes, you can relic, but like, there's no, hey, I can dash away, or I can Hachiel, or I can X-ball dash, or that loses a lot of it for me versus an AMC that can do a lot of the range poke. I just have my 3 and was throwing it from range, right? I have to put her behind an AMC. I can't reasonably put her above and on her or an AMC, in my opinion. That's where, and again, she's an ADC. You build a comp around her, she can be excellent, but can you put her above some of that range poke? I can't.
I'm with you on that. She's definitely better than Apollo because she has an ult, and I know these builds aren't really done much, but if you were to get a gilded build online or something like that, she just shreds with any kind of crit builds. I mean, that's really late and that's slow. You have a big issue with clear. I don't think she's quite like Ao Kuang, but in the sense of like needing to force speeds on frontliners, but you could argue there's a little bit of that there. I don't know. I think I'd put her in A tier, but probably on the low side.
Okay. Yeah, I think A tier is fine with her.
Yeah.
I don't have much to add to that one.
The next one, I think, is one of those conversations that it was buffed actually fairly well with 10% or 10 damage overall on base stats, is Artio, right? I think this guy, again, situationally, but very good, lacks the CC immunity in all, right? I'm feeling good, Petty. How are you, man? That's the only reason I don't think she's, like, insanely good right now. But with that cripple field for the dashes on a front line, with that roar, with now that base damage kind of buffed, and you drop in a starter for a little bit of bruisability, I think this guy can be really good. Again, it comes to the conversation, where do you drop it? I have a hard time, especially with the base stats, from what I have observed of her, especially with those gods, maybe a double front line, want dashes, etc., not dropping her in an A. I don't know. Maybe it becomes cheeky and someone really exploits those damage buffs to her. Maybe it goes a little higher, but from what I've seen, I'd probably drop it A.
Yeah, I do the same. You look at every god that we have in A+ or S, they're all good into her. That's
true. Like
usually a bad sign. Yeah. Now she's good into some stuff. I think healing, obviously is important in this mode. Probably less because of Tainted.
Yeah.
Tainted is definitely something you could slot in. Also, she's really, really mana hungry, so and that's not a huge issue because like you'll get a blue, But generally, if you're playing Artio, I feel like she's one of those gods that you want to go tier 1 spikes, like off the base with a starter. And if you do that, you're delaying Thebes. Again, you don't have to do that, but then it feels kind of awkward. I'd put her in A tier. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to play her. I
Yeah.
think she could be A plus, but I think A
Mhm.
tier is perfectly fine for now.
Yeah.
I think you'll like the damage, and maybe with time you'll think it's A plus. I'll be honest with you, especially with the starters. But again, it's one of those, like, I think she could be S or A plus, if not S, if you're playing into a Fenrir or a tier where you're getting some max value off that cripple field, and then we're doing damage, or a Bassett, right? But if we don't have that, then we lose some of that value, and then you're playing
Yeah.
into an Ares and you're getting crapped on by it. So that's where you lose a lot of that, in my opinion. Why I put it in A. But Athena.
Yeah.
I love this god. Obviously, again, we start talking about the global use from the alt. There's not a ton of that in Joust, although the mitigations, we start talking about alt and the taunt. The taunt is mental. The problem I have with taunt, right, and you can start talking about a situation of building a comp around that taunt, is finding a ton of value, and we start talking about burst. It would burn a ton of relics or alts or relics with the taunt pressure. However, when your taunt's down, what much else are you giving outside of auras? I arguably can't put her above some of the top 5 guardians unless you're building a comp on that. And for that, I have to drop her A, maybe A plus again with the mitigations, or maybe you have a really solid game on it. I can't see anything outside of that.
Yeah, I'd put her in A too. I think having like a taunt might be better into a single frontline kind of situation, but if there's 2 frontliners, like one can always kind of peel the other one out or get on the back line. So that follow-up isn't really that relevant, or that setup isn't always that relevant.
Yeah.
And so I think she's okay. Like the ult can be used really, really well sometimes, but I feel like there's also probably games you'll play this guy and it won't be used effectively at all. So probably
Yeah,
a little worse than Artio to me.
Oh, I think she's above Artio.
Okay.
But
Like,
still A tier.
so
Just
like
because you're typically building a team comp around an Athena
that's for
rather
sure.
than like counterpicking someone with an Athena.
Which is what
That's
Mario
fine.
does.
Yeah.
That's solid. I could agree with that. Any other feedback on that star?
No, I mean, no, not really.
Atlas.
I
This
hate
god, I'm sorry,
Annoying.
I have to have a very real conversation of an S. Why I say
Yeah.
that? You have prot tread, you have a slow, you have a pull, and he does, his base stats are just so dumb. There's no
Yeah, I think
need
it's
for what
an
he
easy
has.
one. This
And his
to me is
health
a lot.
pool. How health, like, it is so
Yeah.
hard to kill this god.
You got easy East-F procs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tainted's great on him. Warriors is great on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
easy
is
S.
just an S tier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he above Achilles though?
I think he's. I think Ares is better than us. I think he's right there.
I
Okay.
think this turns into one of those conversations, right? Like you mentioned earlier, Achilles is good into Atlas. Why? The execution, right? So like, are you really gonna put him above the god that was the reason you picked that? Well, part of the reason you picked that god is that, you know what I mean? So no, I can't see it above
Yeah.
Achilles. Now that's the unforeseen reason of like, hey, an Ares versus an Atlas. But again, Ares is a good matchup in Atlas because the knockup immunity, you have your chains, you don't have a CC immune all Atlas unless
Yeah.
you're going
I think I'll
absolution.
put
So
Achilles. For me, I'm gonna put Achilles above in mine. Mainly also because Guardians, you have a lot of good ones. Warriors, you have less good warriors than good Guardians. You know what I mean? So if you don't get an Atlas and a team gets an Atlas, yeah, he's an S tier god, but you never really feel like there's a mismatch because you can always get something comparable Guardian wise.
there's a lot of good guardians right now. I
Yeah,
would say.
Achilles, that's not really the same in terms of warriors. You got a couple that are good, but
It's
usually worse.
not a massive list. So
Yeah.
this turns into this conversation, guys. This is the fun stuff, right? The assassin tab in general, especially with the starters being added. This one being a Willix. Now, Willix base damage, I've seen some cheeky Willixes. Obviously, this god thrives off of your jumps. It's going to be base stats as a whole. I think I drop her in an A, maybe a B. Mainly just because outside of, hey, we start talking about pulling someone in or they beads it, we have beats pressure on people that have leaps, where we have a knock up, we combo with a Sobek or an Atlas pull, we can get some of that pressure with that. outside of that, I'm not gonna see a ton of this character when there's just other assassins that do it better. There just are.
Yeah. When you're going into like, Wilix is one of those gods. She's more so in that full damage, semi ability, auto attack kind of
Mhm.
sphere, which assassins that kind of fit that mold, not quite because it's difficult, but like Hunbats is sort of in that, Pele's sort of in that. You could argue like Nemesis a little bit. None of those gods are very good. Um, is she better than those? Probably. I think like full damage can kind of like cheese and win you games, especially climbing. But I think we're looking at this more so in, you're not expecting like a huge skill difference between two teams. I just wouldn't see the point of playing her. I think she doesn't force bees the way like AO does with
Mhm.
like making frontliners buy it. Her clear pressure is better than AO's, definitely, and like her fight early game is way better, but what's the like so much of this mode is about clear pressure. If you can't clear the wave, it doesn't matter how good your fight is. And she's not
She
gonna
doesn't
help
offer
that
much on
much.
that. Yeah.
Hey,
So
she
I
could
would
throw
say B.
3.
Yeah. Yeah.
With blue
If you're
scale.
maxing your 3, your fight's worse. So it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
You
exactly.
hit him. I hit that archer, man. It's dead. I knocked it up. Here we go. It's
so is she
big.
below AO, above? I don't know.
I think she's probably below AO.
Yeah,
Or that,
I'd
at
probably put her
least,
below.
yeah, I think she's probably below AO.
Yeah.
Definitely not below Apollo, so we're good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly, she is probably better than Apollo because she has
Yeah.
an ult.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Baba Yaga. A lot of this god is just, let's be honest, you throw a cloak on it, and because cloak can now be stacked via her passive and the base damage even with cloak, this god does stupid damage, is tanky. It's hard to deal with unless we're running that double front line, one of which being a damage front line, to really burst it or sunder or lock it down.
Mhm.
Without it returning that same damage is why you're seeing it a lot. I'm gonna honestly probably drop this in an S tier as far as mages
Yeah.
because it's safe. It has the knock-up ability or knock-up immunity in her dash. Even though a lot of what people have thought was clunky was her ult, which is a knockback if done right, or her dash getting caught. There's like her only negatives in my opinion. Outside of that, I think the god's just well, obviously in duration or time it takes to cast a potion, but it's not. That's neither here nor there.
Yeah. I think she's maybe a very tad, like a very tiny bit overrated, just a very tiny bit. That being said, I don't know. She doesn't really use the tablet build that well, but you don't need to go it. You could just go like a Book of Thoth, Karen's Quinn Cloak build, or you could go Warlocks even if you still wanted to.
Mhm.
Sands of Time is really good on her. Going Timeline is a great feeling. You could even go Conduit if you really wanted to. So you have a lot of build paths, and they're all strong. That's usually a really good sign. I'd put her above Atlas, but not above Achilles, personally, in S
Do you
tier.
think above Atlas on this?
Yeah, just because again, like I'm basing, and maybe this is like a little bit unfair, but I'm thinking of comparable picks.
Mm-hmm.
As a mage, you have other good mages that are very, very good, but I think Atlas has more contemporary frontliners that are like, if one team gets Atlas and the other team doesn't, there's not really a big mismatch. Whereas with Baba, there feels like a bigger gap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe that's just the other mages not being as good as some of the Guardians, but yeah, I'd rather like I'd first pick Baba in some games. I don't think I'd first pick Atlas over Baba ever.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
I think Bob was probably S plus. I think Timeline put her just way up there. Like
That's true. I didn't
a
think
Baba
about
Yaga
timelines
with
on
Cloak and Timeline is so annoying to fight. I know
Mhm.
like it's kind of the whole conversation like if she gets to the point of timeline,
Mhm.
she probably will is the thing.
That's true. Her
especially at
defense
high
is really
levels.
good.
Like and I think she stacks tablet pretty well because she does get 2 charges of her potion,
Yeah.
right?
So it's not terrible. No, it's definitely not terrible. It's not
I think
Agni or Merlin, but it's not terrible at all.
yeah, I would
It
personally put her in S plus.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's tough because I think it just sort of depends. Like criteria S plus, I always think of S plus as like a perma ban. Baba doesn't get perma banned, but gets banned enough that you could definitely make the argument. She gets
Mhm.
banned more than Achilles, so I'm gonna move her above Achilles. I'll move her at the top of S for me. I don't think S plus is bad though at all.
Yeah, I like her. The worst part about her is her jump. It's
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
you can interrupt it pretty easily.
hmm Yeah, with
Um,
some gods, right?
When
Yeah,
you're
some
running a
gods are
yeah,
double tank, but
sure,
typically
but
when you're running like a
yeah.
beefy front line like an Atlas, it's great because
hmm
we have that knock up immunity.
Yeah, no, and that's a good point. I mean, look, Baba's got counters. Thor's one of them. Ganesh is one of them. Ares is one of them. But when you get the build online,
Oh, it's
it
insane.
means a lot less. It really
Yeah,
does.
because she can just press 4.
Just yeah, just
Yeah,
just
so
tank through it.
so yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
I'm
say S
I
plus
thi-
for now. We'll at the tail end of
yeah,
it,
Yeah, I
we'll
think
review it for
yeah,
sure.
I think that's this one.
yeah,
I'm
I
putting her at
think
the top S.
I think either
Yeah.
S or S plus is fine for her.
Okay.
hmm
Yeah, I'll hover gods again. We'll be like, hey, looking at this, is there certain gods we'd move around or do X, Y, and Z? But Bacchus,
hmm
Bacchus, we have to have him in S minimum. Why I say that? Obviously, what are some of the largest and best CC in the game? I don't think anyone here can argue it's going to be a knock-up, right? Because you can
hmm
boost beats at midair. You have that anti-heal. You have a double stun with his burp and his leap. You have his ult, which is a massive source of damage. We can build Bruiser if you want to go the Guardian Warrior ADC or Guardian Assassin ADC. So it offers some of that variability to builds or compositions. I think the other part of what plays really well with him is Pride Wind, and Pride Wind being really good right now. Obviously, this god plays a forefront to that, or Absolution even when you're playing in twin areas. That's obviously really good. I think we have to have him in this conversation of like top 5 guardians. He has to be there. He has to be
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
He's an S for sure. Would I put him above Atlas? I think so.
Yeah,
I don't
think
know.
so.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's tough.
I mean,
It's a,
I think Bacchus is probably one of the safest first picks you
mhm.
can go.
That's a good
Yeah,
point. Yeah.
and I think he's probably the best god with like the blink ult Pride
hmm
one. I think he's
Yeah.
probably the best god that utilizes that.
hmm No, that's a great point. Yeah. You can kind of pick him into anything, which feels great. I'd put him in S. Yeah. Above Atlas. Yeah. Above Achilles. Honestly, maybe.
Yeah, he might
Uh,
be.
Scyther,
let me
appreciate the
think.
follow. Again, as far as like where they are in line,
Yeah.
we'll rearrange it a little bit.
Okay.
For
Fair enough.
now, especially as we keep adding them, it's going to be like we want
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
try to get through
That's
the
a
meat
good
of
point.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
We'll get to that.
so I do agree, especially when you start talking about matchups. Like, oh, how's he do against Ares? He belongs to this category. We'll rearrange it when we get there.
Yeah.
Bakasura, this is one
Yeah.
of
You're
those.
hovering him a bit too high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bakasura is yeah, it's true. As far as conversations, Assassins obviously is an alt bot in my opinion. When you're hovering around, you want that. A lot of it is why he does well in Conk, because he's very farm heavy. You can go around and use that consume to get rid of buffs. And because buffs were nerfed as far as XP and gold, and your prioritization is wave in Joust, and because he doesn't offer a ton of that, hey, I'm like Snatty was talking about hitting on earlier, I offer a lot as far as helping clear. I'm not really
Yeah.
getting in range to do that. I have a hard conversation of not putting him above a B area where he doesn't
Yeah.
offer anything in the side of that unless you're dropping, hey, I'm going Bruiser and I'm slapping on a Kins at the end and hoping we can kill a tank. Which again, other
Yeah.
guys do it better.
Yeah. I think like if you go like a tanky starter, you can at least like walk up, eat a minion. That kind of helps the wave clear, but
Yeah, you
Better eat
yeah,
that brute, bro. Yeah.
eat the brute,
yeah, that's it. I don't know. I'd rather have, and at this point, I'd rather have an Awilix than a Baka. I'd put him in B.
Okay.
I put him in C. I don't think he really provides anything other than his
That's
ult.
yeah, that's fair. You could put him in.
Like a lot of these auto
Bad.
attack assassins, they did not benefit from this starters
Very
being
true.
re-added.
You need like Eye's your only good one, but
Yeah.
not. It's not a lane item, so
Like
it doesn't
if
matter.
War Flag was back in the game, I think
Mhm.
they'd be much better off. But
Yeah.
like no starter really fits them except maybe like Animosity or Death's Temper or Death's Embrace.
Yeah, but again, like those stars don't. You can't.
but you're not getting them
proc
to level 20. You're not
Yeah.
getting to level 20, and
Yeah.
you're not making it to level 20
Mhm.
most likely.
Yeah. No, honestly, I think you swayed me. I'd put him above Op Watch.
Above up watch, okay.
Yeah,
Baron
he's-
Samdi. Bruiser Mage, honestly, I think he's better
Yeah.
Bruiser mainly because of his ult,
Definitely.
right? Where you're being in that
Mhm.
range, you're pulling someone in, you have to build a Bruiser. I think you go full damage. I think you're, in my opinion, trolling on this god, but that's neither here nor there. This god, a lot of it's just that heal, right? That root and build. Like when you're talking
Yeah.
about your snake on an immobile target that doesn't have a dash, it does really well. Like into an AMC, for example, where I can root it, I can build Bruiser, pull him in, and let my DPS burst it, and then get a little heal off, a little cheeky movement speed with it. I would hover him typically around A because of his matchups into most of this category, right? Because you're playing in AMC, Artemis, etc. Now you start talking about putting him above that. It's hard. It's situational to do that. I'd probably put him above maybe the AMC. See, but AMC's clear. I can't. I don't know. Talk to me
I
on
think
this.
him being a backline mage, even though you're building Bruzy, it's sort of like the Aphrodite thing. It's different, obviously, because he's got more engage, I guess, but he's the definition of like a counter pick god, and those can never be that great on a tier list because you're always picking them as a response pick. You're never opening with a Baron, and if somebody first picked a god, I don't think you're ever responding in your top two, like, returning with a Baron. So he's your second pick from first, or he's your bottom phase lock in. I think he's like the definition of A tier. I'd like him more than Afro, but I don't know. There's just so many games I think he could be invisible. So counter games, sure, I think he feels great sometimes, but his sample size is so small because you're never gonna play him like consistently.
And like versus like your S at A plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm fine with him in A tier. I think he's pretty underplayed right now. I think he's I personally think he's probably A plus, but I'm fine with putting him in A tier. I just think he's underplayed right now, and
I think
he
you should be playing him more.
He might
sure.
be. Yeah.
And I know you're saying like if you're picking him to counter pick, you can't really put him high on a tier list, which I can see, but he does.
He is good into some
counter
of those
picks
gods.
a lot of counters a lot of the top guardian picks, which is like
True. But then
Yeah,
it turns into one of those
that's where it
conversations,
makes
right?
me
Like this
think
is always the
maybe,
hard
yeah.
part about tier lists, where you start talking S, S plus, A plus, like everything above that. Like typically, I'm going, okay, these gods are picked. It's hard to be like, does he fit the category? Does he beat those other gods out? Because those would be the ones I'm picking first.
Yeah, definitely.
I think A tier is probably fine though. For now.
Bastet. What are we thinking here? Now this god, I think you have to be going almost full damage. You can put a little bruiser to it, but this god can do some incredible damage to a single DPS backline, or even technically a double. Like for that Thoth, right, where I can jump in, scratch, and your root, I just jump back out, no big deal, or I can get a nice cheeky vault off. I think this god can do really well, but again, it turns into those counter picks where you have to deal with an RDO. What's in Ares, RDO, Ganache. Like, because of what's in, I think you lose some of the height off this god. Last pick can be really exceptional, but I think, honestly, as far as an assassin goes, for her base damage, I think I have to have her, like, A plus area, kind of in that area for me.
I think she's sneaky good. Yeah, I actually think she's sneaky good. She's usually, like, considered a cheese pick, and she definitely is. But at doing that, she's really good in that avenue. Her ult is awful still, so that's kind of the biggest problem I have with her. The damage is way too low, the cooldown is way too high. Obviously, like, I don't also think she's got that like presence fear factor to make frontliners go beads. I'd put her in A tier, above Afro, but below Baron.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Oh no, this one.
Yeah.
Bologna. This one I've seen you on there. I don't know what.
I love Bologna. This god is dog shit though.
I think
no war flag, no Bologna in my mind.
Yeah. This guy could be really exceptional, but I think she's B. I'm sorry. Because, like, when you think a B or A, yeah. Why I say that, right? What would you rather see, a Bologna, or would you rather see a Fafnir or a Nike? Who have the disarm, who have that ability to play really well into ADCs, or Xing Chen even, right? Like, the anti-ADC is what I think of this god. That's what associates to my mind is, hey, I build auto attack, and I do really well into the ADCs with my block stacks. Well, other gods do it better. So I could have a conversation at A, but
I don't know. And whenever because this is sort of solely in bias, this god, I mean, Huntress have been so good this season in patches and spreads, not always, but sometimes. And she was still unplayable. I mean, none of her starters are good. Deathstool's just bad. If Deathstool's bad, she's going to be bad. War Flag you can't buy. Again, if you go in Animosity Axe build, I'm sure it feels okay. You could go, what is it called? Vital Amplifier? Is that whatever one you heal with the Scourge? You get some attack speed. That's like viable, I guess. At least she can benefit in terms of helping with clear. But she's one of those guys that even if you build her kind of tanky, her clear is so unsafe unless you're maxing your Scourge, which you can do, and that's fine. I don't know. She's not Arachne bad. She's better than Baka. I think she's the top of C or bottom of B, honestly.
I put her bottom of B. What do you think, Star?
Oh, yeah. Well, probably bottom of B, because
I'd rather have her pick Baka.
Yeah, she honestly utilizes Bluestone pretty well.
That could work, yeah.
She has 4 damaging abilities. And, like, I mean, like, the reason why she was so bad last patch is because there were no starters, and you cannot clear wave with
There's
Bologna.
nothing to build.
You
Yeah.
can't walk up into the wave. You just can't. I think she's probably
I mean,
probably
Berserk's
B.
got buffed too and stuff, right? So she's bad, but maybe she'll start to get a home
Yeah,
eventually.
I'll have to try her, I think, and see
Yeah.
how she goes. But I think B's fine.
Cool.
Gabrakan, I think a lot of what he finds his value in. Obviously, he's the double stun. He can utilize the tremors, right? But his ult is his most pivotal section that off. Make him go Phantom Shell. If we can lock down one target with it, it's insane. Now, where we drop him, that's hard. Honestly, because of base stats, and you have to get in range to do that damage, unless you're going to run a blink. I can't really put him above these top, the Ares, the Bacchus, and the Atlas. However, I could have a conversation at A plus or maybe even S in situations outside of that. I don't know.
Yeah, I like him into a lot of the really good hunters. Just to name a few, you have Chiron,
Yeah.
Hachi, X-Ball. Like I think Cab's gonna be pretty good into all of those. Even Baba, I know it's not a hunter, but Baba is pretty good into,
Because you can
or at
stun the
least he
dash
can
and
be.
lock
Not
it.
always, but
Yep.
can be. I wouldn't ever. I don't know. It's difficult. I think he's really good into some picks. Would I want him over a Bacchus or Atlas? Definitely not. In my opinion, I don't know. Honestly, I hate this god, like playing him. So this might be up to you guys a bit more. I'd put him A plus or bottom of S.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And I know we're not talking like
Yeah.
player skill, but
hmm
I think like a lot of people like he's kind of a bait god. Like people
Yeah.
think you can do more on him than you actually can.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the range issue
Yeah.
where you're getting, like, especially on sieges on Titans and stuff. You're so committal. Ares is committal too, but Ares at least you blink in. You don't have to ult. You can blink chain. You get the movement speed. You can backpedal out a little bit. Bacchus you can blink in, flop out if you need to. I'm not saying you're gonna do that, or at least you have an ult to, like mess up the fight and make some space. But Cab, it's so if you blink in and it doesn't,
Yeah.
like you
If
don't
you
get the
blink and
perfect
you
timing,
won,
it's just
you're
terrible.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you're
just a
just
sitting
done.
duck. You're
And
just
if
a
you
sitting
won
duck after your
beforehand,
one
it's
stun.
obvious what you're doing, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, in that way, I don't know. I look at like Cab's one of those guys that I think if you're into especially turtling comps, which is very common, right? Because double backline comps are so prevalent.
Mm-hmm.
He can really fall apart even in matchups he's supposed to be good in. Because look, he's supposed to be good into Agni AMC. If there's an Agni AMC hiding in their Titan, the Cab's not doing anything. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Unless they're committing on the tank, and I don't know. I'd put him at the top A plus, I guess. I think he's a bit baity too.
Yeah. I think that's
I
fair.
think A plus is good
Yeah.
on top of it. Camazotz. Obviously, this god can be really good, especially when you talk about blue buff being an aura,
hmm
right? This could be really exceptional. You have the god pools because it's one lane, right? We can work around
Yeah.
that, be kind of cheeky with it, and he offers a ton of dive ability if you run that double front line going at the front, right, or at the enemy DPS. I think it takes a while for him to come online, right? He does have the Screech
Yeah.
and everything else to kind of help with that clear, so I think he's a lot better than most assassins, but top echelon as far as assassins, I don't know.
Yeah, assassins are so like a lot of them are so bad. He might be in the top echelon, but that doesn't mean he's very good.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fair.
yeah, is he better than Bastet? No way. Is he better than a Wheelix? Definitely. To me, I don't. Thing is, like A, that's your like quintessential average
Mm-hmm.
tier. He's okay. You've got gods like Baron that aren't played really at all by most people,
Yeah.
but you can say okay, there's value there. Kama's not played like by anybody, it seems like, and I can't really sit there and like make the case so much. So if he's an A, he's dead last as of so far, I would say. But I'd probably put him at the top of B.
Okay.
I think he's probably better than Bastet.
Really?
I think his
Okay.
ult is much better than Bastet. He has the thing where he can just run in, and if he starts getting hit, he just presses 4,
Mm-hmm.
and then like he causes the backline to panic, which I think is pretty important.
Yeah.
Like it's not on the same level as like a Bacchus ulting, where but like he has that effect where like when he goes in, like the backline panics.
That's fair. Yeah, this is one of those guys that honestly, like, because I played Camo a bunch when he was good, not in Joust. I haven't really played a lot of camo recently. I think the bluestone really does help him. I need to play him more in this mode. I'm okay with putting him in A.
Yeah,
I
I think
just, yeah,
I think it's
it's
fine.
just the right thing for me.
All right,
Okay, the next led's
Cerberus.
cool. He got buffed recently twice.
He did.
Um,
Base stat damage.
yeah, I think in this mode, if you have a guardian that's like okay or in some sense good, there's so many guardians that are just better. There's
You
like
have to
no
put him A because
world.
he gets disrupted
Ye-
too much, like his breath. He's good into
yeah,
like healing, right? Because the anti-heal. However,
yeah.
because he
It
can be
just
disrupted, it's not great.
I'd honestly put him. I'd put him at the bottom of A because
Mm-hmm.
you look at every god that we've put so far in many of the ones, his ult. Are you ever ulting like an AMC and stuff if they're positioning right? Probably not. Agni's knockup immune. Ares is knockup immune. Tab, I guess, is fine, but even then, just like doesn't feel that great. Like Serb doesn't feel good into most Guardians, and that's a bad look. When you have something like Ares that's considered a counter pick, or even Arya that's considered a counter pick, it almost feels like Serb you don't want to play into most gods. I think the tainted like mix and match with his passive and whatnot is really valuable sometimes. Um, but even then, healers aren't being played that much. They're being played like enough that I guess he could be a pick. But again, I'd rather always just play Bacchus with Tainted than Serb. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
I'm biased towards Cerberus. I love this god,
hmm He's very fun.
but he's very inconsistent is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if
Yeah.
you're landing every single stun, like he's great, but
hmm
that's not an easy skill shot to hit time and time again.
Yeah.
And
And a thing is like, because an argument some people will make is like you shouldn't look at like you want to look at the god played in like its purest form. Like so with on her, maybe it could be higher because if you get max value out of it. But again, something you have to think about is like realistically against good players, it's not always going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're
And
not
the truth
realistically
is,
hitting
it's
every
like,
stun.
right? The truth is also, it's like, okay, am I going to spend that time like making sure I'm 85% accurate on something like Serb, let's say, and say that's a great game, or I can be 100% accurate on Bacchus? You know what I mean? For so
Yep.
much less,
Yeah, for
demanding
sure.
skill from it. So,
God kind of pilots himself first, so you have to like have a
yeah.
high skill cap for it. No,
Mhm.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sir Nuno's ADC wise, I think is phenomenal. Right, he's received several nerfs
hmm
to his two. A lot of it comes from his dash AA cancel or dash be like your root dash A cancel and getting the 2 to 3 autos off and doing that really well, exceptionally well once trained. However, we go to that whole conversation where you lack the CC immunity, right? You lack if I catch that dash or if you're dashing as soon as your dash is dead, you're dead, right? So
Yeah.
there's a when you're talking about your core source of damage in that is
Mhm.
that it's hard to put him outside of A. He has a great team fight all. He's obviously still an ADC, and you can't put him below Apollo, right? As an ADC, I'd probably hover him around A area, but I can't put him above. Um, I mean, maybe you start talking the conversation, put him like hover him around Artemis area, but you can't put him above an AMC.
I I honestly like Kern a lot. I think his ult's really useful. Now you could say Artemis is sort of in the same boat with like having useful, maybe a bit lackluster of a kit. Even then, though, I do like Kern a lot. His matchups into tanks can be a little dicey, but I think once you get your Dom and like Xe online,
Mm-hmm.
your fights are actually pretty decent. It's usually getting to that point. Mages have better clear with starters, so I think that helps him get off the ground a little bit. Um, I do like him. I'd put him in A plus behind on her and AMC and all that. Like at the
Uh,
back end of it. I don't
yeah,
know.
I think he's A plus. I think he's better than on her. I
Really?
think his
hmm
yeah. Well, his tank shred late game is
hmm
it's probably one of the best,
It is one of the best for
and
sure.
he has great lockdown as well.
Yeah.
Like
His ult's really really good.
yeah, I
Okay.
think he's A plus, and his clear is
Yeah.
not bad. And his clear is not bad.
Yeah,
So
it's not terrible.
and he shreds fire
Mhm.
as well.
That's
That's
true.
another thing that you need to think about.
Stance change, true.
I think he's definitely A plus.
hmm
Chalk.
He got buffed.
He did get
Um,
buff. He has starters.
Bluestone's in the game. Bluestone's
Bluestone's
in
in
the
the
Stone is in the
game
game.
too.
game.
What do you think?
I mean, he's okay. Flat protection amounts, any ability that increases your flat protections are going to be very, very good. And when a few patches ago, protections by default like statically decreased. So him getting, I believe it's 100 from his 2 and 4 stacks is like absurd. His ult having 50%, damage mitigations is also really good. With Chalk, you've always had this age-old problem of people being able to just kind of get away from you. In this mode, there's less space to run away. Obviously, you're always going like Blink on these kind of gods. You could go Pridwin as well for the slow and whatnot. I'm not sure how good that functions on Chalk, but you've got decent avenues to him. Anti-auto attack is really useful. I don't know. This guy's weird to me because I don't see him played enough to form a great opinion, and I don't want to put him in the tier of like A plus because I see like an Agni or something, and I'm like, well, I wouldn't, And obviously they're measured within the tier. I'd probably put him at the top of A.
Yep.
I don't know. I like him, but I don't know if I like him enough yet to put him in A plus.
That's exactly where I'd put him. I'd put him top
Yeah.
of A right now. I think Bluestone helps him a lot with clear and damage.
And he might move up a little.
I will
I'm
say,
just not sure.
based off some of the testing we've done, I think Shock can be A plus. I will leave him at A because I think he obviously you can have that conversation. The Bluestone and you slap a Glad Shield on, he can just about full health a backline with that. Unfortunately, it is kind
he
of
definitely could. He definitely could be A plus.
Mm-hmm.
I need to play him though.
I was good to see him more, and he has some strengths.
No, for sure. I think this turns into, like we talked about, we've only a week into the new patch. I think those Warriors Assassins are going to creep in as people start to go, oh my gosh, we can do the X, Y, and Z. Like, yeah, it's been like that way for a little bit. You guys just haven't really gone outside your normal comfort zone to do that. Chalk is one of those gods that, and like just like you talked about with, hey, you want to play Camo more. Chalk will be one of those gods we're going to see more of because you have that CC immunity, because you have that slow. He's good into an ADC because of the slow and auto attack slow. We have that damage with you slap a Bluestone Glat, and I can do half, if not 3/4 your health based off 2 abilities. So you're going to have a lot of that variability to him. Chang'e, as a mage ADC player, I'm not a massive fan. Why? Because she's very all in. Typically with this guy, I want to blink and alt and just full combo. If you're playing into a team, they have relics, they're good relic usage. I'm in there, and you better hope you do your job and you're done. Because that's literally it. So as a mage, I don't like this, and especially at high level, it's very poke heavy. You have to be pretty close and on top of wave to get this off. For that reason, I have to hover like a B, top of BA area, because every other mage that has range is going to do it better. I'm sorry.
She's a tough one for me because the playstyle, like I've seen it work a few times really well. The playstyle that she runs and the comp you want around her is not something I've ever liked or really been good at. Gem or Conduit Gem being in the game now with Gem of Focus is a huge buff for her. That feels great. You could even go into like timeline builds. I probably would pursue like a Gem of Focus build just for the movement speed and slipperiness with that. Having an immunity is obviously going to be useful. I think she's a weird pick to me. I'd put her in A. I think she can actually be higher.
Okay.
This is one of those gods that I'm honestly not good with, and I don't have a great like understanding of. I'd put her above Afro personally, but she could be higher or lower.
A lot better. Like from change of the map and then change to minions, towers, all of that, it made ranged characters a lot stronger, and her range is not there compared to the other ones just being so much stronger than her. But like you just said, she can be played very well in some situations.
So I'm terrified. How are you, man?
Terrible in others.
Yeah.
Star, what you think, Big Dog?
I think any god that you have to walk up to clear the wave.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm not really big on, but she does have that blink one-shot potential. Even like mid-game, like you can blink one-shot someone, and that is super annoying to deal with. So I think A tier is probably fine for her.
She kind of feels like a desperation pick to me. Like that's where I'm picking her up.
Yeah, it could be. It's tough because she's in that like she's like a magical Kabrakan. Like Kabrakan's magical, but I mean like a mage. You know what I mean? Where it's like very much you're committing and that's it. Or like a Tsukiyomi. I hate those gods. Like those are my least favorite gods in the game. So
At the same time, her and Chalk use some strong items very well right now, so they can be moved around, kind of placed on build.
Yeah.
So Chiron.
Chiron.
I am very opinionated on this god. I genuinely think this could be S, if not have a very real conversation of S+. Here's why, right? When you combo him with an ADC or an auto attack based god, right, you're going to stack those shields, and it makes it really hard to box them, especially if they have any kind of a lifesteal as well, where you have to fight through the shielding, the lifesteal, relics, alt, etc. Right? His alt goes across the map. I don't know why it doesn't have a range stop on it. It adds that fearless and that hard CC. You have a root. Like, the god's super good, super mobile, has a slow, auto attack slow. Like, they threw a ton on this god. The cheeky thing about this god, which is stuff we actually tested, was what tick damage procs the shielding. So Fafnir Breath, Jormungandr Breath, you
like
talk about Marty tick
Marty's
damage.
autos.
That's procking
Loki
those
one,
shielding, like
one or autos.
all of it, right?
Yeah.
So that god only becomes better with that, where you're having to fight through all of that even more. I genuinely think this is definitely one of the better Guardians in the game currently. Obviously, his base damage can be there too. They've nerfed it a little bit, but until they nerf it again, I still think he's at the forefront.
This is the one Guardian that I really feel like if you run a game where you have like an Assassin Hunter or Warrior Hunter, this is the one Guardian I really feel like can still kind of compete damage-wise consistently with everybody else and make frontliners even want to go some magic defense. Not that like Bacchus and Atlas can't, but in terms of like range consistent poke, no Guardian really has had it this strong before.
His CDs are creepy low too.
Yeah, and I don't know, I really like him. I know he can be kind of bad into like a Kabrakan or an Ares. That being said, I don't know, I've been playing this god a lot. I think I have 13 games on him so far. In ranked. Yeah, so I don't know, it's every game's felt like very easy. I've went into some Karens who were like high level players, like in some big games. I wasn't playing it, I was against some. And honestly the results were mixed, but I think it's also like you have a new character, the skill.
Don't know how to pilot it yet. No.
Yeah, right. I think he's better. Like I like him more than Bacchus right now. I really do. Personally, I don't want to put him in S+.
On that one, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to put him in S+ just because I really think there's actually only one god in this game that's S+ that we'll get to, and only because the basis I'm going off of is, again, if I see an S+, like I realistically don't approach the game thinking you're gonna lose it or win against it if the teams are like comparable in skill. And maybe it's just because people haven't been playing it that well, but I don't think he's quite there. But you could sway me that he is. I don't know. I really like this god so far.
I think it's insane. I really do.
I think he's S probably.
Really?
Yeah.
He doesn't. Well, I mean, Sandy was saying that like a lot of people just aren't good with him yet, but that kind of goes both ways, where people just don't.
That's
know how
very
to play
fair.
against him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well.
And
you've got a lot of people grouping for ones and all that all the time.
Right. Yeah. And Vaughn, you said that like tick damage procs his shield, but that's only once per ability per auto, or like only once per auto, right? So like you're only getting like that one shield anyways, as long as you hit them. And he honestly doesn't have like insane lockdown like a boss.
Yeah, definitely.
Like he has
he feels
a
better
science,
with
which is really good.
Yeah.
Like he has a science which is really good, but like his only hard form of lockdown is a root, and it's like it's a 1 second root or something.
Yeah.
And then his ult, well, it is very good. That thing has a long ass casting time. Like you are sitting there for like 2 seconds while that thing's going off. Yeah. So I think he's probably S tier.
Where in S would you drop him, out of curiosity?
Honestly, below Ares, I think.
He feels like a warrior. He feels really good to fight with and just brawl and keep brawling.
I think he's probably better than Atlas. I think.
Yeah, that's fair for sure.
Oh, another good thing. Oh, sorry.
I think he's S on like alone, and then if you pair him with gods that pair really well with him, he starts to creep up there.
But we talked about originally when we started this, as far as like when you start talking about composition and you need a composition to build around it, and we need to start talking about lowering him, not upping him.
Yeah, I personally put him below Bacchus.
What's up, Heavy Flow? How are you, man? Welcome. Charybdis, right? I'll shift him behind Bacchus when I drop Charybdis.
Where's Crash at? Where's Crash?
Crash will be like, A+, let's go! This god's super safe, right? I think her alt is terrible. It's one of the worst ADC alts in the game. Borderline Apollo. This god, I'm sorry, I have to put it in B. I think there's so many other ADCs that do that better. Putting it in the conversation or in a grouping where AMC is, where you have other ADCs outside of that. Like, we can talk about putting them above Apollo, right? Because it's an ADC, because you have that safety for that double dive, you have a lot of that variety. But the alt, you're just alting and running away. So you already have you have a handicap.
I think the skill curve is too high to be A.
For Charybdis?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a skill curve. Like, I feel like they got it in that hard, to be honest.
I don't think the gods are hard.
I think
I'd put
Sure
it
thinks
she's
that.
bad.
I think the gods is inherently bad.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
think?
I don't know. She's got an ult that's like a liability to use, kind of like Apollo. Not quite the same. You've got niche interactions. I like her more than Apollo because at least her ult's functional and she's good into Ares, like relatively so. And immunity is valuable. Clear pressure, again, you kind of have to walk up to clear, and even
Right,
then it's really not that great. So you're looking at needing a lot of pressure to make her work. I mean, I think because she's a hunter that has tools, I like her more than a Wheelix and AO, but I'd put her at the top of B.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay. Chernobog.
He got
Chernobog,
buffed.
he did get buffed. Again, comes down to the alt is better, right? As far as it's global, you get there almost immediately. You have the movement, attack speed, etc. as a stem. The god inherently, again, I have to drop him in an A. We start going back to almost like my benchmark of I can't put it above an AMC. Like, inherently, he did get buffed. He does have that stamina's alt. We have a decent clear or the attack speed stem off the 2. You have a lot of great safety in his dash, CC immune alt, etc. But does he beat out some of the other ADCs?
He used to feel really bad. I've played him a little bit in Joust now, and he's starting to feel really good.
Okay.
So, but he's definitely not above those other ADCs.
I'm okay with putting him in A.
Yeah.
I think those non-conquest buffs probably help him. I haven't seen him yet, honestly. I didn't see him in last patch, or like at all this season, really. I like this character. I still think, I mean, his ult, you're using it usually just in a vacuum for vision. That's not happening in this mode.
Yep.
If they're on fire and you Chernobog ult, like, chances are you're not going to ult into them if your frontliners aren't there. So if your frontliners are there, maybe you will. But his ult kind of runs into that Apollo syndrome a little bit. Obviously, you reset cooldowns, get some mids. So it's not quite as bad. Your clear still sucks. It's better than, you know, some gods. I don't know. I might put him above Charybdis. I don't even know if I want to put him in A tier. Because again, I feel like there's such a big gap with this hunter and like a AMC or a Kurnanos. I'd put him at the top of B, honestly. That's what I'm going to do.
I honestly think this character. I've played him twice recently. One time was against Crash, and actually the fire. I actually did exactly what you said you're probably not doing, where I ulted them on fire by myself. And it's invincible. Yeah, I mean you just run in there and if you start because you get how many mitts does he get when he lands? 20%?
35?
Yeah,
30.
20
Okay.
max. Yeah.
It's somewhere around there. And then if you start getting low, you literally just dash in the wall until your team comes. Now that's very
fair.
that's very like, niche
that.
situation, obviously. But I think that's actually one part where he's good at. And I know we're talking about like I know Blondie doesn't want to say like if you're building team comps around the thing, but he can dive with your front line.
True.
That's
like
fair.
actually pretty well. And that's something I want to try to do. I want to play more and practice that. So I think he could be A tier, but I think right now he's probably B because he's another god where like you don't have to walk up to clear, but if you just throw your one, like it's it just kind of sits there, and the wave might move and it might miss it. So most time you're walking up, you're one and two-ing it.
One? Not really.
Yeah, not really, but
I do max my 1 when I play that god. It feels really good when I do.
Yeah. It's just more so like your fight's awkward. Yeah.
So, Chiron, I'm actually really excited about this pick. Obviously, I didn't play him a ton because of the lack of starter with Bluestone. I think this god is awesome. I love the ult. Obviously, when you're having a double dive going at the enemy backline, being able to facilitate and be part of that, getting 1 or 2 of the ticks on your ult, and then just popping your 2 to help secure that kill, it is insanely good. In my opinion, he is in that conversation of top tier ADCs. Probably top 5 conversation. So it honestly, we could have a real conversation of, because I can get my hand on the enemy backline or DPS, putting him in S and having a real conversation of that. If not top of A+, that's kind of where I sit with this god. Definitely top 5, really phenomenal pick because we have that Bluestone, because trans is 1300 after the T1, etc. So
yeah, I still have a bit of a feel like, I think when we say top 5 hunters, he's definitely there. I would say top 3. You have a top 3 hunters, then you still have a gap. Not a huge one anymore, but I think you still have a gap in those
a little bit, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Is he an S tier? That's kind of the thing that I'm not. Listen, I've been playing against a lot of like Chiron players who are like, pretty good Chiron players, and I haven't really felt a huge problem. But again, I've also not been playing backliners into it.
Yeah.
So that is a big difference. Chiron's definitely more problematic for them. I'd put him. I don't know. There's games he feels really oppressive. I still think, like, with any Bluestone build going into trans that most people are doing on him, that build can actually kind of go a little bit invisible. Like, you can kind of just do nothing in some games.
Yeah.
That definitely like does happen. Just because your damage output isn't as consistent with your autos and whatnot. That being said, I'd probably put him at the bottom of S.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at the top of A+. I'm leaning towards the bottom of S.
From my experience, I think he's easy S. Like,
okay, that's fair.
He has good clear. He has good damage.
You also play with one of the best Chirons. I'm just gonna say I'm not trying to bloat the ego,
I'm definitely
but
biased.
He is one of the better Chiron players. But
he's hard to kill. He's a great passive. He's a great secure. Crusher just got buffed. Itemization's amazing. Bluestone's back in the game. Knock immunity safe. Cleanse. There's so much to work with.
And even if the enemy team goes double front, which is typically how you would counter a Chiron,
it's even
he shreds them because he can build the club. What's the item called? The club, the healing thing, the scepter. It's called
amplifier.
Amplifier. And he starts shredding them. Then I think he's easy as.
Okay,
next one is
Kronos.
I like this god, honestly.
I
really do.
Sleeper right now.
I think he's a sleeper. I think he's very good, sneaky good. I hate him.
Yeah.
I hate playing against it, mainly because it's hard. Like, unless you're coordinated and playing with a 3-man, especially because of how much I solo queue, you have to burst him and do so quickly so he doesn't get his reset off. And if you're playing with a coordinated 3-man, I think he loses some of that value because you can burst it at the same time. You can relic it and then go about it in his own way. And you could do alternate timeline, and then you have his reset and alternate and relics. Great. So in that conversation, I think he can be exceptional because of that, especially when we talk about the Assassin Warrior, Double Warrior with Kronos and alternate timeline. This guy's going to be stupid good again, and I hope I don't see him, even though I just said that. I think it's hard. I'm hard-pressed not to put him A+. I just am.
Yeah. I'd put him in A. Honestly, I love him, but he's still... Auto tech mages aren't that great in this mode. I mean, the other ones, Soul, Freya, Oleron, they're okay. Some better than others. Look, I look at B tier, and I'd rather have Kronos over any of those gods, B tier and below. I look at A, would I rather have... I mean, granted, like, they're different roles. I think I'd rather have a Kronos than an Artemis, but even then, I'm not sure I'm that confident in saying that. He's definitely somewhere in A to me.
Okay. What do you think,
I don't think I've seen this god in 6 months, so...
Doesn't have a damaging all.
I mean, surely he has to be pretty decent, though.
He's got to be decent right now, yeah.
Surely he has to be decent. I just haven't seen one, so I think for now, A tier is fine.
Yeah.
I do think I will say this is one of those gods like with time because of alternate. We've all had conversations. It's sleeping where it will come to the forefront. Where hey, I have a double warrior, I have a warrior assassin, more bruiser-esque, and he gets that hyper carry where he has his he has alternate, he's got his relics. It's all when you start talking about those double front lines. It's all about how can we get your DPS versus the enemy DPS, getting the most value off. It's hard to compete against a god who's got so many resets and lives, if you will,
Definitely.
like the cat with 9 lives. I will have that conversation. I will keep him in A. Out of a ruling, I genuinely think he's at A plus. But again, with time, that will tell.
I put A+.
Yeah.
So Cleo.
Bad.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite gods.
Is it?
She just
talk to me about
yeah.
it. This is your baby. Talk to me. What do we got?
She doesn't fit the map that well. Cleo in Conquest right now is a lot better than in this mode because you have so much more variety in terms of like where you can get in and out of places. That being said, even in that mode, she's found herself to be pretty limited. You look at one thing I think with Cleo is when you get to a certain point with hunters, they can kind of just fight her. Obviously, if you do wall play and stuff, like you've got avenues to poke people out and whatnot. I just think this is a god that can take people off guard a little bit if they're unpracticed against it. But I look at like strong backliners, like backline players who are like experienced and just again, I don't know how good Joust players are in general, like across the board into Cleo, because this is like a newer pick that never really was played in Joust. But I don't know. I can't. She's got clear, like that's nice. It's just one of those things of like, okay, if she's, where she's going. She's not gonna be on the red buff side.
Yeah.
She'll be on the other side.
Yeah.
Just hug the other side. That's it. You know what I mean?
We could have the same conversation like Giannis, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about typically the global alts or the guys that really do well in jungle side. Well, there's only one. In this particular map, again, I'm one of the advocates. We need a new map, neither here nor there. But within this map, there's only one side. And with a good awareness and experienced backline, we see you coming from a mile away. And I can just tell you what wall you're in because I have my audio on. It's really hard to play against it.
But the thing with Giannis, though, and the reason I definitely say he's at least better is you've got more CC. That's really important. You've got team like CC with slows and whatnot and movement speed boosts. And the other thing too is you look at Giannis when he does through the wall damage. That's every like 7-8 seconds. Cleo, can go in the wall consistently, but the only like ranged damage you're really doing from the wall is the ult, right? If they're hugging the other side, that's not up enough to really, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't have that same type of fear factor Giannis might have.
So where would you drop her?
I'd put her in B. Above Wheelix.
What do you think, Star?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, she's one of those characters where if you're playing her, you are probably going full damage.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think B tier is probably fine. She's one of those gods I haven't seen in like probably a full year, honestly.
Yeah. And there's a reason.
Yeah, and that kind of just says it all.
So Cthulhu.
I've never seen this god.
I've seen it a few times actually.
Yeah.
This god is one of those, like, in my opinion, especially when you start talking about ADCs being the forefront with Kins, with executions on Achilles, with Sunders being in those conversations all the time, even though they don't stack. That's why you haven't seen this god a ton. With starters, I've played against it a few times, and yeah, you can slap a Midgard on, you can put a Thorns, you can go the cheese into an anti-ADC. I can't get behind it. I think this god is a massive target, and you're playing against a good DPS player. This guy doesn't have a world to live. He just doesn't.
Yeah. And I haven't seen this god in Joust, but just thinking like because I have had to practice him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He feels really good with Tainted, honestly.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think that it's actually that relevant in this mode. ADCs aren't really crushing on lifesteal like they used to in seasons past. Tanks, we look at our top tier tanks. Which one of those are like healers? None of them, right? Mages, we're not. Again, this isn't really like an Aphrodite helmet anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, when you look at backliners, like Agni destroys this god, LaFay destroys this god, AMC destroys this god, Onher destroys this god. Anything with walls, displacement like that, really, really good. Yeah, he's just bad into so. It's kind of like Cerberus, except Cerb has more avenues to play around it, I think. Where at least, like, no matter what, Cerb has a stun. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And if you hit that, you've got some range to it. Cthulhu's got a root that is. I mean, his clear is good. Like, that's nice. But, yeah, I don't know.
He
I don't
does
know
good
about this one.
damage, but he's just really unsafe. He's
Yeah.
kind of a wuss Jormungandr.
Yeah. I think because he's a Guardian, he can't be that bad, but I might put him at the bottom of A or top of B.
No, it's very different from me. I think this god is pretty criminally underrated right now. I
Does a
think
lot
he's
of
A
damage.
plus.
Ballin,
Now,
DPS means damage per second, to be clear. Just so you know what that stands for. Thank you, Swag, for
Yeah.
clarifying that. But continue, so I didn't mean to interrupt you.
you're good. Because in my mind, if you're picking Cthulhu, I know we said this
Yeah.
before. We're not really thinking about team comps or whatever, but you're not Cthulhu's not a solo tank type of.
Yeah,
You're not
definitely
solo
not.
tanking as Cthulhu.
You're going in. You're dying
And
Yeah.
with someone
and
else.
on the last patch, the problem with that is that your wave clear suffered if you're going double tank. But now, with the new starters and all, Sands of Time on Cthulhu is very good.
Yeah.
His wave clear it's probably the best Guardian wave clear,
Mhm.
easily. And
Okay.
like Cthulhu's issue is that late game, he blinks in, he ults, and he gets blown up. Well, now he has timeline.
Yeah.
Mm,
I think he's pretty underrated right now in a double front type of team comp.
Mhm.
He's not good into that, but that's the other thing. He's not good into double front. I don't think either.
Yeah.
It's like when you play him, you want your team to be double front and the enemy to be double back. I think that's where he's the best, and
Yeah.
that's and honestly, that's not like uncommon to get
Yeah.
now.
No, it's
So I think he's
100%.
A plus personally.
I play with some very good Cthulhu, so he's a bit of a sleeper in my mind, but I also think he can be easily killed with the right stuff.
I don't mind putting him somewhere in A. I don't know. That's something that I guess I would need to see more.
Yeah,
Because that
A
does
tier is
make
fine.
sense.
I think for now we'll hover A, right? And we can always come back
Yeah.
to the conversation. Maybe, like, again, piloting, right, situations, they can go up or down, right, and in variance a little bit. I do think I didn't really mentally think, and thank you for kind of putting that on the table as far as, like, hey, doing Sands, your wave cleared, you have alternate timelines, so when I blow you up, oh, great, he's not dead, we have to keep going. So that is rough to deal with, especially with Midgard Thorns and everything else and all the damage he's done, and he's still alive. So that offers a lot to the table. I will definitely think about that. I definitely think you could talk a real conversation into me about putting him A plus for that reason. Outside of that, I don't think he has it, but that's neither here nor there. Kukulin, I cannot say enough. He's definitely in that conversation, back in the top 3, if not top 5. Warriors now, because Bluestone's back, because the anti-heal, because you rage for him. He's got really good for that second red, playing around the pressure for that first kill, first blood, which is pretty pivotal in Joust, in my opinion, to kind of get the ball rolling. I have to put him in A+. He's definitely, again, going back to, honestly, you could have a conversation of S if you're a phenomenal Kukulin because of the CC immunity, because that damage, the anti-heal, etc.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Agreed.
Anything that you've got consistent engage on, like a very simple blink ult engage is always going to be valuable. I wouldn't put him in S just because I look at Achilles and see him excelling into double frontline comps. If you're a cuckoo into 2 frontliners, and there's certain backliners that are, not entirely safe, but definitely a lot safer. He can fall a little bit to the wayside, but I mean that doesn't make him a bad god at all. I would say he's really comfortably at the high end of A+.
Yeah, I think A plus is perfect for him.
So high, you say like top version of A+ here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd put him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
That's good.
Okay. Cupid, this guy was in meta, right? Especially with the heart bomb buff and a lot of, I think it was the alt as well. In last year's gameplay for SPL, but then it received a ton of nerfs. The heart bomb is so bad when you look at base stats. As far as base damage, he lacks CC immunity. That dash is, again, easily caught. I can't get behind this, although at the same time, you kind of have to put him because he's an ADC, because you can drop that alt, and you kind of add some of that versatility. You kind of have to drop him an A, but the low end of A because of that. If not, have a conversation of B.
Yeah, I'd put him in A. I think the sustain's worse, but at least he gives something with healing. He gets, you know, maybe there's an avenue to explore with Silver Branch because he has passive attack speed. Shoguns did just get buffed too. I don't know, maybe there's something there. I don't think he's great. I think he's an A tier on the weaker side for sure. Definitely a lot worse than a lot of the hunters. But again, would I have a Cupid over Charybdis or Kernavog? Definitely, or Apollo especially for sure. So I don't know. I don't want to like put him in the same mix of those three.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather have a Cupid on my team rather than Trinidad, Charybdis, or Apollo.
So I kind of get the A, like we said. Okay.
Yeah. And he can build the
Like
scepter item.
That's true too.
He can build that scepter item.
Hydro amplifier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That I think that's what it's called.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
But even then, he's still probably A tier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the lack of CC immunity, it like really hurts.
This is
Daji got
Daji did get buffed, 10% less damage non-conquest. So,
I've played a little hybrid Daji, so I'm a little advocate for her.
all right, talk to me what you got, K-Money.
You know, she's got a very strong 1, uses Bluestone very well. Very strong 2 with mitigations, knock-up immunity, slow immunity. A lot of ways in, out, a big team fight ult. You got the CC immunity. You can sit up there, you're pulling beads. Good counter pick. Can be played very tanky and still do a lot of damage. Or 4 damage and just one-shot people. I wouldn't necessarily say it's A+. I can't put it above like that AMC.
Smexy, appreciate the follow, man. Smexy.
No
Oh my gosh, English is hard. I appreciate the follow. Welcome to the BBC.
Yeah,
Where
that buff
an A falls, though, is interesting.
out for you. That buff, I don't know. It's hard to say. I haven't seen it yet. The buff, Hunbat's got a similar buff. It's hard to quantify that like without seeing it because realistically, that's like a sundered. Like you can imagine a god sundered, all of a sudden not being sundered. That's really like what those characters getting that extra, tankiness is like to them. That being said, I just see. I don't know. Like assassins to me, I think the biggest problem with assassins, even if you want to build it in more in a tankier setting, is it's like okay, so just thinking of a draft, you'd go Daji, a hunter, and a guardian, or you're definitely not doing Daji solo tank. That just seems a little crazy, right? So you're either doing Daji, a warrior, and a mage, or you're doing Daji, a guardian, and a hunter. I don't know. I look at setup being really important in terms of poke setup. So when I see like a guardian hunter, I want something with poke with that. Thor is one of those guys that I feel like feels pretty comfortable with that. Achilles, with a guardian hunter, I feel comfortable with that. Even double guardian if you have like a Karen or an Atlas or something. Because that poke is so committal, and granted maybe that tankiness does cover up a lot of it, I'm okay to put her in B tier, but I really don't want to put her higher.
Yeah, I think she's B tier. I think she's one of those guys where it's like you have a plan and you're like, all right, I'm gonna do all this shit, and then you get to the wave and you're like, oh, how do I clear this again?
It's one of those things.
Like when the waves meet, she just stands there. Like she can't do anything when the waves meet, and then the enemy team clears the wave, and then you're getting pushed back. And
I could totally see it. There's some picks like into Atlas and stuff. You've got value there. But at the same time, like you make that argument, you have Chiron, right? You have and I understand. Of course, like Ares can get cleansed out too, but Ares just provides so much more CC and frontline esque like ness to him. I think Daji might have a spot. I think of the two gods, those two specific gods, Daji and Hunbats, I think Hunbats got a much better trade-off.
10% less damage. That we'll get to that, but I think Bats is the better of the two. However, I personally, again, my feedback on this, I genuinely think Daji could have the argument of being pushed higher, mainly because, like you'd mentioned, when you talk about her ult and pulling people in, I want big burst. I want mage damage that's going to really confirm and finish that kill. right? And when you pair that with like the assassin, warrior, a burst mage, well, maybe if you get your hands, think about it, if I get a hands on an execute like Achilles, right? And then I pull someone and I'm bursting that, like there is some real value. If piloted really well, this god can blow some heads off.
You know what the problem is though that I see? So, okay, if you're the simple like counter to Dodgy, so to speak, is you go Magi's, right? So you need beads burn somewhere if you're gonna do, let's say, a warrior, assassin, mage comp. If you're doing that, because you want if you want like good follow up off the ult, you probably want a mage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you need a mage or a warrior that burns Magi's. What good warrior burns Magi's? Really, it's Achilles, and that's it. Kukulkan kind of can do it, but you have to like transform or ult.
Fair.
Not really, right? Your mages that can burn it, like Agni can for sure. Merlin kind of can. So you have mages that can burn Magi's, and Baba can. But those gods to burn Magi's kind of need to be pushed up. Do you know what I mean?
True.
To do that. And even with Agni's range, he needs to be pushed up a little bit. I don't see a world where like an Agni, let's just say Agni, Kukulkan, and Dashi, maybe the Cuckoo like carries them through the first few waves, but like do they even get to a point to ever like execute that comp and be even? I don't think so. And that's the thing. It's more so of that conditional sounds great, but I'm not sure you get there.
Yeah,
she's such a solo pick. She loves team, and she's like a team-oriented god that's doesn't do a lot for the team.
That's fair. And I mean, and again, ultimately, we're splitting hairs as far as like, guys, at the end of the day, like we talked about, we can put a god in a tier, but ultimately we could have arguments if piloted well in a good situation. It can be moved up, maybe a tier and a half, 2 tiers up, if done well in a good comp. It doesn't necessarily mean just because we're putting it in this one tier, this is where it stays and it's dog shit to play.
Yeah, like she can be good into Kurnos.
100%. There's some real value on those characters and in good comps. In a game mode that is so comp based, chemistry driven, that god can do really well amongst that and be maybe even take it up to A+ in a perfect situation. But for now, we'll leave it in B. I'll put it atop of B because obviously I think that all does a ton for her. Danzaburo. I mean, obviously as ADCs go, I'm sorry, I can't get behind this god. I have to put him in B mainly because he lacks that mobility. His ult can get blocked so easily.
Yeah.
Where he can box really well, but you're not really looking to box. You think I'm going to drop my 2 and go, fucking fight me, warriors, let's go! I mean, that's not really how you want to do it. From behind, it's rough to play this god versus other ADCs that have that mobility. I don't know where I drop him as far as B, though. Definitely not behind
I put him a little worse than Charybdis. I think Charybdis at least has a better dash. Yeah. That's literally all I'm going off of.
Well, she's safer, right? Like, you have that safety, for sure.
Yeah, and he's another character. You have to walk up to clear the wave. Like,
get the little bouncer. It's terrible,
and honestly, his passive is almost useless in Joust because you have to land your 1, and then you have to go walk up and pick up the coin, right?
Yeah.
Like what are you doing if you're doing that? Like, yeah, he's definitely here.
Okay, well, we got a good god next.
We do.
That's
Discordia. This god, guys, a lot of, obviously in Conquest is the passive. Giving that free power is mental. However, when you start talking about starters, you start talking about a Strife in a small lane where you can get 1, if not 2, if not full 3 people into a Strife, and you're doing 1,000+ with your combo. And her dash got buffed, 5 patches ago, Snatty? 4 or 5 patches ago, where you buffed her dash, which inherently buffs her 1-2 because I get a second cast even faster. There's so much value to this mage. You have a great teamfight ultimate. I'm hard pressed, especially not to put her in A+ as far as mages go. Being S, that's where I draw the line. Truthfully, yeah, because with that jump, that's it.
Yeah, so she's kind of in that spot of if I'm going into a double tank comp, Disco might not be the god I run to, honestly. If you want to say traditional is better than double tank, just like as a flat out concept, which I think is debatable, but if you want to say that and expect to be going against more traditional comps, I think there's a real argument for S. If you think it's a lot more nuanced and not so cut and dry, put her at the top of A+. I think she's better than Agni.
100%. I put him above.
Just pure value and damage. I think the thing is, like, Agni's got the CC that's maybe a little even easier to hit at times and slightly extended range, but Disco's got it earlier. She's got the damage earlier. Like Agni is a little
He needs his
weak
5.
at the
He
beginning.
needs 5.
Yeah, he needs his 5. Disco definitely doesn't. And you end up getting the passive on Disco as Disco, so
I also have to say, and this is part of why reason like I have a really hard time and having a conversation with putting her ass is that jump to blue. It is so bugged out its mind that they haven't fixed that. So
Yeah.
you lose a fair amount. It's a big deal when it comes to survivability and getting dove. We're like, hey, I just have to backpedal because I can't jump a wall, hoping the enemy front line doesn't have a jump. That's a big part of that. Especially for inexperienced players, even. They're like, I know that I can jump this and I'm not jumping it. Well, it's bugged. It's not your fault. But that's just how it is. So,
yep.
I think keeping her from S is just her lackluster escape. It's too short range, I think, for
sure.
Yeah.
For her to be S.
Okay, I've never played this god in this
Erlong?
mode. Yeah, 0.
I think Erlong's very good. I really do.
Oh, you too?
Yeah. I think the conversation, you could easily put top A, if not A+. A lot of that comes from, obviously, that auto-attack ability, survivability. He is insanely hard to kill, built tanky, and then does stupid damage for literally no reason. I think what he lacks, honestly, bring back the turtle knock-up. I miss that part of this god. But he's definitely a good warrior. Top warrior, I'd probably put him bottom of A+. Obviously, Star, you play it a ton. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I don't know if he's A+. If War Flag was part of the actives I got back, I think he's A+.
Okay.
But without War Flag, I think it's just enough to put him in A tier.
Okay.
Because this god, late game, he generally feels unkillable with all the mitigations.
Animosity right now.
It's
you have to get to 22 though, to be fair.
You have to get 20.
Yeah.
I think just going Bluestone on him is fine because unless I'm wrong, doesn't Bluestone proc on his 1 or no?
It should on the first.
Just on the first hit. So like so like he has 3 damage ability to proc Bluestone. Which I know you're probably thinking, oh, you're hitting one person with Bluestone, but it's in game. It's a corrupted Bluestone.
So you gotta go something. I think that's fair.
I think he's probably A tier.
That seems good. I'm cool with that.
I played him a couple games. I really like how he feels, but I'm not really picking him above other gods right now.
Where are you putting him on A out of curiosity?
Probably below Chalk. I think Chalk
above
is
AMC
better
then?
still. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think he's better than Artio and Athena.
Okay. Eset. This is one of those gods. Again, no CC immunity. Again, no dash and mobility.
Definitely you have to build her tanky.
You have to build a bruiser at best. And if I'm building bruiser, there's other gods that do it better because early, like Joust, in my opinion, it can be very pressure based. Either that or you're picking pressure to help transition your ADC to late game. That being said, when I talk about tanks, I want base stats of a guardian or a warrior versus a mage. They're super easy to kill until you have itemization of building tanky. So if you do not pilot that well and position well, this god becomes null and void and can be really bad.
Yeah, those backline like mage supports, like Baron. I think Baron can work. The other ones though, I don't know. Like Aphrodite, I really don't love. This fits in that category. Because starter wise, are you going Sands? I guess you go Sands into Thebes. You're just so squishy for a while.
Not having like Lono Sentinels.
Yeah.
Doesn't
I
work.
think because she's a mage, she's not like awful. I'd put her at the top of B, or somewhere in B, honestly.
Top of B, okay.
Because I can't put her in the same tier as
around the
Baron.
Kwong area.
I'm cool with that.
I think that's fair. I mean, the only time I personally have ever felt threatened by an ESET is Paul, and that's just kind of that's just Paul.
I would say he's null and void.
Piloting the character.
Yeah, that's the driver, not the character. For sure.
Yeah.
All right, this god I cannot speak highly enough about. A lot of this came from when I just kind of screamed it from the hilltops when it was first happening. The buff to his ult is stupid. The fact you can get 4 to 5 rounds of your abilities off with cooldown built in is just mental to me, and being his ult for so long. and as an ADC player or DPS as a whole, being disarmed, being stunned, going into his ult, and now I have to deal against it. And if he puts Midgard or Thorns, you can't fight it. You get outboxed. Because of that, you have to have MS as far as my opinion goes for Guardians. Honestly, I would have a very real conversation. Piloted well, top Fafnir's S+, but I'd probably put him in this area, kind of around the Ares, and S would be kind of like the standard where I would drop him.
Yeah. He, clear-wise, like, he can actually not contribute a whole bunch early, just in being blocked and whatnot, and you're not jumping in onto, like, archers or something, so you're not helping in the same way like a Atlas or a Karen or a Bacchus might. But even then, I mean, once you get to the phase where you're going to be ulting a lot, you're going to be feeling really good. Also, his passive tends to feel... I mean, it's one of those passes that's just useful. Also, again, like, any prot or power increases that are just a flat number, a lot of those didn't get touched. Like, Fenrir was one of those guys that before his 2 got nerfed, it was 80 power flat when every item was giving like 40 power, so it felt way too strong. Fafnir's one of those guys, his passive prots, I think it's 35, capped at 1k gold, hasn't gotten nerfed yet. So, and Wukong was another one, right? So Wukong got nerfed now, but Faf still hasn't. I think Faf's in S somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere in S.
He's also one of the 4 or 5 gods that can overcap on protections because of his passive.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
He's just
definitely
so strong mid lane.
Yeah, he's insane.
He doesn't have like huge counters to him. He kind of like he's good and there's no bad situation for him, and like at least he's just a really safe guardian.
I agree with having Bach. Okay, there's a conversation. We'll entertain this conversation because I know there's still a lot that guys to go over. As far as having Bacchus over Ares and Fafnir, right? Bacchus, again, yes, I could have the conversation. And these aren't, to be clear, we're going to reorganize this a little bit as far as the order and who's best in this. Like, we could rearrange this a little bit. Right now, we're just trying to put it in tiers. First and foremost, Bacchus is just a lot more confirmable, right? Where it's a flop, like it's one of the best CCs in the game, where you could you flop in an DPS and they're booge beads in midair, versus the other ones I could try to get away from. So this is a lot more confirmable and easy to play, confirmable damage, massive ult, great, almost mage-esque, where I can play a double fizz with an ADC with a Bacchus versus these two where I'm playing it situationally. So yeah, I can have that conversation, and Pride one's good on it. But we're talking just tiers in general, guys, just to be fair, okay? We'll reorganize and have a last kind of closing remarks conversations as far as reorganizing the tiers themselves. Fenrir, okay? So where are we dropping Fenrir? I think that really 2 was a pretty big deal.
The 2 was a big deal. I don't love him with the starters. Like, because if you want to go a full damage build, I think you're just doing it wrong. If you want to go a hybrid build, what starter are you going? You're going Warriors X. I guess that's okay, but Warriors doesn't, like, again, you're not poking on that guy. You're like, you can jump in and brutalize out or something, but it's not the same as having a, even a Kamazat's one or something. Like, there's no range to it. You have to like commit a little bit, even if it's not that much. That's 2 abilities, you know what I mean, to get away scot-free. Doesn't feel that great. You could go Bluestone and kind of be a bit more committal and then go into a defensive build. I don't think that's terrible. He's got some really good matchups, honestly, into some strong characters, like Agni, like AMC, like Hachi, and a couple others. That being said, I don't know. In Thoth as well, I don't love him anymore. I don't think he's all that great.
I think his damage is underwhelming. He's too easily counterable, right? And then you talk about where you typically want his value is his alt, where you're talking about a Geb, you're talking about a Chiron cleanse, you're talking about a Hell. Like, there's too many easily counterable things to him with his power being nerfed that kind of brought him down with his other gods that are going to be picked. And the only time you're going to pick him, really, is you can confirm he's not getting counterpicked by an Ares, RDO, etc., and you're picking him 6th. If that's the case, you have to bring him down.
And that being said, like, he's still, for all of that, so that was all really negative, he's still, like, I think he's still an A tier, somewhere in there.
Okay.
I would take him over a Cleo or a Wheelix or anything easily.
He's fallen so far. He used to be
really good, for sure.
Yeah.
What do you think, Star?
Yeah, I mean, Stars being added back didn't really benefit him a whole lot. Bluestone's probably the best starter you can go on him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'd have to play him. I haven't played him in a while, but so I think A tier is fine for now.
Yeah.
Freya.
She's. Ooh.
Yeah. Hyper carry, ton of damage. Go ahead.
Yeah. She's honestly, she's one of the best gods in Conquest right now, and I'm surprised because usually what I found is gods that are really good in Conquest slowly become really good in Joust. I saw with Baba happen, along with a few others, or vice versa. Like I've noticed it's really interesting. Usually one god will be really good in the other mode, and then the other mode will like slowly kind of
Catch
warm up to it.
Yeah.
Bray is incredibly good in Conquest, like one of the best gods in the game. Good. Um, I don't know if I like because you go arrow or conduit on her. I don't know if I like either of those too much in Joust on Freya. So
Yeah, you kind of want timeline if you're going to go this for, again, another line of defensibility or survivability.
yeah,
I don't want to say this, but like when I have played against it, this guy does stupid damage. It does really well. You slap a hasten on immediately and just build rings. However you want to go about it, it does a lot, and you do have a lot of survivability with Valkyrie of Discretion, right? With your relics, etc.
yeah.
This god can
I
do
really
a
don't hate
lot
her.
for no reason.
I really don't hate her. I think she's better than.
Better than Kronos.
I don't know. Well,
You have a
that's
team. You
tough.
have a team fight all.
I don't know about that. Yeah, but it's not that good. It's like a really bad Marty ult.
Yeah.
At least you've got an immunity to it. The thing is with her is I think she's actually better than because most people would see her and think like C tier, B tier. I think she's better than that for sure. That being said, like I say that, I would not feel good if I had a Fred on my team. Like I really wouldn't.
I think it has
It
to be
is
piloted well, to be honest.
Like one
Yeah,
thing
it
is,
will make or
yeah,
break the game.
when you're leashing fires, you need to commit your abilities to that. And if you're doing that and people are walking in, which they will be, I don't
True.
know. It just doesn't feel great. Like if you have a really long zone and stuff, because you need to do, you're not doing objectives without it, unless you have a hunter and a Freya, then that's kind of awkward. I think her placement is just weird because of that. Kronos kind of runs into the same issue, but you need to go hunter and a Freya to do objectives if you're not doing bull. And if you're doing bull, you're going double tank with the Freya probably. And if that's the case, like Freya's the damage, and if she doesn't have her abilities up because she's used them, and you come to contest, she's useless, right? Now they'll come up, not in that long, but I don't know. You circumvent it in Conquest by going Bumba Spear, but that's like not a valuable thing in Joust, right? So, I don't know. I might put her at the top of B. Now that I think about it, she just kind of feels like a trap.
Yeah,
in
I
some
think
fights.
she's B. Because one thing, Bon, you said earlier that she's pretty safe with her ult, right? Well, the difference with her ult and Marty ult is that against front lines, she's not returning a lot of damage with her ult.
Yeah,
Sure.
Like
definitely.
it's not that much. Marty's shredding your prots and doing a ton of damage if you dive him and he ults. Freya, you just walk right beneath her and and then like
You're
and
waiting
then
for
she
her to come
lands.
down. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she lands. It's like
No, that's fair.
her fire giant fight, I think is pretty
Terrible.
horrendous.
It's her worst part for
Yeah.
sure. I
Yeah.
think her laning phase and team fight's really good. I think you put her in a fire giant pit, like you did say. That is a good quality point. You're using on a bull. As soon as those are down, you're susceptible. You have to relic her all, and at that point, we have kill potential. So
Yeah, it
I'm
just
not
feels like
discrediting that at
you
all.
get sold out, which does like there's nothing worse than like having a lead and just realizing you can't end the game. And I feel like if objectives are up, you just kind of can't.
I would
As long as you're
say,
not like
arguably, I would rather see again. I'm thinking piloted. I'm thinking like quality game. We're talking about good ADCs, good DPS players on them.
yeah,
I'm hard pressed not to immediately put it at least an A. Why? Because I'd rather see or equivalent to a Freya than a Cupid. Yeah, I know the bullfight isn't fantastic, but you can't argue she when a few items are online, she's doing stupid damage for no reason.
that's true.
It's like
Yeah,
base damage wise, but
I think
I hear it.
fine. Yeah,
I hear you on those conversations for sure, and again, good feedback overall with a lot of this stuff.
yeah,
All right, so Ganesh, I think this god is phenomenal, piloted well, a lot of great. So like you can solo frontline it, you can double frontline it. You get a lot of really good comps with it. Naja, Fenrir, holding it on the line for big burst damage. You can counter it with a lot of anti-dive to this. The alt covers a ton. I think I'm hard pressed when you talk about these guardians, right? Like at Ares, you talk about a Bacchus, you talk about an Atlas. When you throw a silence in with Ganesh alt, allowing your DPS to kind of lock this down and blow it up. I think these gods being an S, you kind of have to hand in hand put this in there or have that in that conversation for that reason.
Yeah, I think honestly he's a little overrated, but the problem with Ganesh is that, like, or the thing that makes his case is, like, the level of difficulty.
Yeah, it's easily
It's
piloted.
impossible to mess up.
Yeah.
It literally is impossible. At least even with Bacchus, like, you have to know when not to jump. I guess. That's not a great parameter, but it's something. Fav, if you ult at the wrong time, you're kind of useless. Or you're not useless, but your team's getting gone on.
Yeah.
Atlas, like, you've got a little bit of nuance to it. Like, every god you do,
I will
right?
say out of the Guardians, he's probably the easiest.
Not.
You're just like, It's honestly, when I think of Ganesh, I think of like that girlfriend where you're like, hey, come play this game with me. I have a character. Give her an afro, give her a Ganesh. Just sit there and go, like, they did nothing besides just sit there and do that for me. Drop a 4 button, you're cool. Great. Dude, you did great, honey.
Yeah, and also just getting prots, like, as a flat amount from his own. Again, that not being nerfed goes up to 60. That's a big deal. Yeah. I'd put him... I don't know. Him and Fafnir are so different.
Yep.
He's probably a little below. But, yeah. He's an S somewhere.
He's still an S,
For sure.
Like, the hardest thing about Ganesh is getting the carries on the line with his ult. But if you're bad at doing that, you can just make sure they're in the cage. And and it's still useful. So,
yeah.
He can be a little, like, you definitely want to have double front with him, I think, if you can help it, but...
For sure. I think you're good either way. Again, like, you just anti-dive, whatever. It's hard to siege into it regardless.
Yeah.
Gab, listen, I know his shield got buffed. I hate this god. I hate it. I think him and Kepler are some of the worst guardians in Joust. Why? Because he's not pressure-based. The only time I'm like, this god can be really good, and piloted is everything with this god. With Blink... where you're doing a Blink Catechism, where you're getting a good Geb shield for a Thor or a Fanal, cool, but his rollout's so easily caught. You just go Sunder, you blow him up. Yeah, it's just, I'm not a fan of this god at all.
I'd put him, I don't know, it feels harsh to put a Guardian in B tier just because they're...
Because it's the Guardian with base stats?
Yeah.
He's strictly a counter picker, though.
Yeah.
Like, he's a B.
Even then, like, I'll be honest, I was playing against Crush and them, and they ran like, they ran Geb, Purse, Chiron, and I was playing Thor. It did not matter at all. Like, it really didn't, because it just turned to go on the Geb, and we had a Bacchus, so it was like, any cleanses that happened, we just had more CC.
It's not gonna.
In concept, like, if you have a Fenrir or something, sure, is Fen even that good? This list and stuff, not really. So your best matchup is counterpicking a god that honestly might not even be A tier.
Yeah.
That's not a good look. I'd put him at somewhere in B.
Yeah, no, agreed. I put him at top of B for now, and obviously because of his Geb shield. Again, one of those like, hey, throw your shield up, give him a shell, they last longer.
It's like these are backline supports that doesn't really. Now he's got like more engaged.
We're also assuming people do it well with knowing that it's a cleanse for CC, but that's neither here nor there. This god I actually want to talk about a little bit, right? Mainly because of buffs, the Gilga. And I want to hear a little bit from Snatty and from Star on this. With the buffs, have you tried it? What's your feedback? I'm curious, because I haven't piloted it yet or seen it, and I think it should be piloted or seen.
I haven't tried it in Joust. I play this god a lot, though. He really struggles with a couple of things, namely his ult not being consistent lockdown is a big problem because so many guys can just dash out of it or flicker out or whatever. And the other thing is knockback immunities are actually fairly common in this game, or just the point that his kick is not that confirmable. Those buffs are helpful. I think like Bluestone really helps him because if you go Redstone, he really works on this god. Berserkers being buffed could also be useful. Phalanx is honestly really underbought. I would say really good on this god. I actually do like him. I look at like a Chalk or something, and I can see him being in that tier. Not as good, but I can see him being in that tier.
Like an A.
Yeah, like a low A.
Okay.
Yeah, he's definitely A tier, I think. Pride one, like the Blink Pride one is also pretty good on him.
That too, yeah.
True. And
He's got
mixed
a whole
with his ult's good.
Honestly,
Yeah.
about Geb, I think he can be just the best reactive pick in the game, though. From a standpoint of, you can do the blink path where you set up and you're fully committed, and hopefully your teammates are there at the damage, or you can do the they have to kill my hunter here, and I'm not gonna let that happen, and now I've shelled, sprinted, sundered, whatever, and I'm just fully reactive defensive, like just not letting their tanks or DPS even touch them.
And that's a fair point. The reason I try to stay away from reactive comps, because Afra is a reactive character, so is, like a Kepri or something.
You're on the back foot at that point.
You just get behind.
Yep.
And is Geb really that react? Like, what's gonna help your backliner more, a level 10 Geb or a level 13 Bacchus?
Yep.
Yep.
The conversation you guys have to realize, and this plays with you, Snatty, and I'm going to say this kind of sum up because there's obviously a couple comments about Gab in general where he placed it. Guys, you have to realize, and this is why I say Joust is pressure based to some degree, right? If you guys sit under tower, yes, EMPS is no longer a thing, and this is why I don't think EMPS was as impactful. That's my opinion, as the people want it to be, right? You sit under tower, what are we guaranteeing? We get all your buffs. You're going to become under level. Typically, when we're hitting 12, you're still at 10. We're hitting second relics. We're going to force bull. At that point, you can't be reactive and be passive. You have to come to us. We force that fight. You come out. That's no longer reactive. You have to be on the front foot. And by that point, you're under leveled and under itemization. So when we have those kind of conversations, I don't want to see, do you really want to see a Geb blinking or rolling out to come get us in a bullfight when you're under level and we have double relic? No. Do you want to do that mid-fight, mid-lane? No. I want someone who's going to be able to give me spacing or create that separation so I can go out of the wave, so we can fight over neutral farms, so make sure we're not behind too much. In that point, I want to see other Guardians. I want to see other Warriors. That's why we're dropping him so low. And in a conversation where we have an Achilles with an Execute or big Guardian lockdowns, Sunder, right? Talk about the hammer or Ares chains for the Gab. Is Gab going to get those rollouts? So if you go in, you were very all in. Hey, I'm going all in. This is it. And Joust can come down to a handful of team fights, one or two of them, honestly, where it's mid-game, where it's end-game, and then the game's done, where you lost a tower, you lost tower bird, game's over, right? So I don't want those kind of all-in comps or those kind of passive gameplay where you're putting the game in the other team's hands and hoping that they make the mistake. I hate that gameplay. It happens a ton in Joust. Yes, good teams still make mistakes mechanically, but that is not a great way to play if you want to climb and you want to guarantee the fact that you're going up. That's it. That's how I would state that. Okay? So, Guan Yu, obviously, I think this god isn't piloted enough. I think Guan's going to be good with starters, and I think you're probably going to see a fair amount of them more. What do you think, Snatty? I'll let you talk to a little bit on this.
So I had to play this god a lot this season. It's my most played god this season competitively. It's a different mode, obviously, but his nerfs did hurt. You had the scaling on his 3 get reverted, where he would take 4 stacks and strip 4 stacks of protections and then take those back to him. That got reverted back to 3. His healing got nerfed with the healing changes, obviously. But he still gives some cooldown. His ults are really useful. He can kind of get shredded, which is always a little bit of a threat. He uses Perdman okay. It's not as good as other gods necessarily, but granted, Achilles doesn't use Perdman that great, and Achilles is fantastic. So I'm not gonna say that's the end all be all. Isn't a spikes god, right? But you can get Caduceus Club, which is useful. Obviously, regrowth. Some really strong build paths. I think Bluestone's probably the way to go in this mode. You could get away with an axe, but I'd go Bluestone. I just look at in value into a lot of these gods. Guan's definitely a character I want another frontliner with. But when you have that kind of condition met, which you should, I don't see how he's not as good, if not a little bit better than a Chalk.
Okay.
So I'd put him in A, maybe bottom of A+. I'd put him in A just because I don't see him enough. And when I do see him, it's honestly mixed. But I also haven't seen good players play it, but maybe that's why it doesn't feel that great. I'd put him in A.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's A tier as well, but I think he's probably worse than Chalk.
Okay.
Just because I feel like if if you're blinking in as a Chalk, you're probably not gonna die. But if you're blinking as a Guan Yu, like there's honestly a pretty good chance
Yeah,
they can just
and
turn
well,
and
that's
blow
the
you up.
iffy thing. Like, you don't really want to go blink on him, which is kind of like tricky
Yeah,
in this mode.
yeah.
Because then you can get a bit
He's in a
stuck.
weird spot, I think, right now.
Yeah,
Like
that's
balance-wise.
fair.
Yeah, I think A tier is probably fine because his heal is also really bad early game now.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
like it heals for like
Yeah,
20.
Has to scale.
It's
I think it's 15.
yeah,
I think
30.
they nerf. Is it 30? Really?
It's like it's
First?
terrible.
Really?
Okay. It's terrible.
I don't know.
I think they nerfed it. I'll
It's
be honest.
bad.
I think it is pretty
Yeah.
bad. They
It's
nerfed
like-
it last time I checked,
Yeah,
but I'll have to look.
I think A tier is probably fine though.
I think I'm
Yeah.
hard pressed not to put him behind Chalk. Again, coming from the glass shield bluestone that I've seen on Chalk, Chalk does stupid stuff
Fair.
with it.
Yeah.
But I do think you can have the conversation of leaving him at A. Maybe it gets piloted differently, but we'll leave it there. All right, now we come to a great pick. Hachi, a lot of this was why he got buffed, right? They reverted a little bit of it, but it wasn't fully reverted. A lot of this comes from his alt presence, hitting all three, or getting a good alt off. You have the safety of the quick, immediate dash without hesitation, with good response time. You have the CC immune alt with Horse, and doing range poke and getting 200 to 300 per the range auto on your one is mental poke for no reason. This god, I think, is a really good top 3 ADCs in my opinion for that reason. I think I'm hard pressed not to immediately put it in S. Guan Yu. See,
Yeah.
it was 20. Okay, so it's 20, 40.
Yeah.
Thank you, K-Money.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'd put him just straight up in S. I wouldn't put him. I'd put him like in the middle of S, just because the problem that Hachi faces is that he's got 2 hunters that are super close. And honestly, I think of the top 3, he might be the worst of the 3. That's kind of subjective, but to me, he's
Yeah.
a tiny bit worse than the other 2.
I mean, X-Ball is substantially better in my opinion.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just like there's so many good even like to some people, Hoi Yi's, in that category
Yep.
too, depending on the
Yep.
player, right?
Yep.
So, and he's always tough
Yeah,
to
you gotta
rank.
know
So
balances, for sure.
just because you've got so many options, like I think normally what you're seeing right now is people are kind of leaving the hunters open, and each team's getting one of the good ones. Some teams
Right.
are trying to ban them, but that's what I'm seeing more so of. So I'd put him in S, not at the top, but somewhere like in the middle of S.
Yeah. I think that's fine.
Okay. I think Hades is the next one, right? I think Hades is an ass, I'll be honest.
He's bad.
And why I say
Really?
that? Oh, okay. You have to run Bruiser typically. Why I say that more often than not is, again, like we talked about, getting wave clear. You have to get up in personal, right? You don't have that range wave clear. Now you can run that blink alt. You blink, they dash, you alt, right? You get some of that value off that. But again, you turn into, when you're talking about high level gameplay, a lot of the backline DPS are going to have that CC Moon alt. They're going to have relics usage. You can get a fear, maybe get a little burst off of it, but it is so composition based. I'm not saying he's like mental, like terrible, but I would put him in B. Like, you could have a conversation to put him like right here, because that fear, maybe forcing those beats, or that burn potential if I build him Bruiser, we lock down those tanks that don't have the ability once they dash, or you fearless their dash and we're catching them with alt, now we lock them down for my ADC. However, as like you're the mage, I'm sorry, you don't have that range. You just don't have that poke in a game where in good games it's poke heavy.
So I know I talk about a lot how I hate characters that have to walk up to clear the wave.
Yeah.
Hades is different though.
Okay, talk me through it.
Because the difference with Hades and every other character that I've talked about this is that Hades is full clearing the wave, level 3.
True.
Okay. Like, he is full clearing it, and he's not full healing, but he is healing most of the damage he's going to take. And that's where I think he actually is pretty good. I think he's A tier, personally.
I don't hate that. I mean, he's kind of in the
like
Cthulhu boat of, if you have like engage with him. The reason I don't love him right now is because Hades I'm used to playing and building is a lot more damage centric, and those pathways have kind of dried up. Like, the poly builds are not what they used to be. They're okay, but
Right.
you probably can't really do that in Joust. So you're looking at a more tanky build. But at the end of the day, it's a tanky body that can build Blink Thorns if you really wanted to. You get prods and mitts in your ult.
I think he's fantastic.
It's not bad. Yeah, it literally can't be bad. So
His dive is amazing.
Also, you probably have something with timeline on him.
Sorry, you're gonna have to show me the way on that one. I'll be honest. I'm
There's
not a
gotta be
believer, but I'll leave it.
I like the Hades.
All right.
I don't hate it.
Okay.
I'd rather have Hades than Geb. So.
Oh, 100%. No, listen, if I put it B, it's like top B.
that.
But I would agree. I'm cool to being an A. I have no problem with being an A because you have the damage. You have a really good team fight ultimate. If you're building it some bruiser and you're getting the procs and mids in your ult, yeah, I have that conversation all day, right? But having it above that, that's where the conversation turns different.
For sure.
Habois, I think this god is absolutely mental, right? Especially with Fenrir dropping, I think this god only continues to go up. With the burst potential as cooldowns, I think he's definitely in those mages. I think he's one of those niche picks where you're talking 5th, 6th picks. You can't just top pick it, which is why he's not probably going to be SS plus or the survivability and he can get locked down. I would have a very real conversation of A, like high A, if not A plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were about to put him like S tier. So
no.
Yeah. I think he's like exactly like Chang'e is, where it's very committee. The thing I don't love about him is you have like a slow immunity and just movement speed, but if you're against a team that has like consistent poke that can get on you first, like you have a Thoth or something that can keep you engaged or keep in combat, or just frontliners that can keep you honest, you're not, number one, your clears are really not great for the wave, so you're not supplying much, and you're always gonna be getting pressured on and not vice versa. So you go Beads Blink, which realistically is probably the way to go, or Blink Aegis. You probably want to go Blink.
Yeah.
You're not really ever going to get to use it much, because if you go Blink Beads and you're into 2 frontliners and a Thoth, what you do? Nothing. Now granted, like, that's a good draft, so obviously you're going to have a tough time, but I always struggle to put a character high if I feel like, okay, there's a realistic draft the team could go. Because, like, listen, Thoth's a good god, but you could replace that with LeFay. LeFay's a good god. Is LeFay getting banned top 3? No, right? You get LeFay, you get, I don't know, you get Bacchus, you get Kukulkan. Is that a realistic draft to play against? Absolutely. I just feel like you're stuck. And if you're stuck on a god, that he can't be that good. You know what I mean?
I think he's just a worse Chang'e.
Yeah.
He's a worse Chang'e.
Yeah, well, I mean,
talk to me here. That's interesting.
Well, because again, he has to walk up to clear the wave. Any god that has to do that, and he's not like Hades. Yeah, he doesn't full clear it. He doesn't heal from it.
He is a mid to late game pick.
Yeah, but the difference between him and Chang'e, I think, is when a Chang'e blink ults, she's not putting herself out of position. I mean, she is, like, but not nearly as bad as a Hebo. Yeah, he is ulting into the team. And you know, I know you can talk about like if situations, but like if you're missing that, or the enemy team is Aegis-ing it, you're in a really bad spot.
You're an all in.
You're in a terrible spot. Well, meanwhile, Chang'e, she can still 2 away. She has the movement speed from all of her kit. I know Hebo has this too as well, but I would much rather have a Chang'e on my team than a Hebo, because Chang'e is also providing sustain.
Where are you guys thinking you put him then?
I'm putting him still in A.
I put him B personally, but
okay.
I'll have A. Well, you said bottom A?
Yeah, bottom of A. I really, again, honestly, maybe B, because I kind of agree with Star. Like, okay, I look at with the Freya situation. The reason why I really didn't have her too high, or I look at like even like a Daji or something. I just feel like there's situations where you can sit into certain drafts and be like, I just can't win this game, and I feel like that can happen a lot on Hebo, and I don't love it.
I agree with that statement.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna put him in B.
That hurts my soul so much.
Yeah, gonna be.
I mean, you can leave me. You can leave me if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, you can leave
okay, listen. Yeah. I hear. I'm very open, right? I genuinely hear your concerns. I agree for most part. I also think they're like, again, but that comes back to the whole thing we talked about earlier, where it's situational. Like if you put it in a certain comp where I'm picking at 6, it could be mental. It could be that S plus. But in most overarching situations, I can hear it.
Yeah. I think in 90% of the games, you're going to be going against a mage that is outranging you.
True.
Like almost every mage outranges him.
And especially right now when you're running double tanks, like if I'm running double tank, do I want to see a Bois? Do I want to see a more safe mage or an ADC that's doing the work on those tanks? True. I get where that conversation comes in, where you don't want to move it up, or like it's not current meta. Even though with him, like we're talking about Conk, where I'm getting a blink, I'm bursting him, and I can get away. Well, you don't have that. Like it's one lane. Where are you gonna go, buddy? We know where you're going, right? So I get that. It's fair enough. I'll leave it at bottom lane for now. We can flex it a little bit, have different conversations. Heimdall. I think Heimdall's very good, for the record. I think why we don't see it is because a lot of people do not know how to use the crystals on this god, where crystals are everything, especially on Heimdall. Especially when you're talking about his cleave autos, his clear, everything else is great. I wish personally I was better on this character. I don't think he's top 5, do not get me wrong, but his matchup's exceptional a lot of the time, where you can crystal out, where I have a really good ult to kind of section off the team fight and make it a 2v3 for a little while. I think if people were better with this character, like if you brought a PCAD into the game and he really put some time into Joust, I think this would be like, everyone would be like, oh my god, Heimdall's A+, or I mean like S+, right? Because this god's being piloted properly. I don't do it justice, and honestly I don't think a fair amount of the ADCs in this game mode do it justice. That's my opinion on it, but what do you guys think?
I think it's too matchup dependent, personally.
Okay.
I think there are too many matchups that he just
loses.
Now, before this patch, I'd put him right with Chernobog and Charybdis, but with starters being back, I would need to play him, because I actually really like Heimdall.
Yeah.
But until I play him, I can't put him. I'd have to put him with Chernobog and Charybdis still.
Yeah, I mean, I think because your build path is probably still going Griffin Wing with Cowl into Dom and stuff. I think going Blue Stoner Sling is a bit of a bait.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing with the ult is, like, if he's getting hard dove, you've definitely got a point there. If he's not, I don't know.
He's a hard one.
He seems okay,
He is
but
he's so skilled.
I think that is very, like I said, it's skill dependent on the crystal. If you're running like a really quality Heimdall, like put Vampirish Coast, Panic At, I know they're pro players, whatever, but like that is a very high skill cap god in my opinion. Done right.
Easy to beat his ult,
for sure. This god I absolutely adore right now. Starters help tremendously. Blue being an aura helped tremendously. I think this god is absurdly good right now. I'm a little biased toward this, and I've showed it a little bit last night of what this god's capable of, in my opinion. You kind of have to counterpick this, even though there are good counterpicks into it. Because I can slap on, if you're going to double fizz, I slap on a breastplate, right? We can do X, Y, and Z with this. I honestly am hard-pressed not to put it in A+, or have a real conversation of putting it higher. I have a conversation of being this god, being top 5 mages for where I stand with mages. But that's, I mean, talk to me. What do you think?
I like her in A+. I'm really high on this god. I think she's
great.
Gamma Focus makes her incredible.
Yeah. And her one hitting for 1,000 damage late game is what?
Yeah, this god feels painful. Honestly, like, I kind of had a bit of a revelation moment. I was playing against, I don't even know what those dudes' names are, but they run like Vamana with a Hell and a Guardian.
I know you're
There's some
talking
users, bro. But that shit is so painful to play against.
Yeah, with that, they went Conduit, and Hell one hits for like 1,000, 1,200.
Yeah, no, it feels miserable. Yeah. And like, no disrespect, but like, I could probably find better mechanical players, you know what I mean? So I could just see there's a lot more potential if that felt oppressive in and of itself.
Yeah,
you know
think about it in better hands, right? Like,
yeah.
Not to say those players are bad. That's not what we're here to do. Just to be clear, I'm just saying in general, the god itself is phenomenal. I believe that, and I think you have to counterpick it in order to genuinely deal with it properly if it's piloted well. But yeah, what do you think, Star?
Yeah.
I think she's kind of a bait character, honestly.
Really?
Because I mean, in my mind, if you're playing Guardian or Warrior, there's only really, in my mind, there's only 2 stars you can go. If you're playing Guardian, you're going either Sands of Time or Tainted. If you're playing Warrior, you're probably going either Bluestone or Tainted.
Okay.
because Tainted is such a stat monster, and I mean that item just kind of just destroys hell, because you because you take all of the healing, right? Well, not all of it, but you start getting healed.
And then you go Cursed Onk, and it turns into an issue.
She just gets run down way too easy, I think.
Okay.
I think she's A tier. She also like Cursed Onk just destroys that god, and you're gonna go it, so I put her A tier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not having hard CC to like stop that rundown is the biggest problem.
I'll put her top of A out of a happy middle.
When I played into it, I think we had double backline, which is probably a mistake.
Correct. You have to have a double front line to deal with hell, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You have to have that.
So I don't have a lot of experiences. The ones I do, were wins, but they were miserable. So like because of that, I'm like, geez, that sucks. But granted, that could have just been like, because I wasn't playing the frontliners those games, so I can't attest to like how often and how timely onks were and stuff like that.
I can say piloting hell, especially against Star in good lobbies in general. When you're getting tainted, when you're getting Cursed Onk, when you're dealing with a double front line, maybe an Odin ult where they're diving you, it's miserable as a hell. It is. So for that, I can move that down. I will say, when you're dealing with a traditional comp and I have the ability to be on you and I'm hitting those ones, I feel like one of the best mages in the game, because I am chunking you for no reason at all when my cooldown's like 3 seconds.
She's also a really good blink mage, though.
Dude, again, in Joust, you don't... I'm sorry, maybe it's my style of gameplay as far as DPS. When you start talking about going blink, when you put that risk, unless you have like a Martial, it is so all in, and like you risk the game on a coin flip. And I'm not trying to make light of, like, you can do really well and you can win it, but if it goes wrong and they relic, that game's done. Because at that point, when you're talking about getting enough bursts to blink and all in, that's the point where I wipe you. Guess what? The game's over, because your timer's at 40, 50 seconds, because we do not have the circle or the shadow minions anymore where your timer's cut in half. So you don't have that ability to mess that up. I do not agree with the blink. I just don't.
I don't think blink helps. Like, what are you doing? You're blinking and threeing, and then you're not killing them off of that. Like,
no,
you don't have any CC to lock them down.
No.
She has no CC.
And think about that you're doing with the Baba with timeline, right? Or I immediately you're not killing me fully, and even if you do, I'm timelining or I'm relicking you, and then you're fucking dead because you don't have a dash, you're out of place. So, I would agree. I playing that, I think starters help tremendously. I think when you talk about the double front line, especially, I don't think it's being played enough. I think when it starts to come more to the forefront with the starters being back, it's going to be kind of miserable for her, and honestly probably move her down further. But right now, people playing traditional, I think this god feels decent. So yeah, I hear it all. Hera, yep. I always joke, I think Hera's the side piece to Argos. I think Argos is the real god. I think they misnamed it, LMAO. But I think the god base stats, they buffed her. The last thing they've done with her is they buffed her. It was like 5-6 patches ago. With some of the base damage on her. However, again, we go back to the whole conversation. She lacks CC immunity. If you get on top of her, look past Argos, which is hard to do, she's very killable. She just is.
Yeah, I'm higher on her than probably most people are.
Okay.
I have her at the bottom of A. And the reason why is she kind of, to me, has somewhat of like a Baron effect where into some Guardians, she can be really, really useful. Like, I do like her into Terra, for example. I really like Terra. It's a pretty solid matchup. Not always. Like, there are aspects of it that aren't always great, but, like, that polymorph could be super useful. I think at least there's value. I don't think she's great, but I look at, like, I'm using mages we've already placed comparatively. I just think she's much better than Hebo. Maybe not good, but much better than Hebo, who I haven't beat. So.
Yeah, I think A tier is fine for her, because.
I mean, I put her somewhere like in here for sure.
Like she has that thing where like you can dive her, but she's just gonna throw Argus on your backline and walk away. Like. Like that's something that she can do, and that will be effective enough in some team fights. So I think she's fine in A tier.
Yep.
Okay. Hercules. I mean, obviously Hercules saw a big jump or spike because of the cooldowns at the beginning of this season, right? And then they reverted that change, but you still have breastplate and then the 30% movement speed when I'm taking my heal, right? I think the displacement's really good. I think with the starters not being here, this was a good god. I think starters like other warriors are coming to the forefront, like a Cole and the Achilles. I'm not seeing him so prevalent where I need him to do true damage and have kill potential in the enemy DPS versus just displacing him to me. So I'm gonna kind of hover him maybe mid bottom A because he's still good. That those itemizations are still there, but you got to be hitting, and you can't. In my opinion, it's very rare that you're gonna have solo kill potential or even I don't know.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite gods, but I like even right now he's honestly just pure character. Like as a pure character, he's actually I still think very strong. But when we're looking at the gods we already have placed, you look at just S tier on its own. Herc is not good into literally one of those characters. He's bad into every single god we have in S tier. Like that's not an exaggeration. He's bad into all of those gods. I've never seen a character like in a meta like this where he's actually fairly strong, but all of the gods that he's bad into are just amazing. Like it's brutal. I mean, his stats are fine, his abilities are fine, his cooldowns are fine. His full commit is a little lacking, I guess, because again you're focusing more on displacement. That can be a bit problematic in this mode. But you have beads burn, you have like early game pressure threats, but again you're looking at this S tier. Baba's under 0 threat, Achilles low threat, Karen 0, Hachi next to 0, Baka 0, Atlas 0, Ganesh 0, Faf 0, Chiron 0, right? And then you have like Ares 2, you know, Disco. I guess he's okay into Kabrakan, but even then there's a lot of counterplay. Agni, it's no good. Kernanos, it's no good. AMC, it's no good. You have so many gods that he's just bad into. And also Tainted being good now, or, you know, being bought. I think he's bottom of A.
Bottom of A. Target too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly I think he's worse than Gilgamesh.
Yeah. No, I'd agree.
Yeah. I think he's fallen so far from that revert.
Yeah, like Sandy was saying, like, literally every god in S just counters him, which like that's a feels bad thing.
It's almost hard to pit him in A.
Yeah, I mean him being at the bottom of A with that in mind, though, I think he will like become really good eventually if some of those guys get changed a bit. I mean, it's hard to say though, because Box has been good in Joust for how long? Like
a while.
Yeah, it's not
he's never not been good.
So. Yeah.
All right, Horus. I personally, I'm an advocate for Horus. I think his Prot Shred, I think his lockdown ability, obviously his team fight or his ultimate, like I want to be like it's predominantly used for the global mobility or your pressure within Conquest. There's not a ton of value you're gonna find within in Joust. You can a little bit, but it's hard to do. Piloted well. A lot of why I like him so much is typically, again, playing DPS, is him gridlocking a frontline character, even getting hands on the backline DPS, and then me getting the chance to burst that as insane, piloted right. And then obviously the safety of, hey, you can blink in, gridlock it, we try to poke, get relics, and then he get 3 back out, and we lose almost nothing for it. I think because of that ability, I want to put him mid, if not upper A, as far as warriors. Now maybe someone pilots that different with the starters and can kill potential on his own. Maybe we talk about an A+, but I'm kind of hard pressed to put him above like a global or like an ultimate on a chalk with bluestone, etc.
Yeah, Horus is weird. Like in a dual lane context in Conquest, he's one of the best gods in the game. I really actually think though something that Horus tends to struggle with that I think reflects in Joust is his engage is super telegraphed, and that becomes a big problem later on. There's ways to get around it, obviously going blink and whatnot. Your full commit 100 to 0 on a backliner isn't really there, but you can get them to like 40% pretty consistently. That being said, like I don't know. I don't love I think Horus he runs into that not really like Guan, but he runs into that situation where he's kind of like he's got the engage of a frontliner, but then he kind of peels back. His ult is really not used in this mode. You've got a couple of applications. It's better than like an Apollo ult. It's probably a little bit better than a Kernabug ult. Like, and if you had 100 instances, you'd probably find more usages with Horus. But even then, I don't know. I'd put him low A. I think he's like right by Herc.
Yeah, I think so. I think one of his biggest struggles is ending games.
Yeah.
It's really hard to end game with Horus. I think the last time I played Horus, I played like a 30-minute game, and I did 2K. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Like,
Like,
I was like 2 or 3K because what happens is like, we were like, if you're against a double back, like they just play so far back that if you're blinking in and stunning them, you're getting separated from your team and you can't 3 out.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard.
And if they have hard CC there, like if they have, I mean maybe not Hachi, or X-Ball, but if they have like, if you get knocked up or something by a Chiron, because you're really separated when you're doing that engage. Like you are not close.
Yep.
You're in range to 3 out, but you're probably not, because you're blink dashing. You're probably not in a range to get a lot of like consistent follow up, especially if they have double frontline. Again, it's sort of like Freya, not in the same instance, or Hebo, but like you just sort of get stuck sometimes. Kabrakan has the same issue, but I think at least with Kabrakan,
you can section off the fight with
his ult's
better.
His ult's better, but also his full commit, I would say, has a better chance of killing someone.
For sure. So this is one of the, I want to say, the more controversial ADCs, but
definitely.
in my opinion, probably one of the highest skill camps ADCs. Why? It is his map. It's the bounces. If you play against, in my opinion, probably the top 5 Hoyis, holy cow, it feels like it's the best ADC in the game. It's super oppressive. Even if you know where the bounces are, you can mistakenly backstep one time and then you're getting half health by it. Especially in build itemization late game. This god can do stupid things in the right hands. And honestly, in the right hands, top 5, I put him S+, but I think a respectably good average, good GM level ADC Hou I have to put him in S because of that. Because of that potential. And his immunity frames on his jump, like you can't just not do that. Because how fast it is. So
really important with Hou I think, is having clear pressure alongside with him. I think a big problem a lot of people do is they don't have clear pressure with him, because if Hou's not really looking for his ricochets and has to spend all that time on the wave, a lot of that efficiency and like just prowess is kind of gone. But if you have like presence and pressure, and that just means like you just have a good guardian and mage, or you just have like good clearing. Like if you had, an Atlas and a Achilles or something, or you had an Atlas and a Baba or something, just something with
something
you don't want to be stuck with, something crappy. But as long as you have that can actually like push up. It's weird because I think like when you look at hunter to hunter matchups, like this god feels pretty good into like X-Ball, maybe a little bit worse into Hachi. But do I think like X-Ball's the better god? Probably. I think you could make a very realistic argument that Hui's at the top S, but I'm putting him in the middle for me.
Interesting. I would put him top of A+.
Really? Okay.
Because I think because in my mind,
are we talking like average
hunter,
public?
Like in my mind, the top hunters, they all outrange Hou. And I think and I think for 90% of players, they're not hitting ricochets.
That's true. Yeah.
Like, I personally think he's probably A+. Like in the right hands, he's obviously S tier, but I think for probably 90% of players, he's A+.
90 might even be a low.
So like average, average public. Okay.
Yeah.
I see that, because again, average Hoyis, like they're not genuinely utilizing the bounces. Maybe even me, like I wouldn't consider myself an S Houyi because I don't practice it enough. I don't do well enough on it. But like again, it come back to those few that do. It's a conversation. But I hear you for sure. I'd say A+ with that.
Yeah, and you look at the other hunters and their survivability, and it's all better than Houyi's.
Agreed.
Like Chiron has a better survivability, so does Hachi, so does X-Ball, Marty is debatable, I think, on who has a better survivability, but he also has no CC immunity.
CC immunity, yeah, that's the big thing.
Like, I personally
top A+.
Yeah, that's what I would put him at.
So this is probably one of my most controversial picks outside of Marty. I think this god is mental with the changes, truthfully, and the starter. Because his monkey bounce, from what we've seen and started practicing with on it, is hitting for 400 for no reason. But it has to be piloted well. This comes back even to the Hoi conversation. Your monkey bounce is everything. If you're piloting that with a monkey bounce AA cancel, I think this god can be stupid good. But now let's talk about the average public. Maybe if that's the case, maybe it's an A conversation because it has to be piloted well. But they did make the 10% less damage. They made it the 10% non-ultimate ability cooldown. So like they buffed him to a decent extent, and you have starters. So it's a good conversation. I think he's great. I think he's great.
The thing that I run into as an issue with him is build path wise. So you probably want to go Bluestone, and you don't want to you don't really need to go full damage just because, quite honestly, those builds tend to be kind of bad. And you'd rather avoid it if you can. So maybe you go like a Thebes, then you go a Jotuns or something. I don't know. I think the build path is just kind of awkward.
It is.
I would need to figure it out and play some games. I guess I just look at bats as you've got the ults, which are super valuable, but I look at the kind of early game, and maybe you're not necessarily dying, but in terms of like actual pressure you're outputting, I want to say it's pretty limited. Again, that tankiness does help, so I want to put him in A tier above like a Fenrir, above a Camazotz, but I don't want to put him in A plus just yet.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think he's until I see one or until I play, I think he's probably below Fenrir. Because like I remember I played him. I mean, this is before the stars got added. I played him not too long ago, and I had the same issue. I'm like, I don't know what to build. I loaded into the game, and I'm like, wait, what am I building?
Yeah,
like it's so awkward.
Maybe you go Bluestone like Thebes, Jotuns, Archdruids maybe.
I will say, when we talk about average public too, when we start talking about gods, and I need to pull this more into account when we do these, because we're doing these for the average public, we're doing these for anybody maybe coming brand new into the game. It's easier, like pilotability, when we talk about, it's easier to play a Fen, when you, as long as you have it in the general circle for a Brutalize, or you're landing a jump stun, you understand how that works, like that's great. You have a CC immune alt, versus pilot's ability where like, hey, you're a monkey bounce, you got to time that properly, and you need to be AA canceling when you're going in, and then finding those quality alts because your alt timer is so long. Like that's what I want to pull into account for sure. So in that situation, I would agree where the build paths are kind of awkward, people trying to figure it out, pilot it, get used to it a little bit, but for general public, I would say for sure.
But one good thing about Humbats is his poke is actually pretty good just because of his monkey bounce.
Yeah.
And he has, and like that can also be used as like it's almost in a way of like fake pressure, where like if you hit the 3, you threaten teleporting in and ulting, right? Like because his ult is one of the best team fighting ults in the game.
Yeah. 100%.
So yeah, I think A tier is fair
for sure. But again, go back to like the Hoi or the bats, and those are perfect examples. Like you mentioned earlier, in the right hands, those 1% echelon, those can be oppressive. And I'm not bringing that up because I don't want to see either of you play it, but it's fine. Anyway, Ishtar. Listen, I was a big fan of Ishtar. I love this, but then the more I played it, I'm sorry. When you're playing into a double front line and it comes down to that one moment where you're turning and your dash is getting caught, it is so bad. It is so bad. So I took her out of my top 5 personally. She's got great clear, great team fight potential, even though her one got nerfed a little bit as far as the damage on it. But that dash, I just can't get behind it. And for that reason, I personally put her in A. I'd rather see some of the other top ADCs because it doesn't get caught as easily. And you don't even have to ult it or section it off. You just got to stand behind her, like a stand in front of Danza ult. So it's just positioning error that can be piloted wrong.
Yeah, I look at her as a little bit worse than Kurnanos. I still think she's A+, just at the bottom of it. Just value-wise, that ult to me is added setup for frontliners. Now, obviously, you need, or to go against frontliners. There's obviously some risk to it. I think she's kind of like in the same spot Hera is in, where Hera's got a lot of risk to her. Obviously, Ishar's a lot better, but Hera's got risk to her. But at the same time, like her value with her CC, this time being Curl and Hera being the polymorph, can kind of like alter fights really on frontliners pretty hard. I don't think it's an every game type of thing. So if you want to say put her like towards the higher end of A, I think that's fine. And again, like into a Bacchus or something, would I ever want to play Ishtar? Definitely not. But into like a Karen right now, like maybe that's something that actually feels pretty good because he's got like a dash, you know what I mean? So like those more dash guardians, I think there's something there. But at the same time, like a cab, probably not. So I don't know. Maybe she's at. I'm gonna put her at the higher end of A. Probably not an A plus because she is bad into some tanks. I think some though she's really useful into.
I think she's probably A plus. She out of all the hunters, she has the most consistent poke, right?
That's
with
true.
her one.
Yeah.
She definitely has the most consistent poke. Her ult is honestly, it's really good at getting beads. Like that's rare for a hunter to have an ult that will get beads for your team. Yeah. Stun, a mez. I think she's probably fair at A plus. Like the worst thing about her, I think, is her dash. You can. It's so easy to interrupt it. I think she's probably A plus.
It would make her substantially better if they changed that, but then it'd make her like insanely OP, and they'd be played a lot again. To be clear,
right?
I got something to cook with this god.
Yeah, this god. I think this god's mental. Personally, I think the only reason she's not like absurd is the lack of getaway or dash or mobility. Even though she has some movement speed, I think this damage and the burst in her cooldowns are ridiculous.
Okay, so I've been playing her a decent amount.
Okay.
Sometimes on Smurfs, so my main account might be low, but on other accounts, the burst feels really, really strong. But the biggest problem I have with her, and it's the same thing I have with Kibo, as an issue, is the range is just not there sometimes. Her one feels great, like the initial one that gives you the movement speed. That's good range, but the damage on it's pretty low. You're looking for the rainbow one, aftershock thing. The range on that is deceptively short. Like it is really not that great. Your 2 is unconfirmable for the most part. You're usually using it as a sustain thing, which is useful. Your 3 is good, but again, I'm looking at mages when I'm playing her, because I was playing it with Crash and someone I can't remember, like literally a few days ago, and we just couldn't do anything after a certain point because I just couldn't match the other mage. It was literally impossible, because that mage had more range than me. I think I was against an Agni, and it just felt miserable the entire game. But the same issue happens on Lefay. The same issue probably would happen on Disco. Same issue would definitely happen against a Merlin. And that's a big problem. You get stuck with the character. It feels bad. I 100% felt stuck that game. That being said, I don't think it's the level like a Hebo's at, where it's like you're stuck and there's nothing you can do, because at least with E-Shell you can build a little bit more like an E-set and build a little bit hybrid tanky, kind of go like a Pythags, go a Binding, and sort of play setup, so I was able to transition a little bit.
Yeah.
So I don't think she's quite as like low. I would just put her like textbook A, and I wouldn't put her higher. At least her range is just too bad for me that I think like if you can understand how iffy that range is, you're completely fine. The end possibility is just not there.
No, I think she's A tier probably. Looking at what we have right now, I think she's probably worse than Hera, but probably better than Chang'e. I mean, another thing that she suffers, I think, compared to other mages, is her ult. It does damage.
A lot,
it just takes 10 seconds to get there. Like
it does.
You are sitting in that ult for a very long time to get that damage off. And
what's weird, and what's weird is you want to probably play against double frontliners on this god, because if you're ulting a frontliner, you're gonna get followed up on by a backline. So if they have less backline, that's just a better vibe. But at the same time, it's like, do you really want to play into 2 tanks on this god? You're gonna get dove. It doesn't feel that great. I think the reason why I don't have her in B tier is because at least like she has a heal for her team, which even though her sieges can be bad, even though her sieges can be bad, like I think a heal kind of gives you the chance of, hey, like we can poke a little bit. Our poke's not that great because it's a little more committal, but at least we have a heal and we can disengage a bit. You know what I mean? We have a movement speed buff.
Right.
So
Yep.
there's something. It's a bit awkward, but I think it's at least playable. So I put her in A.
Izanami. I think this god's terrible.
Yeah.
I think it's probably one of the worst ADCs. A lot of that to be like, again, dual cool, but she has to be up on the wave to be like going through all of it for her autos. Her ult's a little clunky. You don't have CC immunity, and you can get caught on the dash. Like
her clear really is bad in this mode because you're not getting it off.
Yeah, again,
like, you're just
get the walk up to clear. Like if you're in order to hit the whole wave, you have to be standing in front of the melees.
Yeah, it's just not gonna work. I think like at least I guess you could say there's some like if you know a team's starting at their blue, maybe you could send your frontliners to like distract them, and then she can like cheese clear the wave. But that might work for a little bit. Maybe you can get some momentum off of that. But I think she's literally like Apollo tier. Like she's bad.
Yeah.
I would rather have a Heim or a Cryptus over Izzy.
No CC immunity either. Like.
The ult's not that great. It's okay.
All right,
and also it has like a deceptively long casting time as well on the ult.
All right, we'll try to speed this up a little bit. We had a fair amount still to cover, but
we're like 3 hours.
I know. I appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. And listen, it's thorough. I'm sure people that do watch this, it will be very helpful for certain people. But I just want to make sure we get through it. So Giannis, obviously they reverted the change for the non-conquest 10% extra damage. To be clear, I still think he does a fair amount of damage, has a ton of mobility. I don't really like him because he can get locked down, and because the whole conversation of there's only really one side of the map. It's super predictable to see where he's coming from, in my opinion, unless you're doing a double front line where he can kind of cast off some of that setup and work around that. But he does stupid damage late. You can't argue it.
Yeah, I think he's a solid A tier. He lost a bit of his identity, but he's still good. I mean, you could honestly probably put him in A+. I'd put him at the bottom of A+, actually.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Sippy.
And let's not forget
thank you for the 20 gifted. That's very nice of you. Holy shit. Thank you.
I remember.
You're absolutely amazing. Wow. Appreciate
Let's put him A+ just for that.
Big call out.
I'm with that.
Jingwei. I think obviously when Crit's in, she's in. Double frontline, it did the build so standard. Get a little extra with the 2, do some stuff, cool. But I have beat.
Like finesse on her.
Yeah, but it also feels terrible when you're getting sieged on Titan and you're like, oh, my passive, woo, and like fuck.
Yeah.
So there's negatives to it.
For sure.
Yeah.
I kind of like her more than Heim.
Yeah, she's definitely better than Heim. Yeah, she's definitely better than Heim.
Yeah, but the clear's like finicky. It's weird using like an escape tool as like your clear. Now, granted, you might not really need it early that much. She could maybe get a little bit better. Just having cheese crits are always valuable, but yeah, she's a B tier.
All right, Jormungandr, talk to me. You guys are the tank mains. What do you think?
This guy's amazing in Conquest, so should be amazing this mode. I don't see the amazing, but I see a good. I see an A+.
Yep. That's what I see. That's what I see.
A+, okay. Why is that? Just the poke? You have a starter because you can go Sundrain.
Your items are really good on him.
Okay.
You could go Chrono Spin if you really want to. You don't need to, but Ethereal's great on him. Tainted's great. If you want to go Warriors X, that's solid. If you wanted to go like, whatever, Timeline, that starter. Even that would be good, stands of time. You just, like, your procs are really good. Your invis, when you get revealed in your invis, not losing the movement speed is a gigantic, like, change. He's got some very, like, there's some gods Eworm is awful into. Merlin, Agni, on her, those are all terrible picks for him. Even Ares doesn't feel great, along with some other ones, but generally speaking, he's an auxiliary guardian, so you need extra with him. He's kind of like a better Cthulhu.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. You definitely do not run this character solo tank ever. I don't think.
But yeah, I think he's more like we talked about originally: assassins, warriors, bruiser, guardians being like, hey, this is it. He's added to that because I can spit from range. I can do some of that bruiser and proc some of those bruiser items really well. But as a solo frontline, can you really set up with CC? I have a knock up, cool. You have a little bit of slow. That's about all you got. So honestly, that's why he is where he is, guys.
Definitely.
Kali, I think this god, obviously hyper carry in meta currently. I think, truthfully, like Snatty hit on earlier, I think it will be pulled in a little bit, mainly
She's
because
a little better now.
I think she is really good in certain situations because of her ult, because of you slap on a Kins, you can deal with those tanks. I think it has to be piloted well, so I probably put her bottom of A because of that, because I'd still rather see an ADC, truthfully. But if we're running that warrior assassin mage, I think this is a phenomenal, like, hey, we guarantee late with this pick, because if we get to late, she has itemization, she has ult, you're all dead.
Yeah, I'd put her at the bottom of A too, because you also, like, there's a real world where, as we looked at the other auto attack assassins like Baka and soon to be Nemesis and stuff, she's got an option of going Bluestone and actually being really effective with it.
Mm-hmm.
You could go like a Bluestone Crusher or something like that, and kind of have, even if you build a more auto attack centric build after that, you have this ability based build option you could go, or at least parts of it, to give you some burst, and that actually ends up being like pretty relevant. Her clear is actually not like, she can help clear. It's not great, but it's something.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't feel like hopelessly stuck like the other gods.
Any feedback on that, Star?
I'd probably put her B, but I think that's more so the fact that I just haven't fought any good Kali's besides Luke. So, like Luconium.
Yeah, I think there's not many that pilot that well.
Yeah, there's not that many that I've fought against, and I've been like, oh my god, I can't win. So,
I do think piloted well, like, again, that comes to that conversation. It could be taken up a tier. I think a good Kali, I don't want to see it. Capri, I think this guy, again, comes back to what we said earlier, I think is absolutely hot garbage.
Oh, he's just
I think he is bottom of B. If not, I could have a conversation of C. Why? Like we talked about, you have an ult, you have a crypt, you have a root, we can no, the Joust being so pressure based, this guy's terrible.
He might have a draft or two he's playable in, so I'm gonna put him.
He just doesn't do.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him
bottom of B.
I'm gonna put him above Opwatch, but not above Baka.
We're putting him right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay.
Like tier.
He doesn't do damage. Doesn't clear away.
He doesn't do much of anything besides. He's an aura bot that drops an ult occasionally. That's what you have.
Like he plays the same role like Geb would.
Yeah,
Geb does damage.
Yeah, Geb's better.
Yeah,
Geb does damage.
Have engage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
KA, I think KA, obviously originally when we did this tier list, he lacks the starter, which is the whole issue, but especially with counters like Ganesh, Ardio's, X, Y, and Z, his counters being up here, I think he can be good situationally last pick. You could have bottom of A if you have it last pick or 5th or 6th pick, but because you have so many counters to him or lockdown where he cancels all of his abilities, he's top of B in my opinion. But
to me,
good pick.
Yeah.
Late, you could have it higher.
To me, I have him at the bottom of A just because, honestly, I'm looking at B tier and just saying, like, in truth, these gods, I look at all these characters in B and just, I'm like, they're basically unplayable, to varying degrees. I think at least with Arthur, like, if the frontline is shown, and there's good frontliners that Arthur's not terrible into. He's really not terrible into a Bacchus. He's not terrible into a Atlas. He's not terrible into a Fafnir. I'm not saying that's good, but it's not like such an awful counter like an Ares or a Ganesha or even a Karen might be. So he's at least got like avenues to play through in that sense. Definitely a god that I wouldn't love to play into like a traditional comp. I think double tank he actually does a little bit better because he's got some prot shreds and you know, the Sundering ult can definitely be really useful into like a solo backliner, especially just kind of keeping them out of the fight, sort of like a Heimel, but just a lot better, and you have blink right in your tank, so it's just easier to do effectively. So I think he's actually got a home, just a very, very limited one. But that being said, I think when he's like decent and stuff, he's just a better pick than, you know, some of these. At the end of the day, like, him being a frontliner is important, and is he like a better pick than like a Bologna or something? Easily. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't want to put him in the same tier as Bologna.
That's fair.
Yeah, I personally think if you're picking Arthur, you are last picking it. Like, it's honestly troll to pick him in your first 2 slots ever. Just because there are too many gods
too many
that counter him.
counters. 100%.
There's just too many.
He has to be 5th or 6th.
I think he's A tier then, probably.
Yeah.
I'd probably put him like near the middle of A.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you can put a 6th pick up there any higher.
He has to be 5th or 6th. You can put him 5th, and it kind of like if like Star said, they pick both tanks. You kind of go, oh, they can't counter me. Otherwise, they're kind of trolling with a triple tank to some degree. But at the same time, like it's a very very situational pick. Kukulkan, oh my god, this god.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He should be okay.
They need to make his alt CC immune, to be honest.
And they need something.
Okay.
You can put him Book of Thoth being buffed, right? A ton of burst if you have setup. If I could put him bottom of A. But there's too many ifs in my opinion because I'm dropping Tornado on wave. Even like think about when you're dealing with a double front line. How are you gonna hit him? You're gonna A cancel your sneeze. You know what I mean? Like there's no. I'm gonna drop Tornado and stand here and hope you guys don't kill me. Like there's nothing there.
Another thing too is it's like okay if you're going book, which you have to on this god, you would think that you could go like a poly and it'd feel good. It really doesn't ever since those power nerfs.
Nope.
And then you would think, okay, if I'm going book, surely I can go tablet. No, you can't. It sucks. This guy's just terrible. I think he's worse than like Anubis for sure.
Yeah, no, he is. He is. Yep. I think he is probably one of the most inconsistent mages in the game. Unless you are drafting around this god, most likely.
Yeah,
if you're trying to play seriously, you are drafting to help the Kukulkan the whole time.
And that is a hella 6 pick, to be clear.
Yeah, and his ult is way too inconsistent. Even his 3 is super inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, it has a long casting time.
Mm-hmm.
Like you throw it down, and it's like a full second later, then it starts doing
like
damage.
a whirlpool with no CC to it. It takes a while.
It's just bad.
Yeah, I mean, the only redeeming factor I think that makes him not in C with Upwatch is he's got a slow immunity on his 2.
Yeah,
that's nice.
That's it.
But that's it.
Well, and his ult's like a big burst that if you had locked on it's more confirmable, if you will, than just a pot ult.
Yeah. Like picked with the right team comp. He's okay, but for the most part,
and even then, you just rather have like
other picks.
Other picks.
Kumakarna, ton of CC. I think his root having a cripple now for the jumps helped him a ton. However, I can't have I don't think we can put him in a world of A+. I think he's a solid A, though. Like, I think he does really well. He can, even as a solo frontline, hey, I can peel myself, set up for my enemy, my DPS accordingly. There's a lot of value to him. But is he like, oh my gosh, he offers an amazing presence to my frontline? I think it turns into a little situational there.
I put him at the top of B. I think he's a slightly better Geb.
Interesting. Okay.
I think he's a slightly worse Geb. But that's because I'm a big Geb fan.
I think you guys are misvaluing that a little bit, but that's okay.
I think just the problem with him is again he's in that backline support area, and like he's got the engage, but just in being a backline support, okay, number one, no starter feels that good on this god.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. I love Kumba. His 1 is atrocious. It's really just like inconsistent. It's awkward. It can kind of help with the clear, but again, you're using your escape to clear. That's not good. You're also walking up. If the waves get leashed like into the red buff and stuff, which always kind of happens, or the waves never like uniform straight for you to just like belly bump it. So it's just kind of, I don't know. I don't love this guy. Obviously, you've got a bit of value with like an anti-auto attack 3 and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It just, man, like most mages, I think just eat this god.
Yeah, my problem with Kumba is he has to get way too close to do anything, and you're like carries like Kabrakan presses 1, and he gets movement speed and he can run at you, and then you're getting stunned. Kumbhakarna, he walks at you, and he's charging his 2 for like 3 seconds, and then you're just getting rooted and crippled, and he's still taking damage like that.
I feel like your team would feel miserable. Like, unless you get a Blinkle on, like, a tank, and then you just commit on Titan, maybe that would work, but I don't think that would work. It just doesn't sound like it would work that well. Yeah.
This pick, obviously spicy. I still think it's super relevant. I guarantee it's still going to be an S conversation, but I want to kind of drive this more to an S+. What do you guys think around that? Obviously, his reflection damage. His ult, I think Sundering Axe being back for the whole problem I had with him originally before they buffed his reflection, and even Midgard with Thorns against an ADC, right? Is the Nene with Sundering Axe doing a quarter of your health for every Nene, and then you get full level 20, and then it's doing half your health on a Nene? That's a big issue in my opinion. I think a real conversation of putting this guy in S very solidly, but what does that look like for you guys?
I think I'm gonna keep him in S. You could actually argue like he did get those non-conquest nerfs. They're very insignificant.
They're slight. Yeah. That's why I didn't even bring him up.
In some ways, you could argue he's gotten a little bit better actually because the one counter like a Kuz and both Thorns kind of style would be in theory to go like a healing comp. Now that he can go tainted, that's kind of negated, so that is important. That being said, I was honestly under the impression Kuzin was a little bit, just a very tiny bit, too strong. And with S plus, again, my criteria beforehand was I really only think one god is an S plus, and he hasn't been ranked yet. So I still have him in S. I think you could make the argument though for S plus.
I think S is fine. Because like Sundering Axe is not hitting that hard anymore with all the reductions. Well, not nerfed statins, but like they nerfed overall protections.
Yeah.
So it's just not hitting as hard.
Yeah.
But like I mean he's still like you're not stupid if you ban him, obviously.
Definitely not. No. Yeah.
I think just leave him in S though is fine.
Lancelot. What are we thinking here?
Honestly, the most like forgettable
assassin ever.
Yeah, like he's not even like he's not Bakasura bad. I guess the starters kind of help him. Bluestone's kind of nice on him, but dude, if you build hybrid on this god, you don't because he's like a Wheelix in the sense of he doesn't really have that much CC. He's just damage. If you build him full damage, you can kind of kill people, but it feels miserable early. If you build him hybrid, you don't do enough damage to really kill people. So then you're kind of just like, you're going to get people 20-30%. It's not enough. If you have a frontliner with you and you're double diving, I could see him being okay, but I don't see him being higher than B tier.
Yeah, and honestly, the best thing about him is the fact that Pride Wind does stack with his shield. So you can ult and get a Pride Wind shield, and your shield will be massive.
Yeah.
Problem is, people are probably going Sunder anyways against you if you're picking Lancelot, and Sunder just completely ruins this god. I think he's bottom of B. I think Balone is better than him, honestly.
Okay.
Shit. I'm with that.
That
is like, that god is bad.
Yeah. I like him a lot. I like him, but
yeah.
Oh god,
he isn't that good.
He needs something.
Loki, what are we thinking? I think he's hot garbage.
Yeah, he's really bad. I mean, it's kind of nice that there aren't like auras aren't that prevalent in this mode to the same extent. Like there's no like sentinels or something. But Loki's one of those gods again, kind of like Lance. You have to kind of build like a full damage-esque build to be relevant because you're only damage really. Bluestone being on him does help him, but he's still a B tier. Just straight up. I don't put him in C because he's got like a 2 that's useful. He can kind of stall out a little bit.
Yeah, my experience with Loki is very, very limited.
Okay.
But the last time I played him, he actually did feel pretty good. Because, I mean...
You're going Bluestone Bruiser,
like,
I'm assuming?
No, you just full damage.
Okay.
And, like, late game, you 2 the backliners, and they're actually losing, like, probably 30% of their HP just off of one tick of your 2. Because you're in with Bluestone, Heartseeker, Crusher.
Yeah.
Like, it's honestly not bad.
6th pick.
Yeah. I'm fine with him in B. He's definitely better than Lancelot. I think he's better than Cleo.
Sure.
I think he's better than Cleo.
I would agree.
I think his ult is way better.
You can have damage that can hit them. Yeah.
Yeah, his ult is actually pretty useful.
Yeah.
So this is I am hella biased on this pick. This is Marty. I think I genuinely, this is where I stand. I think this is one of the few gods that is S+. Here's why. He feels terrible, especially pre-starters, because until you got Trans Soul Eater, you weren't doing a ton. You needed help with wave clear. You couldn't really do it much. But I'm going to be honest, with Bluestone, once you hit Trans Soul Eater, you go into itemization. It is hard to kill this god, to go through his Welex, to go through his lifesteal on Soul Eater. And his A cancel on his 2 or his 1-2 destroy players. It is stupid damage for no reason. This god, I would very easily argue that, but I want to hear your guys' feedback because again, the bias. I don't want to be like, oh, you're biased in this pick. No, tell me what you think.
I'm agreeing with you. This is the one god I had an S plus, like preconceived for this, 100%. I think he probably actually got buffed in this mode because of the bluestone and whatnot being added.
Absolutely.
And one thing with Karen that we were talking about is the god's new, so he's maybe lower than he might actually be because people are still learning him, but also there's also the concept of people don't know how to play against him, so maybe he's not actually that good. Marty's one of those gods that like people, I think there's still like a skill to learn with him, but there's just no counterplay. Like there really just isn't. You have mid guards, like there's that stuff. I know if you have two divers, whatever, doesn't matter. This god is so unbelievably easy and does way too much.
And then it's incredible.
Yeah, no, he's S plus. I just don't want to fight him ever.
Yeah, and this is the only god in this mode I think no matter what should be a permaban from second.
I've tried so hard to like not ban him and see what we can do.
He does too much.
Counter him.
It's not.
And if you do everything to counter him, it still feels like they're just winning.
Yeah.
I think like for me, because I love this god. I play this god 24/7, right? And I get called one trick, whatever. This god, the two places he feels bad, right, or the two counters to him, right, is early game, right? I don't have the itemization. Bluestone help fix that. Help fix it. It's not perfect yet, right? You still want your Trans Soul Eater. Once you get it, you're like, I feel kill. I can destroy anything. However, the other part to him is you have to blow him up. You have to burst him. Like the displacement, the Sobek, the Bacchus jump. If I don't have beads and you're able to displace me and before I hit the ground I can't alt or relic, you can kill him. That is a small window to genuinely burst a god.
Yeah.
And you have to do it cleanly.
I think the fact that a hunter can viably go blink and be your only engage
is mental.
And make that actually work. Enough said. Yeah. It's just that simple.
Alright. Maui.
I think he's a better Kumba, but still B.
He's pretty horrendous, I think.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that comes from his one, and like you're locking it down. I'm standing there while I'm holding someone, and then you're equally as a target as the person you're holding.
He's got damage, but it's not dive. It's not Bacchus damage. It's like it's not enough. Like he's kind of in that backline support avenue, but on top of it, his ult is really not as valuable when like in the lane especially.
Okay.
Yeah.
His stun, I think, is also one of the worst abilities in the game.
Yeah,
his jump is, I think, just terrible.
He's a lot of fun, but
maybe I'm just bad at using it. But I feel like I land that thing like half the time, maybe.
It's very awkward.
And his one, like, his one is just not a good ability in Joust because if you decide to pull their front line,
then
you're moving just as much as the person you pulled. So you're getting hit while they're getting hit. If you pull the enemy hunter, they're just autoing you down while you're pulling them. It's like it's only an ability you use if they're running away.
Yeah,
which is a rare occurrence, to be fair.
Yeah, he's just not very good.
So this is another spicy pick. Big changes to the base damage on Medusa. I've played her. I'm not a quality Medusa. I think our best ones are typically ran with Blink and really aggressive. Their base damage on the ult when you're looking away was buffed by 10%, along with a little bit of other base damage. I think she's better ability based than she is AA, but that's just me. What's your guys' thought process on this god?
She's solid. As for like which build is better, I'm not entirely sure yet because I've seen both honestly go well and also go poorly. I think she's an A+ god. I like her a little more than Ishtar. Do I like her more than Kurnanos? I'm seeing her played a lot more than Kurnanos, so I would say yes.
To be fair, but that's difficult. It's harder mechanically to play Kurnanos than Medusa.
100%. Yeah. I mean, one thing with Medusa's, she kind of, maybe she's being a little bit overplayed because you're seeing like this huge surge with the starters. People want to go Bluestone and they want the Chirons and stuff like that. And again, this is like another poor man's Marty, right? But again, that's the best god in the game, so who really cares? Her ult, that extra damage, I think you do feel it. The burst is there. This is a god that I don't think this is always something you do, but you could actually go blink on her and have decent value into like
Mhm.
double backline comps. Not always, but sometimes. If you're going a more ability-based build, I think she's a really solid A+.
You know, this might be a hot take.
And
I think she's better than Ho Yi. I think
Really?
she's top of A+. Yeah. We've been running it the past couple days, and she is like, you can't miss her ult. Like, that is something that is, it really, like with Cern, like, you can miss Cernal, you can miss on her ult. You're not missing Medusa ult. Like, even Ho Yi ult, you can miss Ho Yi ult because, you know, you get one tick off and then they walk away, right? With Medusa, you're not missing it. You're going, like, she is really good into double back because of, like, the ability based build.
Yeah.
Like, you are swinging. Your 2 ult that's chunking. I personally think she's better than Ho Yi.
Yeah.
She has CC immunity. Ho Yi doesn't.
I think it's easier.
Her clear is
to pilot.
better. Her clear is better.
That's fair. I'm not mad. I mean, there was a time that Medusa and Hui used to be the best 2 gods in Joust. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I do remember that, and it was actually like people did always prefer Medusa, so that does make sense to an extent. Even
Okay.
the
Mercury.
next god, he actually got nerfed this last patch, and I know people saw that nerf and was like, "Oh, he must be really good in Conquest." He's terrible in Conquest. This god sucks.
Just throw him in C, called there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I'd
think he's
rather
better
see
than
it-
Baka.
You think he's better than Baka? Really?
Yeah, 'cause
I
you
mean,
can at least go
hey,
poke on him.
You can
He has some
one-shot with
finesse
him,
there.
potentially.
But yeah, well, I was saying more so because you could build like a tankier build with cloak and like
Or
maybe
that,
there's
Yeah.
I
do Bruiser. Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe
Rockbound
because
Mercury.
if you go animosity, there might be something. It's trash, but it's not stupid trash. It is. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
bad.
pretty bad. Merlin.
I love this god.
This god's pretty up there.
I think he is much
I think he's
better
A
than
plus
Feel Good.
easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's pretty easy A+.
Better than to me, better than Giannis.
Kind of has it all.
Better
I mean,
than
if he had CC immunity, he would have it all.
Immunity.
That's a
Yeah.
yeah.
like-
He's not quite in like the LaFay category, but he's not that far away. He's really not.
Yeah.
What Merlin does really well is he's by far the best mage for the tablet build.
Yep.
It's not close. The only one that's like comparable is Agni in terms of like stacking it effectively. Tiamat's actually one of them too that we'll talk about, but this god does it better than any other mage, and you have the drawback of not having a CC immune ult, which is a factor. I think if you position well, you're rarely going to get outranged. And as long as you have like space being created for you, you can kind of just like you can do objectives, everything. This god's just super self-sufficient. Feels really good.
I put him mid A plus because obviously I think he's phenomenal. Just lacks the CC immunity.
Yeah.
He can.
I think he does a lot of great stuff.
His early
He
game
can
is
do
also
BDK, he
pretty
can-
rough.
Yeah. His
But
early
with
game is a little bad.
Yeah, but with the stars coming back, it's
It helps.
much more manageable.
100%.
Yeah.
We're gonna skip and go to one character for Sen here at a love for the dude, the Morgan.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. So who's like the best Mori player? Is it like Kiso in them, or is that one of the best?
Kiso's up
he's the only
there.
good player I've seen play it.
Senwu plays it a ton, or Sen, and then obviously when you go to Dardes, right? Like those are like the top guys in my opinion, the ones that like play it a fuck ton, if you will, right?
Yeah.
I think this god has to be piloted well. I think that starters and obviously the book or Rod, kind of the power buff helped it to be able to have the one shot potential. I think outside of that, dude, it's so situational. Like, you have to have a comp built around it, good transform for the alts, etc. That
Yeah.
it actually gets massive value when you're not having those transforms or you don't have a cheeky way to get out of the enemy DPS and they outrange you. I feel like this feels terrible. It just does.
Yeah. What I'll say is like, as a conquest player, this is the worst god in the game, and it's not close.
What's up, Ghoul? How are you, man?
In this mode, I would put her under op watch. I really think she's that bad.
You think
I
she's
think
that
you-
bad?
oh, really?
She can transform, and I guess that's nice. But this character is awful. Her invis sucks. Her 2 sucks. Her 1 sucks. Her ult's cool. Poly sucks. Can't build it. What do you even build in this god? I don't know. Just terrible. Like, she's actually just that bad.
I wouldn't quite put her C.
I
I
just
think she's B. I think she's B. Purely, the only reason I think she's B is because she can just hide in the jungle, go invis, stun your backline, and then transform. And then that's the only potential she really has, though.
Yeah, and even then though, like
The
it's
build I'm
so
being told for the
obvious,
record:
that's all you can
Sandstoff,
do.
Poly, Deso, Divine Rod. But continue.
You do no damage. Like you really do. Into auras, you do nothing, and that's the biggest problem.
And you have to get on the enemy DPS to do it. To be fair,
She has good wave clear at least and decent poke. But...
Yeah, the wave clear is okay. I think the biggest issue is it's like if you want to find a good window to play through with like invises, it's so telegraphed on this map. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%.
There's
It's one-sided.
spot you can poke your head out of.
There's one way you're going.
But that comes from like there's not a ton of jungle, right? Like we talked about, it's only one side of the map, and for good players, it's super predictable where you're coming from.
And any tank catches that Mori, she's just dead or half health.
Or you're forced to alter relic, yeah.
Yeah. So
we're in B out of curiosity. We were dropping this.
Very bottom.
Very bottom of B.
Yeah, I have Red still on mine, so you guys can put her.
I agree that the old map was better, Sen, just to be clear and make that response to you, right?
Yes.
A lot of it was because it was more jungle space, right? There's more space for you to operate. This map, until we get a new one, I'm going to keep saying it, please, God. This map, dude, you have one side of the map you can play off of, and that's where everyone, especially average players, is where we're going to be looking. Imagine good players with ward coverage or any awareness is going to be like, that's the only place you're coming from, and I'm listening for your sound animation for the invis. And our tanks maybe are going to have the ability to cut that before it comes. All right, so moving on, LeFay, obviously this guy, a lot of why she's so good is the self-peel, the CC immune ult, the consume, does a fair amount of damage, and can poke from a range. This god's a very good mage, probably listed in the top 5 in the opinion to play safely and pilot really easily. So I would put her A+, solid A+, maybe even upper A+ for that. I'm not really feeling the S for this, but what do you guys think?
I'm feeling A+. Top, like the best of A+.
Like the best of mages and Joust, like the ones you really want to prioritize. Like, she's like top 5, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, 100%. I would agree.
I think she's S, personally.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think it is.
Like bottom of S?
Not hard to play. You're going to win most of your games with her. She's really good CC, pretty safe. Good solo damage.
I think either one's totally fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bottom S.
Either one.
I like that.
Somewhere in S or A. As long, yeah. I think high A+ is the bottom, and that's just where I have her, but S is cool.
So Mulan, base damage, starters help her a ton, but lacks mobility, has some decent CC with ult and grapple. However, like you said, you're missing those, you're kind of just screwed. I probably put her bottom A and B.
Do you really want with Mulan?
Double front line.
Mulan double front.
She cannot be a solo front line. She's flat out.
Mulan's issue is her damage feels really great in the mid game. Her level 3 is actually kind of bad. Surprisingly, because I know that doesn't feel like it should be, but until you have your abilities ranked, like if people are playing against you with comparable fight, like if you're going double frontline, it's double frontline with like comparable backliners. The team with Mulan's actually probably a little bit worse for wear at first, which is really awkward because it normally shouldn't be. But once she gets like her 2, at least with the heal, she feels a lot different. I really like this god. I'm gonna for me, I have her at the bottom of A+, but I think having her high A, like around chalk, is cool too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think she's around chalk level.
Okay.
I think any warrior that can get 4 procs of bluestone off right now they're sitting in a pretty good spot probably.
Okay. So Bluestone, would you go like Bluestone Soul Eater, or you going Bluestone full tank or Bruiser House?
I would go Bluestone full tank and go magic and proc items.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
She definitely has, if not the highest damage for warriors. It's definitely out there. So.
Yeah.
And her mid game, if you're landing your 3s, like that's good poke guaranteed. So.
Yeah. It's huge for your team.
So Neath cooldown and abilities got buffed, right? They're lower, a little bit lower. I was thinking it was 2 seconds on her 1 and 2. I'm personally not a fan of this. She's an ability caster in my opinion, when playing her in her best form. She lacks the CC immunity. I personally put her at bottom of A. She's still an ADC. That's an ability based, but you can be piloted. I'm open to other conversations about being something different or better. I'm just not a fan.
Me too. I mean, Bluestone going a full damage build, you've got some value there, but realistically, like, it's just a worse Medusa. It's just a worse ability, like a worse ability-based god.
Yeah.
She's A, probably.
Who's going Bluestone? You just go Hidden Dagger and ult someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that
But at that
works.
point, again, we're talking level 20, and you better hope
Yeah.
you're winning, because if you're behind, like, I got it finally!
Yeah.
Fuck, the game's over! Alright.
Yeah, I think she's A.
definitely- Yeah, I think A's fine. Her
Okay.
clear is definitely. It's one of the best clears actually, which is
For sure.
probably the only reason she's in A.
Saving grace. Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Nemesis, shielding, alt potential for the double frontline tank.
Yikes, God.
Yikes.
So bad.
So bad?
Yeah.
Like, Potch bad?
So bad. Her
D
shield
bad?
suck. When they changed the
Mm.
healing, the shield like doesn't really heal. It's just awful. Her ult is countered by a relic or a winged blade. Like,
Yeah.
That's now
This god
procky
is-
for everybody?
this god might be worse than Arachne.
Yeah,
Really?
she's-
You put this deep?
Definitely
Difficult.
D.
I put her in C tier.
Absolutely.
C
What
tier.
does she?
Yeah.
What does
She's
she
not
actually
worse than
have?
Arachne, though. She's not worse than Arachne.
She's probably not worse than
So
Arachne.
better
either.
than
The
Arachne.
prostrate is puts her above Arachne for
That's
sure.
fair.
But
Yeah.
no war
I agree.
flag. This god is ass. I think.
Yeah,
Like a lot of these assassins just need war flag to be good. I think.
definitely.
Okay. Naja. Topic of conversation. I think this is an S tier god. I hate playing against it as a DPS. Why? The beats pressure, the sash pressure. If you don't, you're sitting there for 1, if not 2 seconds. You have a starter that can ring toss you for a little bit. You have the mobility, but if we do get you in the air, we do lock you down. It's immediate. Like, the kill potential is stupid good.
You know what's interesting with this god is, I think I agree with you. I think he's an S. But what's weird is in Joust, at least from what I've seen in my games, is he's almost banned like he's SS tier. Like he's banned more than Marty, which is absurd to me.
True.
But he's still an S tier. Like Bluestone feels great on him. Warriors X feels great. Tainted. Any starter that's a proccing starter is gonna feel really good on him. He's definitely the best assassin in this mode. Yeah.
I like where you put him. Yeah.
Yeah, I put him either S or S plus. I don't really know. I'm pretty. We ban him every game. Just
Yeah, literally everybody does.
I don't know the last time
Yeah.
I've seen this god lose a game. I actually do not know.
Oh, it's
He
stupid, yeah.
is just insane.
He really doesn't. Yeah.
But that's like I said, that comes down to it's just that lockdown. It just is. Like, if you can, even if I sash you, you beads it, or if I don't see a beads, you going in the air, and then we 100% kill you, right? So like, it just, you hit an ability and it just cost you your life, which is just so
like,
dumb. And the range
He's an
on it's stupid.
assassin. Yeah, he has an assassin that has CC, sustain, and wave clear.
Yeah,
Like
ring toss.
there's almost no other assassins that have that. So
True.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Nike, obviously, starters being back, I think it only helped her. Anti ADC, if you will, shielding Sunder is phenomenal into her, but I still think she has a place. I'd probably put her bottom of A plus, maybe A, top of A, because of the damage and poke. What do you got? I'm talking
put
from
her-
ADC
Oh, she's like above chalk.
Yeah.
right here.
Her fight can honestly be pretty good. I don't think Sunder actually beats her up as bad as you would think.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely sucks, but it could be worse.
If
She's
you're-
definitely a god you want to play into double backline.
Using her, yeah.
I think she's good into double front though, because I feel like she has a really easy time soloing a backliner. Then
That's true. Yeah.
Agreed. She's good.
That's,
block
she's
shred,
pretty. She's
too,
pretty.
for that.
Yeah. She's pretty like accessible. So I don't hate that.
Safe.
She's
least
probably an
she-
A plus.
Just shooting with ult for this low and some damage is huge.
Well, to
Nah,
agree with her, she's picked a lot, but except by a few people who spam her. But she's
Yeah.
good.
I think she's A plus. I think she has one of the best initiations.
Mhm.
Like blink ult it's a great and it like
Yeah,
or
it's
even just jumping in and saving your ult and like baiting abilities and then ulting like I think there's too many ways you can play this god and it works. She has good wave clear,
Mhm.
good Bluestone's great on her.
Like bottom A plus then.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it's A plus.
Yeah, outside of those like 3 people that spam her, she's very slept on.
Yeah.
For sure. She's hard to play into as an ADC, but that's just me. Nox. I think this god's
Not
terrible.
so
It's a
bad.
single target lockdown. You play it
I
to
don't think she's that bad, honestly.
really.
I kinda like her.
Play
Sans Thieves, like a support
Bruiser. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only way you can
with
build her.
double tank.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's great, but she kind of fills the Baron role. She's not as good as Baron, but she's better than Issa. I think she's like the best B tier god.
Really? It's a little, obviously the
Maybe the worst
lockdown
Okay.
for an
tier.
ADC.
I am fine with that. I'm so fine with that.
Okay.
Well, I
Sample, what's your thoughts?
So, again, just super inconsistent god. Like they're like, you're like, I don't know. If you're not landing the
The
2-1 combo,
range
like
is
it can just feel
huge, yeah.
terrible sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, like you have the whole thing where you go horrific plus or ult, but
Mhm.
in Joust, I feel like that's not as important because, like, the fights last longer. I feel like in Joust.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
especially now.
I think it's just too all in. I'm sorry, guys. Like at the end of the day,
I
when you're
think-
talking
I
about
think
Irudi,
top
if they
of B is
beats it,
fine.
they just kill you.
I think top B is fine. I didn't see where she was, but I think that's fine though. Actually,
Yeah.
Joey, shut the hell up. Nua, what do you think of the buffs? I think God's like
She
not
got-
great in Joust.
She
to be
got
honest.
buffed. This god is great in Conquest. I think she's slept on in this mode. Until
Really?
though I
Okay.
see like better results, I'm gonna put her in A. She might move to A+, but probably not. Somewhere in A. I like her more than Hera and Isho.
I think if
Wait,
you
what buff
like
did she get?
get
her-
cooldowns,
Her
and
one
just
is
spam.
faster.
She got an
right?
extra.
She
Her
actually
one
has
moves
pressure.
faster, and she spawns with 2 clay minions now instead of 1.
Yep.
So you don't have to rank it
Mhm.
up. Which
Uh,
normally doesn't feel like a big thing, but like a big problem was her early game kind of sucked. So her level 3 is just like a lot better, and it transitions pretty well.
Yeah, but she still has her wave clear is
Positioning is-
not great though. Because
Her
she
wave
has
clear
It's
and
definitely not
range.
great.
she doesn't have survivability. Like I like when I'm talking DPS, I'm always talking positioning and survivability. You just lack that in Nua when you're talking about a double dive.
I have faith in this guy, but maybe I'm just delusional.
I mean,
have
I'll
her
leave
in.
it. I'm not against it. I
Uh,
think
yeah,
the
you're
damage, but
I just
I-
don't think we know yet, to be honest.
That's fair.
I've seen sides of it where you like start cooldowns and you just spam and you get good pressure, and then there's the other side of it, of course, where you can't do anything.
I think she's
And-
a bit high. I don't see any
Kinda wants
world
to
where
get
she's
late.
better than a Cthulhu or.
I'll leave her at
Gomez.
bottom of A for now. That's
Yeah.
where until I see more of
personally
this.
would be better there.
Until I
Yeah.
see more of this character, I hear you, Snatty. There's definitely
Yeah,
potential
I
for
agree.
like the conquest coming over. I just piloting her the few times I have. I maybe I'm piloting
And
it
that's-
wrong. They're just
See,
it doesn't
that's the
stop
tough
there.
thing. I put her a few times. It's felt great.
I need. Yeah.
So,
I
guess I'll have to
haven't played
test it.
against it. I haven't seen it yet since
Yeah.
the
I'll
update.
have to test
a lot of
so-
Nua.
Yeah.
Find out.
Suddenly there's a lot of new on Rank Joust. Okay. Odin. I think Odin's the
I
Odin
played
cage.
him after
Woo!
the
So
nerf.
fun.
And he was so, I think really right before the nerfs, he was like really up there. And
Yeah.
he's like so bad now.
Yeah, I don't love him.
So
I,
bad.
like,
Okay.
Could almost like he was a top 5 for me, like for my gods pool, and before the nerfs, and now I won't touch him.
His damage really is lackluster.
Okay.
And like
I
he
mean,
got
it
blue
could've always
stones
been a
back,
problem.
and it still doesn't matter because
Yeah.
the cooldowns are worse. And whenever he
I-
has low cooldowns,
yeah.
he's OP. Whenever he has high cooldowns, he sucks.
I
I'm
don't
fine
hate
with
him at
you.
the bottom of A, but I just
I mean, I think the only thing he odds is all, and honestly, at that
Yeah.
point, that's the only thing.
Well,
Yeah, I do
I mean,
agree
like-
that I would keep him at the bottom of A because it is a good counter for X-Ball and Hachi kind of locking it down, but that's about it. Like outside
His
of
ult
that.
is fantastic into every god in this game if you play it right.
Yeah,
if you
true.
play the mobility, you're winning. But it's really rough to do, and now you don't have it as often. They're pretty much always going to have a show up now.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this god.
yeah.
He's mainly just a counter picker,
Yeah.
and even
He's-
then, he doesn't do that as well anymore. So
No, he's like one of my top 5 most played gods. So
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't pit him then.
All around, what are you thinking here?
And now
Right.
this is my first most played god.
Passive changes really help this character.
Okay.
Don't know if he's really a Joust god though.
Pitbull would
Yeah,
probably
I'm not
argue differently.
There's a
He's
there's
piloted
a build I've
it
been
well.
cooking with him.
Okay.
He's okay. I don't know.
Maybe
I
like
don't
a-
think he's terrible. I mean, listen, having an ult like shut down in a lane is always gonna be good. The builds are awkward but doable. I
The
really
lack of CC
don't have enough
immunity
info on
and they
this
get
god.
dived on. It's we get to alt, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have enough info on him, honestly. I don't know.
I don't either.
He's my most played god.
What do you think?
It is not great. I think there's like some huge potential to him. And there's actually some good builds right now. He's a lot better than he was. Like, he's actually kind of... I think he's in one of the best spots he's been in Joust in a long time. But he still has that, like... Just, he's gonna get murdered here and there.
That sounds pretty bottom of A to me, because, like, hair is sort of the same way, right?
Yeah.
Osiris. Auto attack based.
Oleron's gonna be a sleeper.
I mean, there's still some question. No, you're good.
Good Oleron games.
There's gonna be question marks in some of these guys, like Nua, Olo, maybe some of like the large conquest gods. Even Morgan, again, piloted well. Maybe they could find certain things, but at the same time, individually, do they have the survivability on the double dive? Do they have X, Y, and Z? He's hyper. I'd rather see a Chronos. I'd rather see X, Y, and Z gods that have some more survivability, that offer more to a team fight. If we put an alternate timeline on them,
I think like, because I've been building AT and breastplate regrowth on Oleron, and then going full power with attack speed Bancrofts, and so like I have good cooldowns, a lot of burst, my attack speed's there. Then I'm getting blink because like that's bad to get blink, but you want to, like I want to, because I'm gonna get dove no matter what.
Yeah.
So I'd rather just kill their damage really fast and then fight with my team.
Okay. Just fair.
I like that spot though.
Osiris. Auto attack warrior.
He's okay. He's not like an Armored one. He's definitely a lot better, cause he's got like relevant poke.
Yeah, poke.
His
Passive.
ult is pretty solid. The passive's always gonna be pretty good. I think he's a solid A tier.
He's
I
like
think-
right around the Finner.
I'm gonna have to test some stuff. I think he could potentially be A+ though.
Yeah, I would
With all
agree.
the
I think
changes.
he's got potential to move up.
Okay.
Bluestone being back in the game is, I
Big
think,
for
really,
him.
Low cooldown.
really big for
Proccing that a
Osiris.
lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I could
Bluestone
see
and
that.
Warriors, they both have avenues to be played with him. He's definitely on the uptick for sure.
Pele. I think Pele's some hot ass personally, as far as an assassin. Again, kind of that all-in
I like-
potential.
Yeah.
I love Pele.
Do you really? I mean, would you agree? Would you disagree that she's very all-in though? Right?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah, 100%.
I think she's some ass. Doesn't mean I don't like her. I like playing with it, but she's some ass.
Because you can build some defense on her and go all in and
Okay.
still be relevant. I think she's like the best B tier god. She's definitely better than like a Wheelix to me.
Yeah. I'm fine
Stuff,
with that. I'm fine.
Yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
you go a Pridwin build with Glad Shield, you can still kill people with
Yeah,
some power.
I think Pride One is almost one of the, like, it
Yeah.
feels really good on that god.
It does.
She's a fun
It
pick
feels really good.
here and there.
Yeah.
And it's not completely like, it's not like a Nemesis or anything
Mhm.
where you're just trolling,
hmm
but it's definitely does not compare to
No,
others.
for sure.
Yeah.
Persephone.
I think this card
Yeah.
got hit really hard, honestly, by this patch.
Got hit. Why? Because of survivability or
Like-
what?
Because the biggest thing with Purse was there was a mismatch with constant poke and clearing, and now that
Mhm.
people's clears generally are a lot better, I think her value has fallen. She's still really
Yeah.
good. Before I had her as an S+ god on my last tier list,
Mm-hmm.
I have her at the bottom of S right now. I've really not had issues with her recently.
I think she's definitely higher than A+.
Yeah. I mean, like Sandy was saying, it's like stars being added back. It wasn't a bad thing for Persephone. I mean, it's obviously good for her, but it let every other mage catch up to her clear finally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That being said,
She's
I
still
still
good.
think she's S+. I still think she's S+. She's one of the most
Really?
annoying.
I ban her. Every
I
time.
hate
I
fighting
do
this
every
god.
time.
Like, you can 100% kill her, and
I
stuff like
genuinely
that,
would
but-
rather play against her than a Baba Yaga, and that's me
And
personally.
But
in terms of,
I
in
just
term-
hate
yeah, in
fighting her.
terms of like,
In terms of like being able to kill one of them, absolutely.
terms
It's
of
so
hate,
hard to
that's
load
still
above
that
it,
god
it's
should just be
good.
removed from this game.
Yeah, no, 100%. The three guys I ban are Marty, Naja, Persephone. I refuse to play against any one of them for a second pick. I refuse.
Yeah.
Those are just the gods I do not want to play into, and that's just it's the area poke on those flowers. Just,
yeah.
Persephone yes is fine though.
Poseidon, lack of CC immunity, great cripple. You want to typically run so a little bit of movement speed, do more of not being in the forefront. It's I don't know.
Yeah, I mean Karen's.
He's very all in too.
Okay. I don't love this god right now.
I think he's just A maybe.
He's
A is good. I mean, he got all in, but like the all in is relic.
Yeah, I mean he's better than Hebo and stuff. He's not good though. He's definitely in that Yishel, Chang'e kind of.
Yeah.
Your mages, they're okay, but you know. Yeah.
Okay. Ra.
At least he's fast.
A little bit higher than them.
Yeah, it's better than possibly. You need setup. I mean, listen, having prots, having sustain, like prots from his 3 and then sustain and movement speed feels really good. The damage is a lot less confirmable than Pos, so you're without synergy. This god is way worse than Pos because at least Pos is a little more self-sufficient. But
if you do hit that one off, it is satisfying.
Yeah, assuming you have comms with people and stuff, and you're drafting with like some semblance of like cohesion, I think this guy's just much better.
Agreed.
Possibly still an A tier, but
I think honestly, I think this is a good spot for Ra, and like I know some people might try to compare like Ra and Kukulkan as like, oh, you need setup for both gods, otherwise they're not good. But like Ra ult is way faster than Kukulkan ult. Like the amount of setup you need for a Ra ult is much less than for a Kukulkan ult, and that's like why he's like way above him.
Having healing is always gonna break some flaws.
Yeah.
Between his strengths and weaknesses, he's like right there.
For sure. Raijin, I will say on this one, I think he's B, right? Top B.
I can't stand this god.
Why? Again, listen, I know there's a lot of controversy around this god. His dash and his true damage are super disruptible. And if that is the case for a mage, it's clunky. I can disrupt your damage, you're forced to ult. Yes, his ult is great, but you're also a massive target for everybody else to hit. So, there's not, in my opinion, out of mages, he's definitely one of the worst. Now, would he put him below maybe a Pos or Oleron, which he could do well into those gods? Maybe not. Maybe I can have a conversation to lower A, but I'm not thrilled at him. I'm not.
Yeah, me neither. I'm with you.
I think he's like a god that everybody forgets about because he's not so bad that we know about him, and he's not so good that we know about. Like, he's so in the middle of being.
I know, Star, you're waiting, man. I know you're a Raijin, man. Give it to me.
This is my favorite mage in the game.
Give it to me.
Like,
I'm waiting.
By far. He does a talent build really well.
Okay.
First of all.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point.
He builds that really well. Now, and you're probably not picking this god into double front. If you're picking this god into double front, I think you're just kind of hard trolling.
Okay.
Like he is just not worse than Hebo. Like he is not. He is not worse than Hebo.
I had him higher than Hebo in B.
I have
I think he's A tier.
Honestly, the tablet, just tablet being so good right now, I didn't think about. He does stack it really, really well. I'm not mad at that.
I think he's A tier.
So what do you
like? He even with some defense on it, it doesn't feel bad because tablet carries that. He has true damage.
Yeah. Definitely.
So are you going Sans, Tablet, Book, Chronos, essentially, is what you're doing in this?
You can go Valor, is what you can do. Because that gives a lot of mana for the tablet.
Absolutely. And there you go. You have so much cooldown, mana, defense.
And his you can like the worst part about him, in my opinion, is his jump. Like I don't know why that thing has like a full second startup. But the cooldowns, like, and you can interrupt his one, but his cooldowns are pretty short.
Yeah, they are.
Like, his cooldowns are not that long. So
Definitely.
Rama, I think good. I mean, it's ADC. He's got a great stem. Ultimate's kind of cheeky. Hits some good snipes. I think his ult gets caught, and he's positioning as everything.
He needs to walk up. So sort of has that Izanami syndrome. At least his ult is better. He's a bit safer. I don't see how he could be an A though with gods like Izanami and B.
And AMC.
He feels like he's in the same boat.
Like top of B then? Bottom of A?
Like No, I think in B, like around like that Freya feel, or like the Kernabog feel. I don't know. This is a
takes
tough
a
god for me
long.
to rate.
Yeah.
I think he's better than Chernobog.
Yeah, I'd put him
No,
above
for
Cherno. I just
sure.
want to take him out of B.
Would you guys build like Silver Branch on those gods? Chernobog.
I don't find that. I don't like. Go ahead.
Maybe.
Because if so, then those builds take a while to get online, but they're very strong, so they're very late.
All right, hear me
this
out.
is just one of those gods. Like, how do you
Okay,
even clear a
what do you
wave,
got?
bro?
Ability-based Rama against double back. You just snipe the back line, start the
You've
fight.
got something
Yeah,
there.
there's nothing.
See,
Again,
at that point,
But then, like, why wouldn't
if
you
that's
just
the
wanna go
case, why wouldn't I do a Hachi and do it with Hachi Morgan, which I've seen ran, and it does wonders because you're hitting the back line for like 1,000 damage.
Because Hachi will be banned. That's why.
Yeah.
It is a cheeky pick, but it's very possible. All right.
I mean, yeah. There's something there, but it's just so like out there.
I mean, hold on.
There's some really good Ramas that will make that god look like us.
No, surely he is better than Neath. I think he's A.
I don't know if he's better than Neath.
I think he's definitely better than Nox, right? And
Dude,
Heimdall.
is he?
I think so. I think he's bottom.
As an ADC, I would say.
I'd think above Heim and B. It's hard because Nox and like that's different roles. It's not really comparable. I don't know. I'd have Neath over Rama any day.
I mean, the only reason I think he's above Neath, he's safer than Neath. First of all, his clear is not nearly as good, but he still does clear. Like even if you're getting out pressure, the wave is not going into your tower. Like his clear is good enough to clear before it gets to the tower.
Ooh, this one's rough.
I think he's better than Neath.
We'll leave it for now.
He kills frontliners way better than
we still got a fair amount of gods. Let's keep going. We'll come back. Ratatosker. What are you thinking?
He's okay. He's for assassins. He's good. That doesn't mean he's good. I think he's. When you have a global ult that's super telegraphed like his, it's not useless, but your like applications aren't that strong. Especially you're not tower diving as much without emperors and stuff like that. You're probably building a more hybrid with the 5-corn. I mean, you could go the Thistle.
He just goes so strong with another warrior because he's got that.
Yeah,
shred
I think he's okay. I think he's an A tier. I really don't think he's terrible.
He's better than Kali, I think.
Yeah, he's definitely better than Kali. Is he better than like Bastet and stuff? Maybe, probably not. But I think he's got a home in A. As long as he's an A, I think it's cool.
Ravana.
This guy
with the shielding buff,
but he's still okay. I think he's still just like.
I think he's a counter pick, like situational, right? Like that's just the nature of
it. The thing is, it's like with hunters being like so prevalent right now. With like Ravens exceeds into a mage.
With burst. Yep.
Yeah, but that's not really like you don't need to do that. You can literally just go like Achilles, Hoi, and a Guardian, and that's like very realistic and like not going to be banned. So listen, he can counter gods that are good or like be strong. Like Persephone's very good into, right? So by that virtue alone, he can't be B tier. So I think he's just A.
Okay.
Kind of like Rat.
I think A is fine.
Yeah. Still, this is you, Blondie.
This is
yeah.
I'll be better about this one objectively. I think she's just an A. Itemization doesn't feel great. I'll be honest. I mean, obviously I can hit like a truck, but my problem with her, and I've said this several times on stream, it's very all in. And you play against a good DPS. If they have relic usage or they position properly, it is so hard to get like that pivotal moment I can reset and go on. That's why I think I have issues with this god, and trust me, I want this god to be meta more than anybody else. But I need to be honest about where she sits. I think obviously Raijin, if Raijin was better, like base damage wise, I think Raijin plays really well in Asilla. But I think just the god in general, with you throw a conduit on it or a Sands and you get Book of Thoth, I can start to do really well. But until I hit level 12, I'm not as impactful. I need help. So
yeah, definitely.
I don't know. I want to put her mid A, but I could have conversations of like low A.
I think that's a good spot. I'd put her mid lower A. She's not terrible. She's just not great. Serket has the non-conquest buffs. Those are helpful. Again, when you talk about helping clearing, there's nothing.
Nothing she does.
CC, there is value. Lockdown, she can be hard to lock down, but again, like also, if Circuit's just walking at you from a lane, it's so telegraphed. If she's coming at you from the jungle, you know where that's gonna be almost always. This just looks like a B tier to me.
A B,
Yeah.
interesting.
Like the best thing she does is apply pressure. But and the way she applies pressure though is just by looking at you. Like,
Yeah.
It's not actually doing anything.
Yeah. Like you've got some value. Like if you want to do level 3 invades at blues and stuff, and you know they're gonna do that, like you've got a chance to like maybe get a cheese kill, and maybe that can carry you through. But like that doesn't mean the god's good. You know what I mean?
Right.
No, for sure. I mean, I like her setup, but I do think it's hard to get it without Blink, and at that point, I can do Blink on a bunch of gods. Sat, I think the god inherently is not great. I'll be honest. We could put him in A, like mid A. I think it's easy to get away from it. Yeah, he blinks on you, and then you dash. He TPs. Yeah, you have to deal with X, Y, and Z. But he lacks that CC immunity. He's gonna have to relic to get to you in general.
Yeah.
It just turns into a whole thing. It's a very all in or nothing. And when you're playing with it like a cohesive 3-man, I think he loses a lot of that value.
Yeah. So I think people are building this out a little bit wrong. Sigil's definitely the way to go on set. It's very strong, but the problem is in this mode, how realistic is it that you're gonna get a Sigil trans build? Like
It takes
to the point you
forever.
need to get it. It just takes so long. I think like because that conditional when it's met, it's strong and he's got like a decent early game, like a better than Cleo or a Wheelix early game in terms of just his poke to help to clear. I mean, I put him in B. Yeah.
Okay. Star, what do you think?
Yeah, I think B's actually a good spot for him right now.
Yeah, he's better than like a Cleo, but
yeah, like if the Guardian Stars were back, that's a different story. But
yeah, it's like the shift towards the comps that we're seeing. If you're playing set and you don't have beads, it's so hard to
you can't engage shift away.
Yeah. Absolutely. Or even waiting, if they have some good gods into you and you don't have beads, you're not killing anything. And if you're 4 damage, you're dying. If you're 4 defense, you hope to have damage on your team.
Yeah, and I think Ankh just destroys set, and he doesn't force any other actives.
No.
Inherently, so.
So the next 2 gods I'm going to need a little help with, mainly because I'm curious the 2 of you probably have more feedback on it. Shiva obviously received a few buffs. As far as tank-wise, maybe a Bruiser-esque. I kind of obviously think he'd be really well with the double front line. I think solo front line, he kind of gets locked down a little too easily and forced to alt or double dash, and it turns into a whole situation. But what do you guys think as far as his stats?
He's kind of like the Ganesha of Warriors. Extremely easy. Really solid. Just blink and you don't have to aim. And there's something about that I think just maybe makes this not only is it really good, but it's really hard to mess up. So there are comps that like Shiva feels pretty bad into, like Bob and stuff. I'd probably not play it into some gods, but for the most part, this character's just strong. I think he's a really solid A+.
I agree strongly with that. I think if we're talking like the general public, he's got 4 damaging abilities with Bluestone right now.
Spikes is great, and it got nerfed a little bit, but still strong.
Really safe.
Yeah.
There's always
so.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I think in the same way that Achilles is the best warrior into double front, I think Shiva is the best warrior into double back.
Oh yeah.
I think he's S tier. He is.
Really?
I'm not mad at that.
I think. I think he's the best character for spikes. I think.
Definitely.
He is the best user of that item, and that is really good against double back as well. He 4 ways to proc Bluestone. Glad Shield is great on him. I think he's S tier.
Bluestone 4 defense and have really no problem killing anybody. And
I don't hate S tier at all. I have him in A+, but I don't think S tier is bad at all.
Okay. Next one, Scotty. I'm not a big fan of this as far as I think you have to run her ability base. I don't think she has a place currently, but
Starters help, but she's bad still.
Gotta be
Yeah.
somewhere in B.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'd rather have her than Heim.
What?
I think she,
I
I'd for
think that's
sure, at
cap
least
as
she
hell.
has
I'll
a
be
No
honest.
way.
I think she's right here, but
way.
I genuinely,
Range
I would put her
here.
right here. Truthfully, I'd put her behind
Yeah.
Heim,
Would you
but
put
in
her?
front of
Okay,
Wong.
that's fine. I mean, listen. they're all
Again,
bad,
I'm
so-
talking about Heim, like
Yeah.
piloted decently, not even super well. Like the safety,
Yeah.
and you're talking about true AAs with builds versus like double tank versus guy
That's
ability
fair.
based. Like
Yeah,
we're talking about
but
builds
that's a
here.
good point. I mean, yeah,
I-
pure. That's fair.
I
If you're
think
just trying to survive, yeah.
I mean I think Scotty's worse than Crib is. She has no survivability besides ice.
I think
That's
the no
true.
CC immunity.
Yeah, she really does suck.
Uh,
Huh?
she does.
Right.
Sample
She is
sample is
bad.
just curd, like just
Oh, that's true. She's better
Just
than
right.
Dan. Oh, I'll die in that hill.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
fair. Well, Dan's all it's pretty bad. Sobek.
It-
This is
Someone
one of those
else.
gods that I think like bad players think is like S plus, like undisputed, which is just crazy.
Yeah, I don't think
But
it's S+.
he's like he's still really good. He's still like an S. He can kind of get
He can get so fucked at the
he
same
can
time,
get
though.
he can kind of be a bait.
I think mid
Yeah.
to early,
Yep, for sure.
he's great. I think
Yeah.
late, once you have itemization, you beats that pluck, especially the double DPS or a hunter with 5-6 items, you were
it's-
so dead.
Yeah, he can be a huge bait, but at the end of the day, like if you're playing him, like if you're a good team, you're not over picking him.
Mhm.
And in games that you're picking him where you're probably having additional frontline help, or you're not into like hard, like maybe you're into, I don't know what their backline would be. Maybe it's just like a mage backliner. You know, it's
You-
totally fine.
Yeah. As long
He's
as
an
you're
ass.
getting help off of whatever you're doing, you should usually be fine.
Yeah, 'cause look,
Even
if
up
you
CC, you're chilling.
if you had like a Nike even, and like the Sobek blink plucks, and the Nike goes in at the same time, that Sobek's not getting punished nearly as hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not like it's not nearly as bad in that context. It's
Mhm.
just more so when he's solo tank, it can be a big bait, but he's still really
Yep.
good.
Yeah,
sure.
I think that's
Soul-
fine.
Soul might be lower than Oleron.
I mean, that was part of the conversation. I'm not a big fan of most Magical ADCs in general. I think Soul's just one of those. Like, yeah, you have to get
Yeah.
your dash off for the full immunity frames. You have the CC immune all. It has decent damage if you have help with the lockdown, but I don't think they're in a good state generally. Versus going in ADC, that's a lot more confirmable as damage on the tanks.
Yeah.
Because you're not like,
I-
hey, I'm getting my
yeah.
hands on the DPS. But
I still have her in A just because, like on the
Mhm.
lower side, just because, like if you want to go Gilded Arrow, your pressure is still like prevalent. You can stomp out a lot of games into lower pressure, but it scales terribly. It's very much a win in 15 minutes or lose kind of god.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fair.
Wukong, talk to me, Snatty. This is your baby.
This guy's incredibly good.
He's
It's
definitely
a little,
climbed.
it's a little awkward in Joust because the best Wukong builds have Soul Eater in them. But this god is uncontestedly an A+ character. This guy's amazing. I would honestly love to put him higher, but I can't find a way to get Soul Eater like well on him. So you go A+, you literally just go Bluestone, Thebes, Glass Shield, Pridwin's, Binding or Archdruids. That's all
Have you
need.
tried the double frontline, like 2 warriors versus a warrior assassin,
haven't
and that way you
really,
can actually pilot that, like with the Soul Eater on it?
I haven't too much. I could try that.
I feel like you should if you're trying to
truth
make
is
that
you don't
work.
even. That's the thing. The thing is, you really don't even need to. I mean, his passive got nerfed a very tiny bit, but anytime you're getting power and prots for doing nothing, the guy's just gonna be good. So
Mm-hmm.
So you think
Yeah.
top at A+? What do you think?
I think
Yeah.
he's up there. Yeah.
Yeah, I like A plus.
I think this god is some actual garbaggio.
Bad.
Like
Yeah, I love this guy.
Baggio, but I'd rather see a Mercury, truthfully. Black mainly because of his mobility. Nah, dude. Listen, I will. Talk to me. You can talk to me. I'm all about it. I will put it.
Okay.
I think
in
he's
this mode,
terrible.
it's
Playing against.
probably unusable.
Mm-hmm.
In every mode, it's probably unusable.
Okay.
Redstone is good on him, but you're not gonna hit 20 because they're gonna lose by then.
Yep.
Okay.
You might be right. No, this guy is awful. In
He's
this mode. I
terrible.
haven't seen him. I'm just like trying to think.
I
You
laugh
have to
whenever
play
he's
Clan.
locked in, bro. I'll be honest with you. Even if you blink,
Yeah.
like think about the DPSs I'm playing. I dash, or I have peel, or I have relics. Guess what? Even if you blink on me, you're all in.
No,
You're dead.
Yeah,
And then
bro.
you're ulting, running away, and we're chasing you, and you're still dead.
You have more range. People think like, oh, you have a range stun. you're not hitting that range stun. Also,
No,
another thing
it's
with
getting
Joust,
caught on the tiniest
that's
corner ever.
exactly
It's
what
such a
I'm
bad
asking.
ability. He's D tier in my
It's-
mind. That god is terrible.
It's
Do that? Okay. I genuinely, if it's me, I'll be
I'd
honest,
rather
chat.
have
I put it
Surtur
right
than
here.
Nemesis.
I would put it right here.
I'd rather have Surtur or Nemesis.
I'd
That's
rather
a
have
good
Nemesis
question.
Pratt Shred. I genuinely would rather. I'd put it right there if it's me. But I'm listening to
I'm
that.
taking
Talk to
Surtur
me.
over Nem, but I'm putting him in D tier.
You think?
No,
Yeah,
I
he
think
is
about
horrendous.
it, bad. Because I was thinking like, yo, maybe I could get an ult. No, you can't.
No, it's
Guys,
bad.
just not have-
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Anytime I see
think
that
the
locked in,
only-
I laugh.
The only way you can maybe play him in this mode is if you max your 3, which is actually like a viable thing in solo, but that doesn't make him good.
I mean, his 2 is just a useless ability.
Yeah.
It gets caught on everything.
Yeah.
I've never seen an ability get caught on so many walls or like
never-
it's insane.
I mean, listen, and honestly, in some cases, like into double frontline, he can be like playable, but no, it's just not it.
It's not there.
It's
Yeah,
just
the
not
gods,
it. Yeah, it's just
these dog water. Okay, so
another
Sasano,
terrible god.
high
He got
cap.
nerfed.
He did get nerfed. What do you think?
He got nerfed and he has non-conquest nerfs. This god feels atrocious. Bluestone is nice, but when this god in conquest was really good, and then he got non-conquest nerfs, like a bit ago, and then he just got nerfed like scaling again. He's one of those guys that you have to build full damage on, or else you can't kill people. And building full damage, we already know, isn't good as an assassin. So you're building full damage, and you can't 100 to 0 people, especially with auras. This character just doesn't have a home. I mean, what they did is they would try to remove the Afro Susano people in like arena and stuff, and I think they just gutted this character in this mode.
So where do you think he should be then?
I think he's Lancelot territory, if not a little worse.
I think he's worse than Lancelot.
Yeah. Yeah. He's.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he has CC, so he's not Mercury, but
He's. Hey, listen, man. Mercury is a ref and all. Okay. Sylvanas.
should be better. But I think he's like honestly, he really should be okay in this mode. I don't think he is, but he should be.
He's what it goes back to the conversation of like you have to be hitting, but if you're not hitting, you know what I mean. Like he's a solid A. But if you're hitting, you could be an A+.
Yeah, I think he's an A. Because listen, like I look at Sylvan, I'm like, this guy's never played. He must suck, but bro, he's not Kumbhakarna bad. Like he's
No,
definitely
he's not,
better than that.
No, he's just too
He's,
inconsistent. Is
Like
all.
the worst part
Yeah.
about him is how immobile he is, but he uses these movement speed items really well. That makes him
Yeah, like I honestly
viable.
think I feel bracer on this god. Like you have a home.
absolutely.
You go Bracer,
there's a
Wingblade.
lot of viability.
Yeah, there's like he's got a home, but again, you really don't need to play him. This next god I do play a lot, so I think I have a decent take on her.
Okay.
And that is a solid A+. She's
Terra? Oh,
yeah.
I could have a conversation of S as far as the mitigation.
I wanted to honestly,
she's
but
S.
I think she's S.
I
truthfully.
don't like her
Talk to
into
us
a lot
then.
of guardians.
As with skill,
That's the problem. Like this is one of my most
I don't know.
played guardians. I really don't like her into a lot of Sobek. Like it's actually Sobek's fine, but I don't like her into Fafnir. Don't like her into Ganesha. Alice is cool. Don't like her really into Bacchus. Doesn't feel good into Karen. Feels awful into Ares.
So average
She's-
public, you think A+, and then like good people obviously.
I
S.
think she's like a Hoi
That's
type
fair.
of god.
Yeah,
I think
that's
she
fair.
could be
That's
yes,
right,
but I
yeah,
put her in.
yeah.
Okay. I'll put a recycle Kraken for now then. Because I think piloted well. I think it's exceptional, but.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thanatos, I think some hot ass. He has an execution.
not
Again,
that bad.
you.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
let me rephrase this. He has an execution.
Okay.
If you're hitting the scythe, it's great. Typically, you're going to be playing a bruiser because you play at full damage. You go to that all-in
Yeah.
potential. You're all in and you're dead. If they have relics, you better hope they don't, or
Yeah.
they're not hyper aware of seeing it coming. However, it has its time and place, so I could have a conversation of an A because you have an execution, because you have X, Y, and Z. Outside of that, I don't think you can go above A. I just don't.
Oh no. When I was saying he's not bad, I meant he's like top of B.
Oh, he's not like a
bad.
Mercury, but like
Yeah, he's not Mercury.
I think he's worse than Loki.
really. Okay.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I think as long as
It's like
he's
right
in B,
here?
it's fine.
I think he's like middle
Yeah.
B.
Okay.
I'd rather put Loki a little bit too low. No, Loki's okay.
No, he's okay.
Okay. This is my pick now.
This is your pick. So personally, I'll just say this real quick. I think this god's exceptional. I would have conversations of piloted decently well, such good, A+, if not S. I think it should be S, truthfully. But I think in your hands, I think it's exceptional, where it could be an S. But again, average public, you have to be hitting it.
Yeah, this is definitely in the whole E category. There's drafts you want to play this into and drafts you want to avoid. You want to try to play into double backline, but there's conditionals with that too. There's certain backliners you want to avoid. Playing into double tank doesn't feel great. This is definitely not a god you first pick or top 2. You pick it second from first pick, or you pick it bottom phase. The Thor games, it's good. It's really good. For me, like, this is probably my best god in this mode. So I can play whenever.
Hyper
but
aware of that, unfortunately.
Realistically, this is an A+ god.
Okay.
Because you look at value through. The thing is, I can't ever say a god is S if, like, no matter what, unless there's like a very, very targeted draft that I see, I can always say Bacchus looks good here. That's an S tier god. I can always say Achilles looks fun. You know what I mean? Like, even into double backline, I can see an Achilles and be like, this is a good pick here. That's not the same with Thor. It's just not quite the same. I put him, like, I think he's below Shiva, below Cab. You know what I mean? Like, so kind of like the lower end of A+, but still an A+.
So because he's got that semi-situational or counter picks, he's just...
Because your drafting is awkward. You can play him and do okay, but there's going to be better picks in most games if you're just, like, headbutting and just, like, locking it in to lock it in.
That's fair.
I like him right before his turn,
I think that's fine.
Thoth. I think Book of Thoth obviously helps playing like against a double DPS. This is hyper oppressive. If I plan on playing double DPS backline, I'm gonna be banning it typically because playing against it's insanely hard to do. But if you're playing a double front line or playing against a double front line, this feels terrible because you're getting ran down, you can get locked down, etc. So I think it's super situational. It's just not. I think typically, like, if you were playing against a traditional comp, I want to put him in S, but obviously poke everything else. If I'm playing against that double frontline, double warrior, warrior assassin, yeah, you could have a conversation of A. I think a middle ground's A+, like last A+.
So last list that I did was with Crashing Them for last patch. We had 4 gods in S+, and this was actually number 4 in S+. This god, I think, had the same treatment as Purse, where when wave clear got better across the board, Thoth fell a little bit. Also, something you're seeing right now is you're seeing people starting on blues. It's not that relevant, but Thoth, if he wants to pick up the blue, clears a little, weird on buff sometimes. It's not a huge deal, but it is something to think about sometimes. Fire Giant, he's got great secure, doesn't have great burn per se, especially since it's very committed, when you're hitting it. But generally, you're just playing in the jungle and poking people out, letting your hunter solo it. This god is very good, but definitely not an auto ban anymore. I think he and Purse are both S tier gods on the lower end.
Like right here.
Yep.
I still think, like, even though into double front he can fall, his value into double backline is so unbelievably strong that
100%.
like, you could argue he's S+ into a lot of double backline comps.
Agreed.
So as a result, like, you average it out, he's probably A+ or A into double frontline, but he's S+. Against other stuff, I would put him low S overall.
Okay. Which is kind of where I was, but, like, it was just, hey, you did A S instead of S+. But yeah, 100%. He's phenomenal into some things and into some others.
Yeah. But the thing is, too, you can play Thoth into double frontline. Like,
you can.
Totally
you have to position.
You
need to position well, and you need your space control to be good. I think the thing is with Thoth is people are so used to, like, just auto winning the game in some games that, like, the positioning, because, dude, when you're winning a Thoth game, you don't need to even position, you just stand there, and it's a very big adjustment to go into double tank, and you have to, like, literally take a third of your damage away just to run and hide. You know what I mean? The god's still very good though. It's just different.
So Tia, I need to be better about this god in general. I think it's still a very good god, like bottom of S+, if not top of A. Mainly for the poke, the clear, the safety. you jumping into your ground stance for the scales, etc. I think can be piloted exceptionally well, if done correctly. But
yeah, I mean, one thing with Tia that he has is he's really a scaling character. Kind of the issue with Tia is a lot of the time you kind of feel like you don't do damage to frontliners for a while. Gemma Focus being in the game right now is really important for this god, but even going like a timeline build is good. He stacks Tablet as well as Merlin, almost not quite as good, but it's probably the best. Along with him, Horizon's really good as you mentioned. So that's definitely relevant. Eating minions, I don't think is always that relevant in this mode because you probably won't if you're playing Tia have the pressure to be eating reds, but I mean if you can, like that's just a nice little added thing. I think he's a solid I8 tier just because his play is so little right now that he might move up to A+, but dude, when was the last time you saw Tia?
Yesterday.
Really?
I'm
Tia at all.
spamming Tia.
Yeah, I've seen a fair amount of Tias, I'll be real.
Yeah.
That's my
I
top
haven't
3
seen
solo
it.
queue picks.
I don't get it then. I haven't seen a Tia once.
Oh, I've seen it all the time.
Yeah.
I would pit him like kind of below the Cabrakan.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I literally haven't seen him, so.
I think he's just a little bit better than Merlin because he's safer and he has more options. And like you have this option to dive. You have this option to play back safe. He has good defense. It just his early game is really, really bad. It takes a really long time to get there. Yeah. But if you get there, you're gaming.
Tsukiyomi. So I saw an interesting build, by the way. I'm just throwing this out there. It ran along the lines of Bluestone, Cloak, Oni, Pridewind, like Bruiser-esque, and it was one-tapping people for literally no reason. And you're tanky as hell. However, I think outside of that, I think this guy's terrible, but because of the starter, you can have a conversation of that, even though I think it's not great.
Yeah, one thing I'll say, though, like, I think a big problem people do with when they see builds like that, if you're a backliner, just build one defense item that build does 0 damage. Like, it really does, because there's no pen in the builds. So, I honestly think, like, half of that ends up just being, like, a
bait.
Lack of experience kind of thing. If you build when you build these damage characters, like, super bruisery, if the other guy builds defense to any extent, you're just not doing anything. And if you build it full damage, you're kind of inting. This is just like another B tier, like Pele type of god. Probably worse than Pele, though.
I think he's worse than Pele, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Pele's all-in is a lot better than
He's
Tsukiyomi's.
got better, like, clear, which is nice, but the all-in is way worse, so.
Tsuki has a lot of poke at the same time, though.
True. Yeah.
I mean, it's still not going to be better than that, right? I think it's immobility that he doesn't have the survivability, which Pele can ult out, so we can argue that for days. Tier.
Bad.
How bad?
Really? Oh,
I really don't like this god. I love this god.
He's definitely the better Hercules, so where's Hercules?
I think Hercules, it's the same problem. So listen, I'll put him in A, because I think, like, he's not a B tier god, but he has the same issue. If you look at those good characters, their tiers are really not great into most of them. He's a little bit better. Like, okay, like is tier better into Thoth than into Herc and stuff? Of course, but it's still sort of the same problems. The ult play definitely helps. Still would not want to see this god. In all honesty.
I might be a little bit biased just because Deet has been playing tier recently. I would say he's bottom of A+ though. Like the very bottom, either bottom A+ or top of A.
I mean, he's using the good items very well right now. Well,
I like him, to be fair.
Point with those gods being very good into him.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there's certain picks as a backliner you can pick into tier that just eliminates his threat, like, completely. I'm not saying you're gonna kill him, but I'm saying if you're not gonna die, what's the point? You know? When you're against a Shiva, you feel like you might actually die. When you're against a Cuckoo, you definitely feel that. Or Wukong for sure. And Achilles again. I just can't put tier in that category. Personally.
That's fair.
It's also more confirmable. Like, think about if I blinked Nike alt Massive Circle, right? or I get to throw on my 1 versus the tier, it takes a lot more mechanical prowess to blink Fearless properly. And get that AA cancel off to confirm that. So I think that's why I would kind of leave it where it is. Again, we can talk about if it's D or some really good mechanical player piloting it. Yeah, we can raise some of these gods and move them around more, but average public again, right?
Yeah.
Uller, Bluestone, what are we thinking? I haven't tested it out yet, I'll be honest with you.
Still bad.
I haven't. Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. I haven't played it, but I've played against it. It's a lot worse than I thought it would be. I was thinking it would be an A+ god, like maybe on the higher end by Medusa. It's not. He's
so bad.
He's an A tier, maybe. Yeah, he's like lower A. Better than like Neith, but
I don't know. He's too single target. I think.
Yeah. And his clear is still really not.
And his itemization doesn't like give him a spot to like actually AA down tanks. He's more like against a double DPS. You go against a double tank, I feel like it's just miserable.
Yeah, because like I think that Bluestone getting introduced into this mode doesn't make him a good god. He's still just a bad god.
Yeah, because you're only hitting the full wave with one ability.
Yeah.
Like it's not like he has multiple abilities that hit the full wave.
And you have to get on top of it. Vamana, I know you have a really sensitive or soft spot for this from like yesterday, Snotty. Talk to me.
Dude, I think like he's one of those gods that just because of that stuff, there's like 1 or 2 conditions that this character can be amazing, and every other one he's terrible. That being said, I look at C tier and say under no condition are these gods good. D tier same. B tier. What I'll say is like I think like just pure dominance level, Vamana had more dominance than any of these guys in B tier could have had, but I averaged that out with like I think a bad Loki game or like an average Loki game compared to an average Vamana game. It averages out. He's in B tier somewhere, I would say.
I personally think he's worse than Bologna. I think the only reason you guys even had an issue with that game the other day is because Crash built ability based against double front, and he couldn't.
Was he playing?
He was on AMC, and he was AMC. So
fair.
I personally think he's honestly worse than Bologna. Like a
Maybe.
4-second ultimate, that is
his ult does suck. But
like,
it's
that's
still
his only thing.
Yeah.
If you just hit him, he's not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think
definitely
not C tier. I think as long as he's in B, it's cool.
Yeah.
Somewhere in B is fine.
Yeah, he's definitely I think on par with Alma, Bologna. Like
That's fair.
those three, I think you can safely group together, and be like they're pretty similar.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
Vulcan.
Vulcan is.
I think this guy's good.
I love Vulcan.
I think he's insane.
I think he's an A+.
Yeah.
Just lock.
A+, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I put him right here.
Really like that.
No, you got to remember the biggest part why Vulcan's so good, right? Obviously, you can build power. You can do a lot of different things with this god. Is the turret to just drop it, and if you have like an ADC or something, I can go do other stuff, and the turret will help that ADC solo that like 2 items. Do both.
Yeah,
you have so much pressure for no reason based off
fast. Yeah.
He hypers that game.
There honestly might be an argument that he might be S at some point, but I'm not really willing to make it yet.
I think without CC immunity, I can't put him
S. And how strong of a pressure pick he is, you can put him in A+.
Yeah, I really like Vulcan. I've been playing him. He's gonna be my next like project to work on.
I think he would absolutely be S or higher if he had a CC immunity.
I would agree with he'd be S if he CC immunity. So this god, absolutely absurd. Best, honestly, short of Marty, second best ADC in the game in my opinion.
I agree, 100%. Definitely better than
I would probably, I genuinely think he has to be like, I think he has to be the number 1 S tier.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
It's just the free power, Griffin Wing, like it does really well with it. Like it's just the itemization is just on him right now. It's just stupid.
Yeah. Well, he's one of those guys I like in Textbook actually, but again, that's like
top 1%.
Yeah.
Average public.
Yeah.
This guy, you just pop your 1, and you could, as long as you're 100%. hitting something, you're hitting something, right?
Absolutely.
Jing Chen.
Very, honestly, like. I don't want to say underplayed because there always feels like there's a better pick, but he's got a couple of games where he's fairly decent. I think he's, I don't want to say A tier because like I see him picked more than like an Ardio or something, but if he's A+, he's at the very bottom, I want to say.
I don't think he's,
I think he's A+.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he's A by any means.
Like
Yeah.
if you look at a lot of the top guardians, like Bacchus, Ganesh, like Bacchus
he's
wants to
decent
flop
level.
in, right?
Mhm.
And like gods like Shin are like, I'm gonna make it so you can't. Like,
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
think he's definitely A+ tier.
Totally
Because
fair.
he has a lot of matchups like that.
Mhm.
Like
He's
Braken's
very
another
good
one of
into
them.
the stronger gods.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. That's a good point.
Yamoja.
Yeah.
I love this god in comp that I played, but the nerfs are terrible, and I don't think Joust is hers.
Yeah, she's a backline support like
Yep.
Kepri. Definitely a lot better than Kepri, but
B.
she's a backline support in a non-backline support mode. She's
For backline support, like Geb has to be the best.
I don't know where she put her, bro. Like, I don't.
well, so I would say Silva's a backline support, so I put Silva as the highest because he's an A.
Okay.
But
And then
yeah,
Silv, Geb, Yamoja.
I think Maui's a little better than Umoja, honestly.
CC
That's-
said
Yeah,
it.
no, I agree, but honestly like Emoja's is like a Hou-Yi scenario where like 90% of people can't play this god.
Very true.
She's
Yeah.
hard to play correctly.
Yeah, I mean the problem with Umoja is like top emojis in this mode are still really not great. It's okay, but yeah.
I say she's fine in B tier probably.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of where I'd put her. I think she's. I just put her with the other guardians like Maui,
Yeah.
Kendo, Gab are all together. I just put them all together.
Yeah.
Ymir. I love this god. I love this god so much. However, the immobility, although itemization does help, the immobility, as soon as T1's down, when you talk about playing around bull, cutting off those corridors with wall maxing, it's mental. So good. However, I'm talking about laning phase and getting to that point. It's a little awkward because if you can't solo tank with this, if you play 2 double front line, I think this could be really good.
Yeah, and you're really not using your role on this god, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
I think he's just a B tier.
Okay.
I don't know.
So I've played this god a few times, and the games either go really well or they go really bad. I think he's A tier though.
Okay.
Just because he does have some pretty good matchups. And I mean, his wall is honestly, it's a really, really good ability.
I
That's
think
true.
at higher rank he's worse, but for the general public he's like in the A.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. Yu Huang's weird. He did just get a little buff. He's really
his alt's also buggy in general public doesn't know how to
ult's
use
buggy.
it.
Yeah. The tablet you can stack on him decently. It's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good. I can't.
I put him bottom A+ personally. He does a lot.
Yeah.
I think he does good damage.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't
Mainly-
think he's A tier god, but not higher.
Mainly
Yeah,
just because everybody's running double back, and that's where he thrives.
100%. Yeah.
Is
I would
like-
never play him over Lefay or Vulcan or something, but
He's almost like the
Yeah,
replacement
fine.
Thoth. Because Thoth's getting
Sure.
banned, it's like, okay, I'll play Yuan now.
Yeah. That's a good
safe
point.
with the positioning. You don't have to. You have such good range.
This next one's gonna hurt. Yeah.
Zeus.
No, Zeus.
Obviously F+.
No.
Zeus, we
He's right here. No, he's right there.
You build tablet book and
No. I don't care what you build, bro. You
Prismatic
don't. You are
easily.
supposed to. The god itself's meant to be glass cannon. Even if you build Bruiser, you're still dead. Like you're just dead.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
just
Oh, yeah.
dead. There's nothing there.
yeah, non-conquest nerfs for no reason on this god.
Yep.
It's just
He sucks.
terrible. He's so bad.
Yeah.
But is he D? I don't know. Well, at least he gets damage.
Not
At
D.
least he gets damage off. At
He
least
can
you just
never
press
be
4.
D tier.
Yeah, you
He
press
can
4, he
never
gets
be
more
D.
value than probably any of those gods.
Yeah.
They made him so good with the movement speed, and they took so much of that away.
Yeah.
That just really.
So, Zhang Kui, spicy pick here. Obviously, decently good. What are you thinking?
Okay.
A.
Having passive prots is super valuable because he's really tanky. Whenever I see this god, I just feel like there's no damage being done. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't like him.
I don't know what's going on. I feel like he should be doing better than he is.
And he's not.
Yeah.
He's I don't know what's going on. It's weird.
I think it's just the
think he's-
magical power items are just not.
Well,
That
he's
good.
like the best god in Conquest.
He's bad in Conquest, man. This god sucks. I really hate this god. Like, because, dude, the problem is, like, you need so much pen to do, like, there used to be a meme that, like, you could just build shell into this god and you would counter him, and that was when he did damage. You don't even need a shell. I don't even know, it's just, like, because how do you
In
even
Joust, he just doesn't do anything.
you just walk
And
past him.
you think he should be doing so much more. I feel like you
I-
can get away from his ult a lot easier than you should be able to. People aren't playing him right, and then once he's ulted, he's so squishy.
He's just dead.
He really reminds me of
It's
those,
so
like,
bad.
old mitigations of Cyrus builds where it's like, you can't kill him, but he hits you for 20 damage. Like, who cares?
And like the
Here-
biggest problem is his range, like stepping up to clear wave, not getting enough heal on return. You have to dive with him.
Yeah. I'm tempted to put him in Mercury tier. I really hate this guy.
I think he
he's
falls.
A tier.
Put him in B.
I
I'll
think.
put him in B as a mercy. I really think this guy sucks.
He is
Yeah.
better than Soul and Nuwa, I think, for sure.
See, I'm a Nuwa believer.
Oh, that's true.
Better than Soul. The thing is, dude, Jean can't even siege, bro. On a Titan?
No.
That shit is
So
trash.
they have better like objective, unless you're building auto attack Zhong.
And even then, it's worse.
Yeah.
He is secure sucks.
He's
His
not a
Titan
great god.
siege is
bro.
awful. This god is bad, man.
Yeah. Yeah. It really.
I'll
yeah.
put him bottom of B because honestly, I'm not.
I'm a
impressed.
Zhong enjoyer, so it hurts. This really hurts.
No, I mean, I still think he's A tier. I think he's better than
You think?
a lot of the gods we have in A.
Okay.
You have some
But
bullshit in there,
but you guys
You
most people
kinda
think put
do.
him B, so
yeah.
No, you're good.
We go bottom A.
You could go bottom A. I think
All
that's
right.
fine.
So let's real quick sum this up. Let's go through this. Make sure our tiers are decent. Looking at this. So Baba, obviously with timeline, right, and Cloak, reason that she's in there because she's just hard to deal with, etc. Marty, Bluestone, Soul Eater. Would you have the conversation of putting Naja on S plus just for the backline pressure? And I mean, Star even said it. How many games have we seen her get through and then not win? Would you have that conversation?
Yeah. What's difficult also with Naja is I think she's just been on such a permaban for so long.
No one's even.
It's like, do we?
The few times I have let her.
It? I don't know.
The
Yeah.
few times I have let her through, it's
feels miserable.
it's still bad.
Yeah.
yep.
I'm gonna be honest. I've let it through a few times to test it, but no, I went back.
I'm cool with keeping it permanent. I'm with you on that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put an S plus for now because I genuinely, it's just again, it goes back to if she does get her hands on you, it's just so dumb.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's a
so
fair point.
S I have right now. Like, what are we thinking order wise? You think there's someone that needs to be moved as far as where we're sitting them? I think these two kind of really good.
We probably have Achilles a little too high, maybe. Like I would put
Yeah.
Zimbo above Fafnir and maybe above Achilles.
Yeah,
He's still really good.
I'd put Bacchus above Fafnir.
I put
I put Bacchus above Fafnir too.
agreed. Bacchus should come after Achilles.
I
Okay,
like
something like that.
I think
I like
Tyrone
Thoth
might be
above
high.
Chiron. I think Chiron's a little too high, honestly. I like Thoth more than Chiron still, because do people top 3 ban Thoth for sure? Do they top 3 ban Chiron? Literally never.
Oh, they're gonna start. Just you wait.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm first
see.
banning Chiron,
So something like that looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
A
that's-
plus SWK. What are we doing here? What are you thinking order wise?
That is tough. Okay. I think Hoi should be higher than both. Hoi's even
Again, the
though-
skill cap here.
Yeah, I think we should at least put a little bit more to it. I mean, okay, if you want to put Medusa higher because it's just like average, well, you could put Medusa higher than Hoi. So Medusa can be 1. I'd put Hoi 2, Kong 3. That seems fine by me.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
After that,
I would put Honor at the bottom of A plus personally. I don't think Honor's better than Thor or
Honor's not better
Mikey.
than Thor. I'd agree with that. Because again, I think it's unlucky, but with Honor, it's like you could argue that in some sense, tiers are a little bit messed up because we're evaluating tiers based off of like a format, but we also have to place them in relevancy to the characters that are their competition. You know what I mean? Like, Honor's probably not that much. Like, he's not a bad pick, but he's just worse than some of the other stuff. It's just like whatever.
Again, it goes back to like the confidence level. Like if they're feeling it and they're really good and they're in there, it's insane. But outside of that,
yeah.
Definitely. A look alright.
Yeah, there's a lot there, but it seems fine.
Okay. And then I'm gonna glance through this real quick. How good? I think the only one I'm like wanna move a little bit is the AMC.
Up or down?
Up.
I don't hate you moving it a bit up.
I think it has to be like right here. And I genuinely think it should be like this, by the way. Like
we can probably move Kronos down. He's a bit too high. Like relative to all those characters.
Like here?
Maybe right behind Zilla.
Yeah, that's literally where I dropped it.
Yeah.
Right about there.
What
do you think of that? I think that's fairly accurate.
This is starting to form. Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, there'll be a few that are out of place, but they're still in the tier.
We were all hitting on the Nuwa bit. I don't mind. Let's move Nuwa behind Ravin.
Do we really think Kali's better than Ravin?
Definitely not. We should move Ravin up.
Yeah.
We should move Ravin to above Ra, at least.
I mean, is Ravin better than Rat? I mean, I think Rat's pretty high up.
Rat is pretty high up. Rat's definitely want to move down. Rat, we should move to
above just
Olo, maybe.
Above Poseidon, I think.
Yeah, above Poseidon.
Yeah.
A little bit higher than Kali. You want Rat over Kali.
Well, yeah, actually early to mid, right? Yeah. And that's just.
I'd take Uller over Rama. Well, actually, maybe I wouldn't. No, maybe I wouldn't.
Again, builds. That's builds.
Yeah. Okay, I'm moving Afro down. A decent amount.
We're talking why Medusa's over Hou-Yi, general public. 1%, we've talked about it, top 5, 10 people, we think Hou-Yi should be SS, but we're having conversations of like, how many people are hitting those genuine true bounces. This is just easier to pilot. That's why those gods are like that way. I know you guys are freaking out about it. You guys, like certain ADC players, make these gods S+, right? We can have conversations about that all day, but these gods, average public, 95%, 90% of the player base, this is where you should see it.
I would move Afro down a bit. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe she's in an okay spot there.
I think it's okay, yeah.
I think so. Survivability, right? All right, let's look at B. Obviously, I'm not touching D. D and C can stay. Those gods are ass.
Maybe Buck is better than Mercury.
Just they all? I don't know.
Yeah,
they're just...
maybe.
No, whatever.
It's close, bro.
They're both so bad.
Is Zeus better than Opwatch?
No.
Okay.
Why? Anti-heal. Zeus, Alpach has application.
Better than Mercury.
Oh my god, you're so dumb. B.
This is deep, bro. Figure it out.
Crazy.
Yeah. B. I would just move Geb ahead of Kumba and Maui. I think Geb at least has a spot, kind of.
I think Geb is like.
Geb might be the best of B.
I'm just such
Geb's
I'm
better
such
than
a Geb
Zercat.
advocate.
Zercat's so like mid.
I think it's criminal that we have Geb in B, but I understand it.
Yeah.
I think B looks okay.
Like, atrocious here.
I would personally put Umoja above Maui and Kumba. But
that's fine. I don't hate that. Dude, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I want to put Cuckoo under the auto attackers. Maybe I'm crazy for that. Dude, Cuckoo's so bad.
I'd be fine with him in CU.
If it inspires a buff, that guy is so much fun, but he just sucks.
All right. So that is the culmination of the tier list. I will put that as a command after stream on the stream, but also put it in the Discord. Snatty, Star Sample, I appreciate all of your help. You were amazing. I know this went exceptionally long. One of the longest tier lists I've ever done, but at the same time, it was really insightful, thorough. We put a lot of time and thought into this. I think from what I'm seeing, it's fairly accurate. But again, like we've said, and I will state this in closing, this list is not an end-all, be-all. This list has conversations of some people can pilot these gods. Maybe you can move them up a tier, move them down a tier, move them around a little bit. Maybe you make that god 2 tiers up, or make it SS because you're so exceptional at it, like a Hou-Yi or an Anher or X, Y, and Z, because you pilot it really, really well. However, 90 to 95% average public, god-based stats, itemization, this is where we stand at it. What our thought process is. Feel free to watch it back, etc. But otherwise, love you all. Thanks for the YouTube. I'm going to go into playing ranked Joust. Let me snip this so I have it. Ouch, my fingers. Again, big shout out to Snatty and Star Sample. Both of them stream, so please go check out their streams. They're awesome people. They were really exceptional to take time out of their day, a massive chunk of their time to do this tonight. So great appreciation to that. But any final... Pitbull took a picture of Honor S+. Oh, that's crazy. Any other feedback in closing from you guys?
No.
No. This looks good.
Kind of fun.
Just waiting for the player list now. Yeah, that'll come out.
Oh yeah, the player list.
That's gonna be some something.
That's gonna be interesting. Not really. Anyway. But yeah. No, I appreciate you guys. You guys are absolutely